rejected Omega, the moon queen they tried to hide. In the shadows of modern cities, beneath billion-dollar empires and glittering skylines, the wolves still ruled. Not openly. Not anymore. Humans saw corporations, politicians, celebrities, and powerful families. What they did not see were the packs hidden behind them. Ancient bloodlines. Alpha dynasties. Kings who ruled from darkness. And among them all, none were feared more than Alpha King Cassian Thornvale. Cold. Untouchable. The most powerful alpha alive. Cassian ruled the northern territories with ruthless control, commanding loyalty from every major pack across the country. Entire families trembled at the sound of his name. Rival alphas bowed before him. No one challenged the Thornvale king. No one survived long enough to try. For years, Cassian believed fate had made a mistake. Because despite his strength, despite his crown, he had never found his mate. Then came the night everything changed. Far beneath the world of kings and elites lived a girl no one noticed.
Seraphina Vale.
An Omega servant hidden among the lower ranks of Black Hollow City. She spent her life ignored.
Mocked.
Rejected. Taught to believe she was weak simply because she was born in Omega. But Seraphina carried secrets even she did not understand. Strange silver marks beneath her skin. Powers she could never explain. And a dangerous feeling that something inside her had been sleeping for a very long time. The truth was buried before she was old enough to remember it, because Seraphina was never truly meant to survive. Years ago, powerful men feared what she would become, so they suppressed her blood, erased her history, and hid the last heir of the Moon Queen lineage where no one would ever think to look. Among servants, among Omegas, among the forgotten. But fate does not sleep forever. And neither does destiny. The moment Alpha King Cassian Thornvale caught her scent beneath the city rain, his wolf recognized her instantly.
Mine.
Not merely his mate, his queen. The one woman powerful enough to stand beside a king feared by the entire wolf world. Now enemies are awakening from the shadows. Ancient wolves are hunting again. And the girl once rejected by everyone may become the most powerful Luna the kingdoms have seen in centuries. Because Seraphina Vale was never born to kneel. She was born to rule beside the Alpha King himself. Chapter 1. The Girl Beneath the City Lights. Rain fell in silver streaks across downtown Black Hollow. The city never truly slept. Neon signs flickered against wet pavement. Music pulsed through crowded streets. Expensive cars rolled past rooftop bars filled with laughing elites who would never notice the girl cleaning their tables after midnight. Seraphina Vale preferred it that way. Invisible was safe. Invisible meant no one asked questions. No one noticed how her body weakened every full moon. No one noticed the strange silver marks that sometimes appeared beneath her skin before vanishing again by morning. And no one noticed the way dogs whimpered when she walked past them. The city called people like her low wolves. Omegas. The forgotten class hidden beneath the power of wealthy alpha dynasties that secretly ruled Black Hollow from behind billion-dollar corporations, political offices, and private security empires. Most humans never knew werewolves existed, but the city belonged to them. Every nightclub, every skyscraper, every politician, every bloodstained alley.
Controlled by packs.
Seraphina kept her head down as she stepped out of the back entrance of Eclipse Tower, one of the most exclusive private clubs in the city. Her shift had lasted 14 hours. Her feet ached. The cold January wind sliced through her thin coat as she pulled it tighter around herself. You missed a spot on table 12 tonight. Seraphina paused instantly. Kieran Valecrest leaned against a black luxury car parked near the curb. Future alpha of the Valecrest pack. Golden-haired, perfect smile, tailored black coat worth more than 3 months of her salary. Every woman in Black Hollow wanted him, including her. Unfortunately, even after years, her stupid heart still reacted when she saw him. Kieran smirked as he approached. You're getting distracted lately. I fixed the table. You fixed it after I noticed. She lowered her gaze immediately.
Saw the
apology tasted bitter. Kieran circled her slowly.
Predatory.
Confident. Powerful. Alphas carried an energy impossible to ignore. Even suppressed, Seraphina felt it pressing against her instincts. But Kieran's attention never brought comfort. Only humiliation disguised as interest. "You know," he murmured, "most Omegas would be grateful I even remember their names." Seraphina forced herself not to react. "I never asked you to." His smirk faded slightly. That answer surprised him. Before he could speak again, laughter echoed from the club entrance. Vivian Ashbourne descended the marble stairs surrounded by wealthy young wolves dressed in designer clothes. Beautiful, elegant, cruel. The perfect future Luna for a future Alpha Kingmaker. Her eyes landed on Seraphina instantly. Disgust flashed across her face. "She's still here?" Vivian asked. Kieran shrugged lazily. "She works here." "For now," Vivian replied coldly. The others laughed quietly. Seraphina kept her expression blank. Years of surviving the city had taught her one lesson well. Never let them see you bleed. Vivian stepped closer. "You know what your problem is, Seraphina?" Seraphina said nothing. "You forget your place." The wind intensified suddenly.
Sharp.
Violent. The streetlights overhead flickered once. Then again. Several wolves looked around uneasily. Seraphina felt it instantly. A strange pressure moved through the city.
Heavy.
Ancient. Her pulse accelerated. Something was wrong. Very wrong. Then every wolf on the street froze. A scent drifted through the rain. Dark cedar. Winter smoke. Power. Raw alpha dominance crashed across the block like a tidal wave. Conversations died instantly. Even Kieran straightened. Black SUVs rolled silently around the corner. 6 vehicles. Tinted windows. Security detail. The atmosphere itself changed. People moved aside automatically. Fear spread fast among the wolves. Because there was only one man powerful enough to silence an entire street with nothing but his presence. The king of the Northern Territories. Alpha King Cassian Thornvale. Seraphina's heartbeat stumbled violently. She had never seen him before. Only heard stories. Ruthless. Untouchable. The Alpha who controlled half the continent's packs through fear alone. The first SUV door opened. A tall figure emerged slowly beneath the rain. Black coat. Dark crown ring on one hand. Cold silver eyes. The city itself seemed to hold its breath. Cassian Thornvale lifted his gaze and looked directly at her. Not past her. At her. The moment his eyes locked onto Seraphina, everything inside him stopped. The rain. The city. The noise.
Gone.
His wolf exploded awake beneath his skin with a violence that nearly shattered his control. Mate.
Impossible.
The scent hit him instantly. Moonlight. Wild storms. Ancient power buried beneath Omega suppression. Cassian went completely still, because hidden beneath the scent of weakness was royalty. And for the first time in centuries, the blood of the Moon Queen had finally been found. Chapter 2. The Alpha King Who Could Not Look Away. The city went silent beneath the rain. Not normal silence. The kind that came when predators recognized something stronger had entered their territory. Every wolf on the street lowered their gaze instinctively. Every wolf except Seraphina, because she could not move. Alpha King Cassian Thornvale stood across the street beneath the glow of city lights, rain sliding down the sharp lines of his black coat. The storm seemed to bend around him instead of touching him. Power radiated from him in crushing waves. Ancient, terrifying, beautiful, and his eyes remained fixed entirely on her. Seraphina's pulse stumbled violently. The world blurred around her. Something inside her chest tightened painfully, like invisible threads were pulling her toward him.
No.
Not possible. She had heard stories about mate bonds before. Whispers from older Omegas. The feeling of recognition. The instinctive pull. But those stories belonged to powerful wolves. Not girls like her. Certainly not to the Alpha King himself. Kieran noticed the tension immediately. His expression darkened as Cassian stepped forward slowly. One step, then another. Each movement calm, controlled. But the terrifying pressure in the air intensified with every foot closer. Even Vivian's confident posture faltered. Cassian stopped only inches from Seraphina, close enough that she caught the scent of him fully now. Dark cedar, smoke, winter storms, and beneath it all, wolf. Ancient Alpha. Her knees nearly gave out. Cassian's jaw tightened instantly.
Mine.
The word thundered through his wolf with violent certainty.
Impossible.
No Omega should smell like this. No Omega should carry power that made his instincts kneel. Yet standing before him was the single most intoxicating scent he had encountered in his entire life. Moonlight, wild rain, and something older than kingdoms themselves. Cassian lowered his gaze slightly toward the silver chain hidden beneath Seraphina's collarbone. A seal. His eyes sharpened instantly. Interesting. Very interesting. Your name, he said quietly. His voice was deep enough to vibrate through her chest. Seraphina swallowed hard. Seraphina. The moment her name left her lips, Cassian felt the mate bond pulse violently. His control nearly cracked. Around them, the other wolves shifted uneasily. They could feel it now, too. The connection. The terrifying pull between King and Omega. Kieran stepped forward quickly. Your Majesty, he interrupted carefully. She's only a servant. Cassian finally looked at him. The temperature of the entire street seemed to drop instantly. Kieran paled, because those silver eyes held absolutely no warmth. Did I ask for your opinion? Cassian said softly. The future Alpha immediately lowered his gaze. Submission. Complete and immediate. Seraphina stared in shock. She had never seen Kieran bow to anyone. Cassian returned his attention to her. His wolf became restless again at the sight of rain trembling across her skin. Protect her. Take her. Keep her close. The instincts were becoming dangerous. You work here? He asked. She nodded carefully. At Eclipse Tower. Cassian's gaze flickered briefly toward the towering building behind her, one of the most exclusive private clubs in Black Hollow, owned by the Veilcrest Pack. His expression darkened slightly. Of course. A hidden girl placed beneath wolves powerful enough to monitor her. Interesting. Very interesting. Vivian recovered enough confidence to step forward with a polished smile. Your Majesty, perhaps you would prefer to continue this conversation somewhere warmer. Eclipse would be honored to host you tonight. Cassian ignored her completely. The rejection landed like a slap. Seraphina noticed the fury flashing across Vivian's face instantly.
Danger.
Her instincts screamed it. Before anyone could speak again, thunder shook the skyline overhead. The storm intensified violently. Then Seraphina gasped softly. Pain exploded beneath her skin. She staggered backward. Cassian caught her instantly before she could fall. The second his hands touched her, silver light flashed beneath her collarbone. Visible. For only a second. But Cassian saw it clearly. Ancient markings. Royal markings. His breathing stopped. Because no ordinary Omega carried the crest of the Moon Queen beneath her skin. And someone nearby realized it too. Across the street, hidden inside a dark SUV, an older man watched the scene unfold with horror. Elder Mallocker, one of the last surviving members of the Ancient Council. His face drained of color as he stared at Seraphina. No, he whispered.
Impossible.
The seal was weakening. After all these years, the Moon Queen bloodline had finally awakened. Chapter 3. The secret beneath her skin. The rain had not stopped. Black Hollow shimmered beneath stormlight and neon reflections as Alpha King Cassian Thornvale stood impossibly close to Seraphina Vale in the middle of Eclipse Tower's crowded entrance. And every wolf watching knew something dangerous had just happened. Cassian could feel it. The mark beneath her skin. Ancient power. Hidden power. His wolf had become completely restless now, prowling violently beneath his control.
Mine.
The instinct hit harder every second he remained near her. Seraphina's breathing trembled as she stared up at him. No man had ever looked at her the way Cassian Thornvale did. Not with cruelty. Not with pity. With hunger. Recognition. Like he had spent his entire life searching for her, without knowing it. The realization terrified her. because fate did not choose girls like her. It certainly did not choose kings. "You're hurt," Cassian said quietly. Only then did Seraphina realize the pain spreading beneath her collarbone again. Burning.
Sharp.
She pressed her hand against it instinctively. The silver light beneath her skin flickered once more. Several nearby, wolves gasped. Vivian's face paled. Kieran's expression darkened immediately. But Cassian looked furious. Not at her. At whoever had done this to her. His fingers closed gently around her wrist before she could pull away. The moment skin touched skin, the mate bond exploded through both of them. Seraphina gasped sharply. Heat crashed through her body like lightning. Her knees nearly buckled again. Cassian caught her instantly against his chest. The scent of him surrounded her completely now. Dark rain.
Power.
Safety. Something inside her wolf, something that had been silent her entire life, stirred awake for the first time. Cassian felt it too. And the realization nearly shattered his control. She had been suppressed. Not weak. Not broken.
Suppressed.
Someone had buried her wolf so deeply she could barely feel it herself. Rage spread through him instantly. Ancient. Violent.
Deadly.
"Who sealed you?" he asked darkly. Seraphina blinked in confusion. Sealed? Before Cassian could respond, a black SUV door slammed shut across the street. His eyes snapped toward it instantly. A watcher. His instincts sharpened. Someone had been observing this entire encounter. The vehicle disappeared into traffic before his guards could intercept it. Cassian's jaw tightened dangerously. This was no coincidence. Seraphina Vale had been hidden deliberately. And now that he had found her, others would come hunting too. Thunder cracked violently overhead. Then the city lights flickered.
Once. Twice.
And suddenly every wolf on the street stiffened. A suffocating pressure rolled through the air.
Cold. Wrong.
Cassian moved instantly, pulling Seraphina behind him. His guards surrounded them within seconds. The atmosphere shifted from curiosity to threat. Even the reins suddenly felt heavier. Then Seraphina heard it. A whisper.
Soft.
Female. Inside her mind. Run. Her eyes widened. The voice did not belong to anyone nearby. It felt ancient.
Familiar.
And deeply afraid. Cassian noticed the terror crossing her face immediately. "What is it?" Before she could answer, a man screamed somewhere down the street. Chaos erupted instantly. People scattered. Car alarms blared. And standing at the far end of the neon-lit block was a figure cloaked entirely in black. Watching her. Only her. The stranger slowly lifted his head. Silver eyes glowed beneath the hood. Then he smiled. "Moon Queen," he whispered. Cassian's wolf erupted with murderous fury, because the hunt for Seraphina Vale had officially begun. Chapter 4. The King Who Refused to Let Her Go. Rain hammered the streets of Black Hollow as chaos spread through the city block. Humans screamed and fled from the sudden violence without understanding what they were truly running from. But the wolves knew.
Power.
Ancient power. Deadly power. Cassian Thornvale stood directly in front of Seraphina, shielding her completely as the hooded stranger remained motionless beneath the moonlight. The silver-eyed man smiled slowly. "You found her faster than expected, Your Majesty." Cassian's expression darkened dangerously. "State your name before I remove your head from your body." The stranger chuckled softly. "You may call me Silas." Seraphina felt the name like ice down her spine. Something about him felt wrong. Not merely dangerous.
Familiar.
Like a nightmare she had forgotten long ago. The glowing mark beneath her skin pulsed painfully again. Silas noticed immediately. "So the seal truly is breaking," he murmured. Cassian's wolf snarled violently beneath his control. Every instinct screamed to kill the man standing before them. Because Silas was looking at Seraphina with recognition. Not surprise. Recognition. "You know who she is," Cassian said coldly. Silas tilted his head slightly. "I know what she is." The air became suffocating instantly. Cassian's guards moved forward carefully, surrounding the area. Kieran and Vivian remained frozen near Eclipse Tower, watching the confrontation with growing fear. Seraphina could barely breathe. "What is happening?" she whispered. Cassian glanced back at her briefly. The fury in his silver eyes softened instantly when they landed on her face. A dangerous tenderness. "You stay behind me," he ordered quietly. Not command. Protection. The difference shook something inside her chest. Silas smiled wider at the interaction. "How interesting," he said softly. The Alpha King already sounds attached. Cassian's power exploded outward. Streetlights shattered instantly. Windows cracked along nearby buildings. Even the rain seemed to recoil from him. "Careful," Silas warned calmly. "If you lose control near her, the bond may awaken fully before her body is ready." Seraphina's heart stopped. Bond. Cassian's jaw tightened. He hated that the stranger knew things he did not. And he hated even more that the male's attention remained fixed on Seraphina. Like she belonged to some prophecy already in motion. Silas slowly lifted one gloved hand. Ancient silver symbols ignited in the air around him. Magic. Real magic. Several wolves gasped in fear. Because magic among wolves had nearly disappeared centuries ago. Except among the old bloodlines. Except among the Moon Queen lineage. Seraphina instinctively stepped backward. But the symbols floating around Silas suddenly reacted to her presence. They brightened. Violently. The mark beneath her collarbone answered immediately. Silver light burst beneath her skin. Pain ripped through her body. Seraphina cried out softly as memories flashed behind her eyes. A woman screaming. Blood on marble floors. A silver crown.
Fire.
Then, a voice. "Hide her." Cassian caught Seraphina before she collapsed. Her body trembled violently against his chest. "Seraphina." His voice deepened with panic. Her eyes fluttered open slowly. For one terrifying second. Her irises glowed silver. Silas stared in awe. "The Moon Queen awakens," he whispered. Cassian looked ready to kill everyone on the street, including fate itself. Then Seraphina grabbed his coat weakly. Fear filled her voice. "They're coming." Cassian frowned immediately.
Who?
Her eyes widened toward the skyline behind him. And suddenly every wolf on the street heard it. Howls. Not nearby. Everywhere. Across the city. The hunt had begun. Chapter 5. The Wolves Beneath the City. The howls spread across Black Hollow like the sound of war awakening.
Long.
Violent. Ancient. They echoed between skyscrapers and glass towers, carrying across the rain-soaked city like a message every wolf understood instantly. Something powerful had surfaced, and predators were coming for it. Seraphina stood frozen beneath the storm as the sound wrapped around her from every direction. The city no longer felt familiar. It felt alive, watching her, hunting her. The glowing mark beneath her skin pulsed again, silver veins branching faintly across her collarbone before disappearing beneath the rain. Cassian Thornvale noticed immediately. Every protective instinct inside him sharpened with terrifying force.
Mine.
The word no longer felt like instinct alone. It felt absolute. His arm tightened around Seraphina's waist as he positioned her slightly behind him, shielding her body with his own without even thinking about it. The movement was possessive, primal, and every wolf watching noticed. Seraphina felt it too. No one had ever protected her before. Not truly. Her entire life had been survival. Lower your eyes. Stay quiet. Don't attract attention. That had been the rule since childhood. Because attention always brought pain. But standing beside Cassian felt different. Dangerous in an entirely different way. Because for the first time in her life, she felt safe. The realization terrified her more than the hunters. Rain slid down Cassian's jaw as his silver eyes remained locked on Silas across the street. The hooded man stood perfectly calm beneath the storm, dark magic circling slowly around his gloved fingers like living smoke. Ancient symbols glowed silver in the air around him. Magic. Real wolf magic. Something Seraphina had only heard about in myths. Several nearby wolves visibly avoided looking directly at the symbols.
Fear.
Deep fear. Because modern wolves no longer practiced the old ways openly. Not after the blood purges centuries ago. Not after the Sovereign Council outlawed the ancient bloodlines and nearly eradicated them completely. But Silas carried that forbidden power effortlessly. And somehow, it reacted to her. "You feel it awakening now," Silas said softly, his voice nearly drowned beneath the rain. "Your blood remembers what they tried to bury." Seraphina's chest tightened painfully. Fragments continued flashing through her mind without warning. A woman wearing silver robes. Massive marble halls. Moonlight reflecting across a throne. And blood. So much blood. She pressed trembling fingers against her temple. "What are you talking about?" Silas' gaze softened unexpectedly. Not cruel, almost pitying. "You were never meant to grow up believing you were weak, Seraphina." Cassian's expression darkened instantly. Enough. The single word cracked through the street like thunder. Power burst outward from him in violent waves. Nearby windows shattered instantly. Car alarms erupted around the block. Even dominant alphas lowered their heads instinctively beneath the crushing force of his wolf. Cassian Thornvale was not merely powerful. He was ancient alpha blood, the kind of wolf entire kingdoms once built themselves around. And right now, he was angry because someone had hidden his mate from him. Because someone had sealed her wolf. Because someone had hurt her. The realization made violence bloom beneath his skin. Silas studied him carefully. "That protective instinct will destroy cities if you lose control," he warned quietly. Cassian took a slow step forward.
Predatory.
Controlled.
Terrifying.
"Then pray I remain in control." The threat settled heavily across the street. Even the rain felt colder afterward. Seraphina looked up at Cassian slowly. The city feared him. Every wolf around them feared him. But standing this close, she noticed something no one else seemed to see. The control. The restraint. He was terrifying because he chose to be calm. And somehow, that made him even more dangerous. Then the sound came. Engines. Multiple.
Fast approaching.
Cassian's guards immediately shifted positions around them. Weapons drawn. The atmosphere transformed instantly from tension to battlefield readiness. Silas glanced toward the street behind him. "They're here." Black motorcycles emerged from the storm one by one, headlights cutting through sheets of rain. 6 riders. All wearing black tactical armor marked with silver wolf insignias over their chests. The crest of the Sovereign Council. The ruling authority older than most kingdoms. The organization responsible for enforcing wolf law across every territory in the world. And the same council rumored to have slaughtered entire bloodlines generations ago. Seraphina's stomach tightened instinctively. Fear rolled through the wolves nearby. Because council hunters did not appear unless someone was meant to die. The riders stopped simultaneously. Perfect discipline. Perfect silence. Then the lead hunter removed his helmet slowly. The man looked older than the others.
Scarred.
Cold. Deadly in a way that felt practiced over centuries. His gaze landed directly on Seraphina. Recognition flashed instantly in his eyes. There she is. Cassian moved fully in front of her before anyone else could react. The movement was immediate. Instinctive. Possessive enough to make several wolves exchange uneasy looks. The hunter studied Cassian calmly. "Your Majesty." Cassian's expression remained unreadable. "You are trespassing in my territory. We are acting under sovereign authority." The hunter's eyes shifted briefly toward Seraphina again. "The girl comes with us." Seraphina felt fear spike sharply in her chest. Cassian noticed instantly, and something inside him snapped. Not fully, not yet, but dangerously close. The pressure rolling from him became almost unbearable. Streetlights flickered violently overhead. His wolf was no longer merely protective. It was territorial.
Murdarusli territorial.
"You arrived," Cassian said softly, "in my city. Another step forward. Surrounded my mate. One more step. And believed you would leave breathing?" Silence consumed the street. Because those words changed everything.
Mate.
The Alpha King had claimed her publicly. Not formally, not ceremonially, but instinctively. And among wolves, instinct mattered more than politics. Seraphina stared at him in stunned silence. Her heart pounded so violently she could barely breathe.
Mate.
The word wrapped around her soul like fire.
Impossible.
Beautiful.
Terrifying.
The lead hunter's expression hardened. You would challenge the council for an Omega? Cassian's silver eyes became lethal. She is not an Omega. The word struck harder than thunder, because for the first time, the Alpha King acknowledged what the others were beginning to fear. Seraphina Vale was something far more dangerous. Chapter 6. The Truth They Buried. Rain crashed endlessly over Black Hollow City. Neon lights reflected across flooded streets while tension thickened beneath the skyline like something alive and waiting to explode. No one moved. Not the Sovereign Council hunters. Not the wolves gathered along rooftops and alleyways. Not even the humans still trapped inside Eclipse Tower, watching the confrontation unfold through rain-streaked glass. Because the truth had finally entered the street. And everyone present understood exactly how dangerous it was. The lead council hunter removed his gloves slowly, never taking his eyes off Seraphina. Ancient scars covered his hands. Silver burn marks. The kind earned through forbidden magic and blood rituals. You know what she is, he said to Cassian quietly. It was not a question. Cassian stood unmoving in front of Seraphina, shielding her body entirely with his own. Possessive. Protective. The glowing silver mark beneath Seraphina's skin illuminated the rain around them in faint pulses of moonlight. The hunter watched it carefully. Then his gaze hardened. The Sovereign Council does not deploy elite hunters for ordinary wolves. Silence. Heavy. Absolute. Seraphina felt her pulse begin to pound inside her ears. No one denied it. Not even Cassian. Because everyone already understood. An Omega servant from the lower districts of Black Hollow would never justify this level of fear. Never justify council intervention. Never justify hunters arriving armed for war. Which meant only one possibility remained. She was never truly an Omega. The realization hit her harder than the storm. Every memory of her childhood suddenly felt wrong. The isolation. The secrecy. The silver injections forced into her body every full moon by the elderly woman who raised her. The constant warnings. Never draw attention to yourself. Never let anyone scent you too closely. Run if powerful wolves ever notice you. At the time, she thought it was survival. Now she realized it had been protection. Cassian sensed the panic rising inside her immediately. Without looking away from the hunters, he reached behind himself slowly until his hand found hers.
Warm.
Steady. Massive against her trembling fingers. The contact grounded her instantly. And for one terrifying moment, Seraphina wanted to lean into him completely. Dangerous thought. Because Alpha King Cassian Thornvale was not safe. He was ruthless.
Feared.
Capable of destroying entire packs. Yet somehow standing beside him felt safer than anything she had known in her entire life. The lead hunter noticed the way Cassian held her hand. A flicker of realization crossed his face. So the bond has already begun. Cassian's expression remained cold. My wolf recognized her. The hunter exhaled slowly. That complicates things. Complicates. As though her life were merely political inconvenience. Rage flickered unexpectedly inside Seraphina's chest. The emotion startled her, because it did not feel fragile. It felt powerful.
Old.
Silas stepped slightly closer through the rain, black magic circling faintly around his hands. The council should have expected this eventually, he said quietly. You cannot erase blood chosen by the moon goddess herself. The lead hunter's eyes sharpened. We erased kingdoms. And still she survived, Silas replied. That silence afterward felt catastrophic. Because no one disputed it. Not one wolf present. The Moon Queen bloodline had survived. Through her. Seraphina swallowed hard. What is the Moon Queen bloodline? For the first time since arriving, uncertainty flickered across several faces. Even the hunters exchanged brief looks, as though no one wanted to explain. Cassian finally turned toward her fully. Rain slid down his dark hair as Silver City light reflected across his face. And for the first time since meeting him, Seraphina saw something beneath the Alpha King's terrifying control.
Fear.
Not fear for himself. Fear for her. The Moon Queens ruled before modern pacts existed, Cassian said carefully. His voice lowered, measured, as though he were choosing every word with precision. They were not merely Luna wolves. They carried ancient blood tied directly to the old magic. Silas continued quietly. They could command wolves without speaking. The hunter added coldly. They could break alpha bonds. Another hunter spoke from behind him. They could see fragments of fate and unite rival bloodlines beneath one throne, Silas finished. Seraphina's breathing became uneven.
Impossible.
It sounded like mythology, not reality. Cassian's thumb brushed unconsciously against the back of her hand. The old kingdoms feared them, he admitted. The lead hunter laughed once. Feared. His eyes darkened. The Moon Queens nearly destroyed the balance of the wolf world. Lightning split the sky overhead. Thunder shook the buildings around them. Then, the hunter spoke the words no one else wanted to say aloud. So the council ended their bloodline. Seraphina felt something inside her chest tear open. Pain exploded through her body, without warning. She gasped sharply as visions crashed into her mind violently. Not fragments anymore. Memories. A palace beneath silver banners. Massive wolves kneeling before a throne. A woman wearing a moonlit crown turning toward her with terrified eyes. Her mother. Seraphina staggered. Cassian caught her instantly before she collapsed into the flooded street. Seraphina.
His voice deepened with panic.
But she barely heard him. More memories came. Fire-consuming palace walls. Children screaming. Soldiers slaughtering wolves wearing silver crests. A man shouting, "The heir must never live." Then, arms wrapping around a small child. A woman crying as she pressed silver chains around Seraphina's tiny wrists. "Forgive me," her mother whispered. The memory shattered. Seraphina gasped violently as reality slammed back into place. Tears mixed with rain down her face. They murdered them. The street remained silent, because no one could deny it anymore. The Sovereign Council had exterminated the Moon Queen bloodline, not from justice.
From fear.
Cassian looked at the hunters with growing murderous fury. "You slaughtered women and children." The lead hunter's expression never changed. "We preserved order." Cassian stepped forward slowly, deadly calm. "No," he corrected quietly. "You preserved power." The hunter's gaze shifted toward Seraphina again. And now history repeats itself. The mark beneath Seraphina's skin suddenly ignited brighter than before. Silver light spread across her throat and shoulders like living moonlight. The rain itself reacted. Droplets suspended briefly around her before falling again. Nearby wolves immediately lowered their heads instinctively. Submission. Ancient instinct recognizing royal blood before logic could interfere. Kieran noticed it in horror. Vivian stepped backward in fear. Even several council hunters shifted uneasily. Because their wolves recognized her too. A queen. Cassian saw every reaction. And something primal inside him locked permanently into place.
Meaning. Not ownership.
Devotion. Protection. The lead hunter's voice turned colder. "She cannot remain alive." The words had barely left his mouth before Cassian's power detonated across the street. Every motorcycle exploded sideways. Windows shattered across nearby buildings. Concrete cracked beneath his feet. Several hunters were thrown backward by the sheer force of his alpha dominance. Murder filled the Alpha King's silver eyes. Rain spiraled violently around him. "You will never threaten her again." The hunter slowly rose from the wreckage. Blood along his mouth now. Yet he still smiled grimly. "Then you truly intend to challenge the Sovereign Council for her?" Cassian looked back at Seraphina. At the terrified girl standing in the storm carrying the last royal bloodline in existence. His mate. His queen. The woman the world had tried to erase. And for the first time in centuries, the Alpha King chose something greater than power. He chose her. If necessary, Cassian said quietly, I will bring your entire council to its knees. Chapter 7. The Alpha King's Claim. The city stood on the edge of violence. Rain hammered against broken pavement while shattered motorcycles smoked beneath the skyline of Black Hollow. The Sovereign Council hunters remained frozen in tense formation, surrounded by Cassian Thornvale's guards and the crushing dominance of the Alpha King himself. No one dared move first, because one wrong decision would start a war. Seraphina stood in the center of it all, trembling beneath the storm as silver light pulsed faintly beneath her skin. The Moon Queen bloodline. The word still echoed inside her mind like a curse, or a destiny. She did not know which terrified her more. Cassian's arm remained firmly around her waist, keeping her against his side as though he no longer trusted the world not to steal her away. The realization shook her deeply, because no one had ever chosen her before. Not truly. Certainly not a king. The lead council hunter slowly wiped blood from his mouth after surviving Cassian's outburst of power. You would risk civil war for her? Cassian's silver eyes never left the hunter. If that is what becomes necessary. The answer came too quickly. Too easily. Several hunters exchanged uneasy looks, because the Alpha King was not bluffing. Everyone in the wolf world knew what Cassian Thornvale was capable of when provoked. Entire packs had fallen beneath his rule. Traitors disappeared overnight. Kings twice his age avoided direct conflict with him whenever possible. And now, the most feared Alpha alive stood ready to destroy the Sovereign Council itself for one woman. The lead hunter's expression hardened. You are letting instinct cloud reason.
No, Cassian replied coldly.
I am allowing you to witness what happens when someone threatens what belongs to me. The primal possessiveness in his voice sent heat flooding through Seraphina's chest.
Mate.
The bond pulsed violently again between them. Cassian felt it instantly. His gaze shifted downward toward her face. Everything around them seemed to disappear for one dangerous moment. The hunters, the storm, the city.
Gone.
Only her remained. Rain clung to Seraphina's dark lashes as she looked up at him uncertainly. Vulnerable. Overwhelmed, and despite the terrifying power awakening beneath her skin, Cassian saw something that nearly broke him apart inside. She still believed she was alone. His wolf reacted immediately. Protect her. Choose her. Claim her. The instinct became almost unbearable. Silas watched the interaction carefully from the shadows. The bond is accelerating, he murmured. The lead hunter frowned. That should not be possible. It is possible, Silas replied quietly, when the moon bloodline chooses its king. Silence followed.
Heavy.
Ancient. The words felt bigger than all of them. Seraphina's breathing faltered. Chooses its king, not the other way around. Cassian slowly lifted one hand toward her face. Every wolf nearby stiffened. Because among wolves, physical touch during an awakening mate bond carried enormous meaning. Seraphina's pulse hammered violently as his fingers brushed rain from her cheek. The contact was devastatingly gentle, like she was something precious, something sacred. His voice lowered enough that only she could hear. You are not facing them alone anymore. The words nearly shattered her, because she realized suddenly.
He meant them.
Not out of duty, not politics, not pity. Cassian Thornvale had already decided she was his. And Alpha Kings did not change their minds. The lead hunter stepped forward again. Your Majesty, he warned carefully, if you formally claim her before the council convenes, you will trigger the old laws. Cassian looked unimpressed. Then perhaps the laws should break. A visible ripple of tension moved through the hunters. The old laws were ancient agreements created after the fall of the Moon Queens centuries ago. Laws designed specifically to prevent powerful bloodlines from rising again. Laws enforced through fear and bloodshed. And Cassian sounded dangerously willing to destroy them. One of the younger hunters finally spoke. You don't understand what she could become. Cassian's expression turned lethal. You mistake me, he said softly. I understand perfectly. The terrifying part was,
he did.
His wolf recognized power instinctively. The moment he scented Seraphina, he knew she was not ordinary. But now he understood something far worse. The council feared her because she possessed the ability to change the balance of the wolf world itself, which meant they would never stop hunting her, unless he stopped them first. Suddenly, the mark beneath Seraphina's skin flared brighter than ever before. Silver light spiraled across her throat and shoulders. The rain around her lifted briefly into the air like floating crystal. Gasps spread through the street. Ancient magic.
Alive.
Awakening. Seraphina cried out softly as another wave of memory struck her. This time she saw a throne room beneath moonlight. Massive wolves kneeling. A king standing beside a silver-crowned queen. Then, the king turned. Silver eyes. Cassian's eyes. Her breath caught violently. The vision vanished instantly. But the feeling remained. Not unfamiliarity. Recognition. As though somewhere deep inside her soul, she had known him long before tonight. Cassian caught her as she swayed again. "What did you see?" Seraphina stared at him in stunned silence. "You." The single word changed everything, because the bond answered instantly. Power exploded outward from both of them simultaneously. The storm above Black Hollow roared violently. Lightning cracked across the skyline, and every wolf present instinctively dropped their gaze. Not before an Alpha King. Before something older. A king and queen standing together beneath the storm. Chapter 8. The Alpha Who Lost the Moon Queen. Kieran Valecrest stood frozen beneath the rain. For the first time in his life, he felt small. The storm raged around Black Hollow while the Alpha King stood in the center of the street with Seraphina held protectively against his side like she belonged there. Like she had always belonged there. And the worst part? The wolves agreed. Kieran could feel it. Instinctively. Every dominant wolf nearby had already accepted the shift in power happening before their eyes. Not because Cassian Thornvale commanded it. Because Seraphina's blood commanded it. The realization clawed through Kieran viciously.
Impossible.
She was supposed to be weak. A quiet Omega servant. A nobody. Someone beneath notice. Someone beneath him. Yet now the Sovereign Council itself stood ready for war because of her existence. And Alpha King Cassian Thornvale, the most feared Alpha alive, had publicly claimed her. Kieran's stomach twisted violently, because suddenly every memory looked different. Every moment Seraphina lowered her gaze around him. Every time she obeyed quietly. Every insult she endured without fighting back. Not weakness. Control. Suppression. Power forced into chains. And he had never seen it. Vivian slowly stepped beside him beneath the eclipse tower lights. Her face had gone pale beneath the rain. "You knew," she whispered. Kieran's jaw tightened instantly.
No.
But even he heard the uncertainty in his own voice. Because deep down, part of him had always sensed something strange about Seraphina. The way wolves reacted to her scent. The strange pressure in the air during full moons. The unnatural silver flashes beneath her skin. He remembered once seeing her stop an aggressive wolf with nothing but a look. At the time he convinced himself he imagined it. Now he realized the truth. He had spent years standing beside something ancient enough to change the wolf world itself. And he treated her like she was nothing. A dangerous bitterness spread through him. Because if Seraphina truly carried royal blood, then mating her into the Valecrest pack would have elevated them beyond every other territory alive. Beyond rival kings. Beyond the Sovereign Council. Beyond even Cassian Thornvale himself. The realization hit him like a blade.
Power.
Unimaginable power. And he had thrown it away. For pride. For appearances. For Vivian. Kieran looked toward Cassian again. The Alpha King stood like a predator guarding his queen, silver eyes burning with enough violence to silence the entire city. And suddenly Kieran understood something horrifying. Cassian already knew exactly how valuable Seraphina was. Which meant the moment the Alpha King formally bonded her, everything would change. Packs would kneel. Alliances would shift. The Thornvale bloodline would become untouchable. A king strengthened by the Moon Queen herself. The old legends reborn. Kieran's wolf reacted viciously to the thought. Jealousy.
Territorial raja.
Regret. Because despite everything, some primal part of him still remembered years spent near Seraphina. Years where her scent slowly became familiar. Comforting. Dangerously addictive. And now another alpha had claimed what once stood beneath his authority. The humiliation burned. Vivian noticed the shift immediately. Her eyes narrowed. You're staring at her. Kieran ignored the accusation. Across the street, Seraphina suddenly looked up. Their eyes met briefly through the rain, and, for the first time, Kieran saw no softness left in her expression.
No quiet affection.
No lingering hope. Only distance. Like she finally understood her worth. The realization unsettled him more than the Alpha King's threats. Because Kieran Valecrest had never truly believed Seraphina would leave his orbit. Yet now she stood beside a king. And she looked at Cassian the way wolves looked at destiny itself. The lead council hunter's voice broke the silence. The Moon Queen bloodline bonded to the Thornvale line would destabilize every existing alpha hierarchy. Cassian looked unimpressed. Then perhaps your hierarchies deserve to collapse. The sheer confidence in his tone made several wolves lower their gazes again. Not arrogance.
Certainty.
Cassian Thornvale was already preparing for war. And Kieran realized with growing horror that he had no place in the future unfolding before him. Not beside Seraphina. Not beside power. Not beside history. He had been close enough to touch greatness, and failed to recognize it. Silas stepped from the shadows slowly, watching Kieran with unsettling amusement. Regret is a cruel thing, isn't it, future Alpha? Kieran's eyes darkened instantly. What do you want? Silas smiled faintly. To observe. His gaze shifted toward Seraphina. The Moon Queen always reveals the truth hidden inside men. Kieran frowned. Silas' silver eyes sharpened. The Alpha King revealed devotion. Then his gaze dropped slightly. You revealed ambition. The words landed like a strike. Because they were true. Kieran hated the realization immediately. Not because he feared Seraphina. Because part of him now saw what she could have given him.
Strength. Power.
Dominance beyond imagination. And that made him dangerous. Cassian sensed the shift instantly. The Alpha King's gaze snapped toward Kieran with lethal precision. The air pressure around the street intensified immediately. A warning. One powerful enough that nearby wolves instinctively backed away. Cassian's voice turned deathly calm. Careful, future Alpha. Kieran held his stare despite the crushing dominance pressing against him. Cassian's silver eyes became merciless. You are beginning to look at my mate like an opportunity. The words sliced through the rain. Possessive. Absolute.
Meaning.
Seraphina felt the mate bond pulse violently again between them. And for the first time since this nightmare began, she realized something terrifying. Cassian Thornvale was not merely protecting her from the council anymore. He was protecting her from everyone. Chapter 9. The night the bond chose them. The storm over Black Hollow became violent enough to shake the city. Lightning split the skyline while rain flooded the streets surrounding Eclipse Tower. Wolves watched from rooftops and alley shadows, their instincts screaming warnings they did not fully understand. Because something ancient was awakening beneath the city. And everyone could feel it. Cassian Thornvale stood motionless in the center of the storm with Seraphina held against his side, silver light pulsing beneath her skin like moonfire beneath glass. The mate bond between them had become impossible to ignore now. Every breath, every glance, every heartbeat, connected, dangerously. The Sovereign Council hunters remained tense across the flooded street, but even they had begun to hesitate. Because the situation was changing too quickly. The Moon Queen bloodline was not merely surviving. It was responding to the Alpha King himself. And that had not happened in centuries. The lead hunter's expression darkened as he watched the glowing mark spread slowly across Seraphina's throat. If the bond completes, he said carefully, the old power will fully awaken. Cassian looked unimpressed. Then perhaps you should have left when I allowed it. The hunter ignored the threat. You don't understand what happens when moon blood and Alpha King blood merge. Silas stepped from the shadows again. But I do. The rain bent strangely around him as silver magic flickered faintly across his hands. The council hunters immediately stiffened. The lead hunter's face twisted with disgust. Traitor. Silas smiled faintly. No, he corrected. Survivor. Seraphina frowned. Cassian's eyes narrowed slightly. You were part of the council. Silas laughed quietly. Once. The answer sent tension through the street instantly. The lead hunter's voice sharpened. He abandoned his oath after the purge.
Purge.
The word struck Seraphina painfully. Silas' silver eyes shifted toward her. I watched them murder children beneath moonlit banners because they feared a prophecy. The storm seemed to intensify around them. Cassian's arm tightened around Seraphina instinctively. What prophecy? She asked softly. Silence followed. Even the council hunters hesitated. That alone terrified her. Then Silas spoke quietly. The return of the Moon Queen. Seraphina's pulse stumbled. Silas continued. The prophecy claimed one final heir would survive the slaughter. That she would one day stand beside the strongest alpha in generations. His gaze lifted toward Cassian. And together they would either unite the wolf kingdoms. Lightning exploded across the skyline. Or destroy them. The street fell completely silent. Because everyone present realized the same horrifying truth. The prophecy had already begun. Cassian looked entirely unbothered by it, which somehow frightened the hunters more. The lead hunter exhaled slowly. You should fear what she could become. Cassian finally turned toward him fully. His silver eyes became cold enough to freeze the rain itself. No, he said quietly. You fear what she could become. The hunter said nothing, because it was true. Seraphina looked up at Cassian slowly. How are you not afraid? For the first time since arriving, something softer crossed the Alpha King's face. Not weakness. Something rarer. Honesty. Because my wolf knew you before I did. The words wrapped around her heart like fire. Cassian's gaze lowered briefly to the glowing mark beneath her skin. When I touched you, his jaw tightened slightly. It felt like finding something I've been searching for my entire life. The confession shattered what remained of her defenses. The mate bond pulsed violently between them again.
Closer now.
Stronger. And this time Cassian felt it begin pulling directly at his wolf. Claim her. The instinct hit hard enough that his breathing deepened instantly. Seraphina felt the shift immediately. The air around him changed. More possessive. More primal. Dangerous. Yet somehow she wasn't afraid. That realization terrified her most. The lead hunter noticed the bond escalating and cursed under his breath. We're out of time. He suddenly reached for a weapon hidden beneath his coat. Cassian moved instantly. Violence exploded across the street. His wolf surged forward with terrifying speed as several hunters drew silver blades simultaneously. Guards shouted. Motorcycles roared. Power cracked through the rain. Then Seraphina screamed. Not from fear.
Pain.
The glowing mark across her chest ignited blindingly bright as silver energy burst outward from her body in a violent wave. Everyone was thrown backward. Hunters crashed into vehicles. Streetlights exploded. Windows shattered across nearby buildings. And at the center of the chaos stood Seraphina Vale. Glowing. Moonlight spiraled around her body, like living magic. Her eyes flashed pure silver. Every wolf in the street dropped instantly to one knee. Even the council hunters. Even Kieran. Ancient instinct forced submission before their minds could resist it. Cassian stared at her in stunned silence. Not because of the power. Because his wolf had gone completely still. Reverent. The Moon Queen. Seraphina looked around in panic as the storm bent unnaturally around her. I don't know how to stop this. Cassian crossed the distance instantly. He cupped her face with both hands despite the dangerous magic surging around her. And the moment he touched her, everything calmed. The silver light softened immediately.
The storm eased.
The power recognized him, accepted him. Seraphina stared up at him breathlessly. Cassian's forehead lowered gently against hers. And for the first time, the Alpha King allowed the entire world to hear the truth in his voice. She is mine. Chapter 10. The King Who Took Her Home. The city remained frozen beneath the storm. No one spoke after Cassian Thornvale's declaration. She is mine. The words still echoed through Black Hollow, like a vow carved into fate itself. Every wolf present felt the mate bond settle deeper into place the moment he said them aloud. Ancient, primal, irreversible. Seraphina stood motionless in Cassian's hands, silver energy still flickering faintly beneath her skin while the storm circled unnaturally around them. The Moon Queen bloodline had awakened, and the Alpha King had claimed her before the entire wolf world. Nothing would ever be the same again. The Sovereign Council hunters slowly rose from one knee, though tension remained sharp in every movement. Not defiance, unease, because their wolves had bowed to Seraphina instinctively. And wolves did not kneel without reason. The lead hunter stared at Cassian with visible fury now. You have no idea what you've done. Cassian's expression remained cold. I protected what belongs to me. The hunter's jaw tightened. You triggered the old laws. Cassian looked entirely unimpressed by the warning. The old laws were written by cowards terrified of losing power. Several hunters bristled instantly. Silas smiled faintly in the background. Because no Alpha King had spoken against the Sovereign Council openly in generations. And yet Cassian Thornvale sounded almost bored by the threat. The lead hunter stepped forward again carefully. If you remove her from Black Hollow, the Council will declare formal intervention. Cassian's silver eyes turned lethal. Then let them come. The sheer certainty in his voice silenced the street again. Because this was no longer political tension. This was war approaching in slow motion. Seraphina felt it. Every wolf here knew the balance of power had shifted tonight. The council feared her. The city feared Cassian. And somehow, she stood at the center of both. Her chest tightened painfully. I never wanted this. The confession came quietly. Honest. Real. Cassian looked down at her immediately. The rage vanished from his face the moment his eyes met hers. A terrifying Alpha King softening for one woman. You did not create this, he said quietly. His thumb brushed gently against her jaw. They did. The words struck deeper than he probably realized. Because her entire life suddenly looked different now. Every lonely night. Every humiliation. Every moment spent believing she was weak. Manufactured. She had not been born powerless. The world forced her into chains because it feared what she might become. Cassian sensed the emotion moving through her instantly. His wolf reacted violently to her pain. Protect. The instinct consumed him completely now. Not merely from duty. Not merely because of the mate bond. Something deeper. Something older. He looked toward the council hunters again. If any of you follow us tonight, he said softly, I will consider it an act of war. The storm intensified around him instantly. Power rolled through the street hard enough to crack nearby pavement. The hunters remained still. Not because they wanted to obey, because they believed him. Cassian Thornvale would absolutely destroy anyone who touched her now. The lead hunter slowly lowered his weapon. This is not over. No, Cassian agreed coldly. It is only beginning. Silas stepped back into the shadows as black magic flickered faintly around him again. The prophecy moves faster than expected. Cassian's gaze sharpened. You know more than you're saying. Silas smiled slightly. I know enough to understand tonight changed history. Then his silver eyes shifted toward Seraphina. You should remember something, Moon Queen. Seraphina frowned slightly at the title. Silas' voice lowered. The most dangerous thing about ancient bloodlines, his gaze flickered briefly toward Cassian, is not their power. The storm darkened around them. It is who they choose to love. Then Silas disappeared into the rain. Gone. Like he had never been there at all. The street remained eerily silent afterward. Cassian immediately turned toward his guards. Prepare the convoy. Several guards moved instantly. Disciplined. Efficient.
No hesitación.
Because when an Alpha King gave an order, entire worlds moved around it. Seraphina blinked slowly. Convoy. Cassian looked at her. You're coming with me. The simple certainty in his voice stunned her. No discussion. No doubt. As though the idea of leaving her behind no longer existed. Kieran stepped forward suddenly. You can't just take her. Every wolf present stiffened immediately. Cassian turned slowly. Dangerously slowly. Rain slid down his dark hair, while silver dominance rolled through the street again. Kieran's wolf instinctively recoiled, but he forced himself to hold his ground. She belongs to the Veilcrest territory. The words had barely left his mouth before Cassian's power slammed into him hard enough to force him backward. You continue, Cassian said quietly, to confuse proximity with ownership. Kieran's jaw tightened. You think this ends well for her? He snapped. The council will never stop hunting her. Cassian's expression turned terrifyingly calm. Then they will die trying. Silence. Absolute silence. Because no one doubted him anymore. Seraphina stared at Cassian in stunned disbelief. The Alpha King looked fully prepared to burn down kingdoms for her. And somehow, the most terrifying part was realizing he meant every word. Cassian turned back toward her again. His voice softened slightly. Look at me. She did. And the intensity in his silver eyes nearly unraveled her completely. You are not alone anymore. The mate bond pulsed deeply between them.
Warm.
Protective. Ancient. Then Cassian gently removed his coat and draped it over her shoulders despite the pouring rain. The gesture felt strangely intimate. Dangerously intimate. Like the beginning of something neither of them could stop now. Black SUVs rolled forward across the flooded street. The convoy had arrived. Cassian extended his hand toward her slowly. An Alpha King offering his queen a choice. Not command.
Choice.
And despite the chaos surrounding them, despite the fear still clawing through her chest, Seraphina realized there was only one place in the world she wanted to be. Beside him. Her trembling hand slid into his. And, together, the Alpha King and the Hidden Moon Queen disappeared into the storm. Chapter 11. The Scheme That Died in the Rain. The Veilcrest estate overlooked the northern edge of Black Hollow like a fortress carved from power itself. Glass walls. Steel architecture. Private security. Generations of alpha wealth hidden behind elegance and fear. And inside the highest floor of the estate, Alpha Magnus Veilcrest stood silently before the massive windows overlooking the storm. The television screens surrounding his office all carried the same emergency footage. Black Hollow streets flooded with chaos. Council hunters.
Shatarat Baiklas.
And most importantly, Alpha King Cassian Thornvale walking into a convoy with Seraphina Vale beside him, claiming her. Magnus slowly removed the whiskey glass from his lips. For the first time in years, his hands trembled. You're telling me, he said quietly, that the Moon Queen air-lived beneath my territory for years. The pack beta standing near the doorway lowered his gaze carefully. Yes, Alpha. Silence. Heavy. Dangerous. Magnus stared at the screen again as Seraphina disappeared into Cassian's armored convoy beneath the storm. A hidden queen. Inside his city. Under his authority. And his idiot son had lost her. Rage exploded through him instantly. The whiskey glass shattered violently in his hand. You incompetent boy. The beta remained motionless. Because everyone in the Veilcrest pack understood exactly what this meant. The entire future Magnus had planned for his bloodline had just collapsed. For years he had suspected something unusual about Seraphina. Not fully. Not the truth. But enough. Enough to keep her close. Enough to prevent rival packs from noticing her. Enough to quietly manipulate her life, without her understanding why. Magnus had orchestrated nearly everything around her since childhood. The poor housing. The dependence on pack employment. The emotional isolation. Every detail designed carefully. Not cruelly.
Strategically.
Because Magnus believed one thing above all else. Power was easiest to control when it believed itself powerless. And Seraphina had always been easier to manage because she thought she was nothing. The old Alpha exhaled slowly. He remembered the first time he sensed the strange energy surrounding her years ago. She could not have been older than 12. A frightened girl standing beneath a full moon while wolves twice her size instinctively avoided her. Even then, Magnus understood she was valuable. Then came the sealed records, the hidden documents, the quiet rumors from older wolves terrified to speak openly about ancient bloodlines. And slowly the truth revealed itself. The Moon Queen heir had survived the purge. Magnus never informed the Sovereign Council, because he saw opportunity first, not danger. If the Moon bloodline awakened inside the Veilcrest pack, if his son bonded her before the truth surfaced, then the Veilcrest line would become unstoppable. Stronger than rival kings. Stronger than ancient councils. Perhaps even stronger than the Thornvale bloodline itself. Everything depended on one thing. Seraphina choosing Kieran willingly after her awakening. Not force.
Choice.
Because ancient bloodlines responded to emotional bonds. Love strengthened power. Devotion amplified magic. And Magnus knew something his son never understood. Seraphina had loved Kieran. Quietly, painfully, for years. The she-wolf would have followed him anywhere if he had simply shown her affection. Magnus had counted on it. The plan had been simple.
Keep her close.
Keep her dependent. Allow Kieran to become the center of her emotional world. Then when the awakening happened, she would choose the Veilcrest pack herself. A willing Moon Queen.
A devoted Luna.
And their bloodline would rise above kings. But Kieran had ruined everything. Because instead of earning her devotion, he humiliated her, rejected her, ignored the one woman powerful enough to change history. Magnus closed his eyes briefly. Utter stupidity. A knock sounded at the office doors. Then Kieran entered. Rain soaked his black clothes. Tension radiated from him immediately. Magnus looked at his son with pure disappointment. You lost her. Kieran's jaw tightened. She was never ours. The slap came so fast Kieran barely saw it. Power cracked through the room as Magnus struck him hard enough to force him sideways. You arrogant fool. Kieran straightened slowly, fury flashing in his eyes. You think I knew what she was?
No, Magnus snapped.
But you knew what she felt for you. Silence.
Kieran looked away first.
Because that accusation wounded deeper than the slap.
Magnus lägger bitteri.
She wanted to become your Luna. The words landed heavily between them. Because they were true. Seraphina had looked at Kieran with quiet devotion for years. Everyone noticed except him.
Magnus stepped closer.
She would have chosen you willingly after the awakening if you had given her even the smallest amount of affection. Kieran's expression darkened with realization.
Not merely regret now.
Horror. Because suddenly he understood the full scale of what he destroyed. Seraphina would have loved him. Not for power. Not for status. Him. And he threw her aside, while another alpha recognized her worth instantly. Magnus turned sharply back toward the city skyline where lightning illuminated Thornvale convoy vehicles disappearing into the distance. Now Cassian Thornvale possesses the Moon Queen. The room felt colder after those words. Because they all understood what came next.
Va.
Political shifts. Pack alliances collapsing. Ancient powers returning. And at the center of it all, Seraphina Vale beside the Alpha King. Magnus' voice lowered dangerously. If Cassian completes the bond with her. He looked toward Kieran. The Thornvale bloodline may become untouchable. Kieran's wolf reacted violently to the thought. Jealousy. Regret.
Territorial fui.
Because despite everything, part of him still could not accept seeing her belong to another alpha. Magnus noticed immediately. And for the first time that night, the old alpha smiled slightly.
Cold.
Calculating. Good, he murmured. Kieran frowned.
Magnus stepped closer slowly.
Because regret makes wolves dangerous. Lightning split the skyline outside. And deep within the Veilcrest estate, a new scheme was already beginning to form. Chapter 12. The Palace Above the Storm. The Thornvale convoy cut through the rain like a moving fortress. Black armored SUVs tore across flooded streets beneath flashing city lights, while security wolves surrounded the vehicles from every direction. No one spoke inside the lead car. The atmosphere had become too heavy for words. Seraphina sat beside Cassian in stunned silence, wrapped in his dark coat, while the city blurred beyond rain-streaked windows. Everything had changed in a single night. Hours ago, she had been an invisible Omega servant cleaning tables beneath Eclipse Tower. Now the Sovereign Council wanted her dead. Ancient powers were awakening inside her. And the Alpha King himself had claimed her before the entire wolf world. None of it felt real. Cassian sat beside her quietly, one arm stretched along the back of the seat behind her in a possessive gesture so natural he probably did not realize he was doing it anymore. But Seraphina noticed. She noticed everything about him now. The overwhelming presence. The terrifying calm. The way every guard outside instinctively obeyed him without question. And most dangerous of all, the way he looked at her. Not like she was fragile. Not like she was cursed. Like she was something worth protecting. The mate bond pulsed softly between them again.
Warm. Steady. Alive.
Seraphina lowered her gaze quickly. Because every time the bond reacted, her wolf stirred harder beneath the seal suppressing it. Cassian noticed immediately. "You're overwhelmed." The deep calm in his voice nearly unraveled her composure. She laughed softly, without humor. "I found out I'm apparently the last surviving heir of a bloodline everyone tried to exterminate." Cassian's expression darkened instantly. "They will not touch you again." The certainty in his tone frightened her. Not because she doubted him. Because she believed him completely. Seraphina turned toward him slowly. "You keep saying things like that." Cassian's silver eyes held hers steadily. "Because they are true." Silence settled between them afterward. Heavy. Dangerous. The mate bond tightened painfully in response. Cassian's wolf wanted closer. Every instinct inside him screamed to pull her into his arms permanently and never let the world see her again.
Mine.
The possessive thought had become relentless. Yet beneath the primal instinct, something deeper was growing. Respect, admiration, and a dangerous fascination with the woman beside him. Because despite the fear in her eyes, Seraphina had not broken. Most wolves would have collapsed beneath tonight's revelations. She remained standing, still fighting to understand herself, still trying to protect others despite being the hunted one. Cassian admired strength, and Seraphina possessed far more of it than she realized. The convoy suddenly slowed. Seraphina looked toward the window, then froze. The Thornvale estate rose above the city cliffs like something pulled from myth itself. Massive black towers overlooked the storm-covered skyline while silver lights illuminated ancient stone walls wrapped around the property. It was not merely a mansion.
It was a palace.
Ancient architecture fused with modern power.
Glass.
Steel. Moonlit stone. Security checkpoints lined the entrance roads while wolves patrolled the outer grounds beneath the rain. Seraphina stared silently. Cassian watched her reaction carefully. "This is your home now." The words hit harder than they should have. Home. She had never truly had one. The convoy passed through massive iron gates marked with the Thornvale crest. Wolves bowed their heads instantly as Cassian's vehicle approached. Not one pair of eyes looked directly at him.
Fear.
Absolute respect. Seraphina felt the weight of his status more heavily now. Cassian Thornvale did not simply rule a pack. He ruled kingdoms. The vehicle stopped beneath a massive covered entrance lined with silver fire lanterns. The moment the doors opened, guards moved instantly into formation. Rain crashed against marble stairs while servants waited silently beneath the towering palace entrance. No one spoke until Cassian exited first. Then every wolf present immediately lowered themselves to one knee. The movement happened with perfect synchronization. Seraphina's breath caught. Not rehearsed. Instinctive. Cassian turned back toward the SUV and extended his hand toward her again. That same impossible choice. Not command.
Choice.
The wolf surrounding them remained kneeling as Seraphina slowly placed her hand into his. The moment she stepped out beside him, everything changed. The air shifted. The wolves nearest the stairs suddenly stiffened. Their instincts reacted instantly to the power moving beneath her skin. Several lowered their heads even further. One older servant whispered softly, "Moon Goddess." Seraphina's pulse stumbled. Cassian noticed the fear flickering across her expression immediately. Without hesitation, he stepped slightly closer until their shoulders touched, grounding her again, protecting her without words. The palace doors opened fully. Warm golden light spilled outward against the storm. Cassian looked down at her quietly. Whatever happens next, the mate bond pulsed deeply between them. "You face it beside me." The words wrapped around her heart with terrifying force. Because for the first time in her entire life, Seraphina Vale was no longer walking into the darkness alone. Chapter 13. The Room Beside the King. The Thornvale Palace slept beneath thunder and moonlight. Rain streamed down towering glass windows while silver lanterns illuminated endless marble corridors lined with ancient wolf crests and royal banners older than most kingdoms. Everything inside the palace felt powerful, controlled, untouchable. And yet, as Seraphina walked beside Cassian through the massive halls, the wolves surrounding them lowered their heads instinctively toward her. Not out of fear, recognition. The sensation unsettled her deeply. Servants stepped aside immediately as the Alpha King passed, but their eyes lingered on Seraphina with quiet shock. Because rumors were already spreading. The hidden Moon Queen had arrived at Thornvale Palace. Cassian noticed her discomfort immediately. "They will learn quickly," he said quietly. Seraphina glanced toward him. "Learn what?" His silver eyes remained forward. "That you bow to no one here." The words struck something vulnerable inside her chest. No one had ever spoken to her like that before. As though her worth was unquestionable, dangerous warmth spread through the mate bond again.
Cassian felt it too.
His jaw tightened slightly. Being near her was becoming increasingly difficult. Not because he disliked it, because every instinct inside him wanted more. Closer. His wolf had become relentless since claiming her publicly. Protect her. Touch her. Keep her near. And worst of all, Cassian no longer fully trusted himself around her. The bond was evolving too quickly. Seraphina noticed the subtle tension in his expression. "You're quiet." Cassian glanced toward her briefly.
A mistake.
Because moonlight reflected softly across her face, and suddenly all he could think about was how close she stood beside him. How perfectly her scent wrapped around his control. How easily she could destroy it. "You should rest," he said finally. Deflection. Seraphina recognized it immediately. But before she could respond, massive double doors opened ahead. The royal floor. Silence greeted them instantly. Unlike the lower palace levels bustling with guards and servants, this section felt almost sacred. Private. Protected. Only the most trusted wolves were permitted here. Seraphina slowed slightly. "Where are we?" Cassian stopped beside a set of towering black doors marked with silver Thornvale symbols. "My chambers." Her breath caught. Several nearby guards immediately looked away respectfully. Because even among wolves, that carried meaning. Cassian noticed her reaction instantly. His voice lowered. "You are safest here." The words were practical, but the mate bond pulsed intensely beneath them anyway. Seraphina's pulse quickened. "You're giving me your rooms?" Cassian studied her quietly for a moment. Then,
No.
confusion crossed her face. Cassian stepped closer slowly. Dangerously close. "The rooms beside mine." The tension between them became immediate. Heavy. Intimate. Seraphina swallowed hard as a scent wrapped around her again. Dark cedar.
Then.
Wolf. Everything about him felt overwhelming inside the quiet palace halls. Cassian noticed the way her breathing changed instantly. His control slipped another dangerous inch. The bond wanted closeness, privacy, and the palace itself seemed aware of it. One older servant quietly lowered her gaze before opening the adjoining chamber doors. Warm light spilled across polished marble floors and towering windows overlooking the storm-covered city below. The room was breathtaking. Soft silver fabrics. Ancient stone fireplaces. Massive windows filled with lightning and rain. Everything elegant. Everything impossibly luxurious. Seraphina stood frozen. This is for me? Cassian watched her carefully. Yes. She turned toward him slowly. No one has ever given me anything like this before. Something dark flickered behind Cassian's silver eyes.
Rage.
Not at her. At every person who failed to see her worth before him. The mate bond reacted violently to the emotion. Seraphina felt it instantly. A deep pulse low in her chest.
Warm.
Dangerous. Cassian stepped closer again before he could stop himself. You should have had far more. The rough honesty in his voice nearly unraveled her, because he sounded genuinely angry on her behalf. No one had ever been angry for her before. The realization weakened something inside her defenses. Cassian's gaze lowered briefly toward the glowing silver mark beneath her collarbone, still faintly illuminated beneath the fabric covering her skin. His wolf reacted immediately.
Mine.
The possessive instinct slammed through him hard enough to tighten every muscle in his body. Seraphina noticed the shift instantly. The air changed around him. More primal. More alpha. Not threatening. Worse.
Hungry.
The realization sent heat rushing through her chest. Cassian saw it happen. His control nearly snapped. He stepped backward immediately.
Distance.
He needed distance. You need rest, he said quietly. But his voice had deepened, roughened. The mate bond recognized desire now. And so did she. Neither spoke for several dangerous seconds. Thunder rolled outside the windows. Rain streaked endlessly down the glass behind them. Then Seraphina asked softly, "What happens now?" Cassian stared at her silently. Too many answers existed.
Va.
Council retaliation. Political chaos. Ancient powers awakening. But none of those truths felt like the real danger standing between them right now. The real danger was the bond itself. Because every second near her made him want things he had spent his entire life controlling. His gaze held hers completely. Now, the Alpha King said quietly, I make sure no one ever takes you from me again. Chapter 14. The Bond That Refused to Sleep. The storm raged beyond the palace windows. Lightning illuminated the Thornvale skyline while rain crashed endlessly against the towering glass surrounding Seraphina's chamber. But inside the room beside the Alpha Kings, nothing felt safe anymore. Not after the way Cassian looked at her. Not after the mate bond reacted every time he touched her. And certainly not after the terrifying realization that part of her no longer wanted distance from him at all. Seraphina stood alone beside the massive windows overlooking Black Hollow City, still wrapped in Cassian's coat. His scent lingered everywhere around her now. Dark cedar.
Then.
Wolf. The bond pulsed softly beneath her skin again.
Alive.
Restless. Waiting. She pressed trembling fingers against the glowing silver mark beneath her collarbone. The power there no longer felt sealed completely. It felt awake. Listening. Watching. And somehow,
responding to him.
A soft knock sounded against the chamber doors. Seraphina turned instantly. Before she could answer, the doors opened slowly. Cassian entered. Every thought inside her mind scattered immediately. The Alpha King had removed his soaked jacket, leaving only a fitted black shirt stretched across broad shoulders still damp from rain. His dark hair remained wet. His silver eyes locked onto her instantly. And the mate bond reacted violently. Heat flooded through Seraphina's body. Cassian felt it too. His jaw tightened immediately. He should not have come here. He knew that the moment he stepped through the doors. But his wolf had become impossible since leaving her alone. Restless. Protective. Obsessed with knowing she remained safe only one room away. The bond was evolving too quickly. And the palace itself could feel it. Cassian closed the chamber doors slowly behind him. You should be sleeping. Seraphina tried to steady her breathing. I could say the same thing to you. A faint shadow of amusement crossed his face. Dangerous. Because somehow seeing the feared Alpha King almost smile affected her far more than it should. Cassian stepped closer slowly. Not enough to touch. Enough to feel. The mate bond immediately pulled tighter between them. Neither spoke for several seconds. Thunder rolled outside the windows. The room darkened briefly beneath flashes of lightning. Then Cassian's gaze lowered toward the silver mark glowing beneath her skin. It's stronger. Seraphina looked down. The crescent-shaped light beneath her collarbone pulsed softly now, spreading silver veins faintly beneath her skin before fading again. It reacts whenever you're near me. The honesty slipped out before she could stop it. Cassian's eyes darkened instantly. His wolf surged forward at the confession.
Mine.
The possessive instinct hit hard enough that he took another step closer, without realizing it. Now only inches separated them. Seraphina's pulse hammered violently. She should move. She knew she should. But every instinct inside her wanted the opposite. Closer. Cassian's voice lowered dangerously. You should fear this bond. The words surprised her. She searched his expression carefully. You do. The silence afterward answered enough. Cassian looked away briefly toward the storm beyond the windows. When mate bonds form this quickly, his jaw tightened slightly. They consume wolves. Seraphina frowned softly. What does that mean? Cassian's silver eyes returned to hers. It means my wolf no longer cares about reason where you're concerned. The rough honesty in his voice sent heat through her chest. He stepped even closer. Now she could feel his body heat through the cool storm air surrounding them. It means, he continued quietly, every instinct I possess is focused entirely on protecting you. The bond pulsed painfully, emotionally, physically. Seraphina's breathing became uneven. No one's ever protected me before. The confession shattered something inside him. Cassian lifted one hand slowly toward her face. Careful, controlled. As though touching her required restraint, he was rapidly losing. His fingers brushed softly beneath her jaw. The moment contact happened, the bond exploded. Silver light flashed beneath Seraphina's skin. The storm outside roared violently. And suddenly Cassian saw it. A vision.
Not his memory. Hers.
A little girl crying beneath silver sheets, while an older woman injected glowing liquid into her veins. Forgive me, the woman whispered desperately. The seals must hold until the king finds you. Cassian's eyes widened sharply. The vision vanished instantly. Seraphina gasped as the connection snapped apart. What was that? Cassian stared at her in stunned silence. The bond was becoming psychic. Ancient mate bonds sometimes shared emotions. But this was deeper. Moon blood magic. The realization unsettled even him. Because if their bond continued evolving this rapidly, there was no telling what they might become together. Seraphina noticed the sudden tension in his expression. What did you see? Cassian remained silent for several dangerous seconds. Then, finally, the woman who sealed your power. Seraphina's breath caught. Cassian's hand remained against her face. Neither of them moved away, because despite the danger, despite the storm growing stronger outside, neither of them wanted distance anymore. And the bond knew it. Chapter 15. The Kiss Beneath the Storm. The storm outside the palace intensified. Lightning fractured the skyline beyond the towering windows while thunder rolled through the Thornvale Palace like the warning of something ancient awakening. But inside Seraphina's chamber, the real danger stood only inches away from her. Cassian Thornvale's hand remained against her face.
Warm. Steady.
Possessive. The mate bond pulsed violently between them now, reacting to every breath, every heartbeat, every second their bodies remained this close. Neither of them moved. Neither of them could. Because something had shifted the moment their minds touched through the bond. The connection no longer felt theoretical. It felt inevitable. Seraphina stared up at him as rainwater still clung to dark strands of hair falling across his forehead. The Alpha King looked less untouchable here in the dim chamber light. Still terrifying. Still powerful. But dangerously human too. And somehow, that made him harder to resist. Cassian's silver eyes remained fixed entirely on her mouth. His control was disappearing. Rapidly. His wolf had become relentless since touching her mind moments ago.
Mine.
Protect her. Claim her. The primal instinct thundered through him hard enough to feel painful now. Yet beneath the possessiveness lived something far worse.
Need.
Not merely physical.
Soul deep.
As though his entire existence had been waiting for this woman long before he ever knew her name. Seraphina felt it too. The pull between them had become unbearable. Every instinct inside her wanted closer. Wanted him. The realization terrified her. Because she had spent her life surviving powerful wolves. Avoiding them. Fearing them. Yet standing before Cassian felt entirely different. For the first time, she wanted to surrender instead of run. Cassian noticed the exact moment her breathing changed. His restraint nearly shattered. "You should tell me to leave," he said quietly. But neither of them moved apart. Seraphina's voice barely rose above the storm. "You don't want to go." The honesty landed heavily between them. Cassian's jaw tightened.
No.
The single word wrapped around her like heat. Dangerous. Intimate.
Real.
Thunder cracked violently outside the windows. Lightning illuminated the room briefly, casting silver light across the glowing crescent beneath Seraphina's skin. Cassian's gaze dropped to it instinctively, then slowly returned to her eyes. "The bond is choosing for us." Seraphina swallowed hard. "And if I wanted to?" That nearly destroyed him. Cassian closed his eyes briefly as control slipped another dangerous inch. When he looked at her again, the Alpha King's restraint was hanging by threads. "You do not understand what you're asking for. Then explain it to me." His hand slid slightly deeper into her dark hair. The intimacy of the movement stole her breath instantly. "If I kiss you," Cassian said roughly, "my wolf will consider it the beginning of a true claiming." The words should have frightened her. Instead, the mate bond answered with warmth.
Need.
Belonging. Seraphina's pulse hammered violently. Would that be so terrible? Cassian stared at her in stunned silence. Because no one had ever looked at him without fear before. Not truly. Not beneath the crown. Not beneath the monster kings believed him to be. But Seraphina looked at him like she saw the man beneath the Alpha. And that was infinitely more dangerous. The storm outside roared harder. The palace lights flickered briefly. Then Cassian gave up the last fragments of restraint holding him back. Slowly, carefully, he lowered his forehead against hers. The bond exploded. Heat surged violently through both of them. Seraphina gasped softly as silver light flashed beneath her skin again. Cassian's breathing deepened instantly. Every instinct inside him locked entirely onto her.
Mine.
But this time the word no longer felt possessive alone. It felt devotional. His voice lowered against her lips. "Tell me to stop." She didn't. Instead, her fingers slowly curled into the fabric of his shirt. Choosing him. The realization shattered what remained of his control. Cassian kissed her. Softly at first. Almost reverently. Like something sacred he feared breaking. The moment their lips touched, the bond ignited completely. Silver energy surged through the room. The storm outside exploded violently against the palace towers. Seraphina felt power crash through her body like lightning and moonlight combined. Not pain. Awakening. Ancient magic spiraled beneath her skin while Cassian pulled her closer instinctively, one arm wrapping firmly around her waist. The kiss deepened. Hungry now. Emotional. Years of loneliness and restraint collapsing between them all at once. Seraphina melted against him with a soft sound that nearly destroyed the Alpha King completely. Because suddenly, he understood the terrifying truth. He would kill for her. Burn kingdoms for her. Destroy the sovereign council itself for her. And after tasting her once, there was no force alive capable of making him let her go. The bond pulsed wildly between them.
Alive.
Ancient. Chosen. Then suddenly, a violent pulse of silver light burst outward from Seraphina's body. The room shook. Windows cracked. The palace itself trembled beneath the force of awakened moon blood magic. Cassian broke the kiss instantly, pulling her tightly against his chest as power spiraled uncontrollably around them. Seraphina gasped in shock. "What's happening?" Cassian's silver eyes darkened dangerously as ancient energy flooded the chamber. Because the kiss had done more than strengthen the bond. It awakened something sleeping deep within the Moon Queen herself. Chapter 16. The Power That Answered the Kiss. The palace shook beneath awakened magic. Windows cracked across Seraphina's chamber as silver light burst violently around her and Cassian. Ancient energy spiraled through the room like living moonfire, lifting curtains into the air while thunder exploded across the skyline outside. The kiss had awakened something. Something powerful. Something old. Cassian pulled Seraphina tightly against his chest as instinct took over completely. Protect her. The command thundered through every part of him. His wolf surged violently beneath his skin, alpha dominance flooding the chamber in response to the unstable magic spiraling around them. But the moment Cassian touched her, the silver energy reacted. Not against him. With him. The storm outside roared harder. Lightning split the night sky, while glowing silver symbols ignited briefly across the chamber walls before vanishing again. Seraphina gasped sharply. I can't control it. Cassian's hands tightened around her immediately. You're trying too hard. His deep voice cut through the chaos surrounding them. The mate bond pulsed violently between their bodies now, stronger than ever before.
Alive.
Connected. Ancient. The power surrounding Seraphina reacted directly to Cassian's presence, curling around him like moonlight recognizing darkness. And that terrified him, because the old stories suddenly felt real. The Moon Queen bloodline had not merely chosen him as mate. It had accepted him. The realization carried enormous consequences. Cassian looked toward the silver energy twisting across the chamber. It's responding to your emotions. Seraphina's breathing became uneven. I'm trying to stop being afraid. Cassian's gaze snapped back toward her instantly. The words hit harder than expected. Because despite everything she had survived tonight, her first instinct was still fear. Not selfish fear. Fear of hurting others. The realization nearly unraveled him. Cassian cupped her face firmly, forcing her eyes to meet his. You are not a weapon. The bond reacted instantly. Silver light softened around them slightly. Seraphina stared at him breathlessly. You don't know that. His silver eyes darkened. Yes, he said quietly.
Ido.
The certainty in his voice struck something deep inside her chest. Because Cassian Thornvale looked at her like she was worth saving no matter what she became. The storm calmed another fraction. Then suddenly, a violent pulse of power surged outward again. This time both of them saw it. A massive silver wolf appearing briefly behind Seraphina in flashes of moonlight. Ancient, beautiful, terrifyingly powerful. The spirit form vanished almost instantly. But Cassian had seen enough. Moon Guardian. The old legends were true. Seraphina noticed the shift in his expression immediately. What was that? Cassian remained silent for several dangerous seconds. Then, finally, your wolf. Her breath caught.
Impossible.
She had never shifted before. Never even felt a true connection to her wolf until meeting him. Yet somehow part of her already existed beyond human form. Ancient bloodline magic. The realization unsettled her deeply. Cassian's gaze remained fixed on her. There has never been a Moon Queen without a guardian wolf. The room darkened beneath another flash of lightning. Seraphina looked down at her trembling hands. I don't know how to be this person. Cassian stepped closer again. You don't have to know tonight. The gentleness in his voice nearly broke her apart. Because kings were not supposed to sound like this. Not feared kings. Not monsters powerful enough to challenge the sovereign council itself. Yet Cassian touched her like she mattered. Spoke to her like she mattered. Wanted her like she mattered. The mate bond tightened painfully in response. Cassian felt it too. His restraint was becoming impossible now. Every instinct inside him wanted to pull her back against him and continue the kiss that awakened the palace itself. But he forced himself still. Barely. Seraphina noticed the tension immediately. The storm may have calmed, but the atmosphere between them had not. If anything, it had become far more dangerous. Because now they both knew exactly what the kiss had done to them. Cassian's voice lowered roughly. If we continue tonight. The unfinished warning lingered heavily between them. Seraphina's pulse quickened. What happens? His silver eyes darkened with brutal honesty. I stop pretending I can resist you. Heat rushed through her instantly. The mate bond pulsed hard enough to feel almost physical. Cassian took a slow breath before stepping backward at last.
Distance.
Necessary distance. Because every second near her threatened what little control he had left. But before he could fully turn away, Seraphina's hand caught his wrist. The contact sent another pulse through the bond immediately. Cassian froze. She looked up at him carefully. Not fearful. Not uncertain.
Soft. Choosing.
Don't leave yet. The quiet plea nearly destroyed the Alpha King completely. Because suddenly Cassian realized something far more dangerous than war or prophecy. Seraphina Vale was beginning to need him too. Chapter 17. The night she chose him back. The storm refused to leave the Thornvale palace. Rain hammered endlessly against towering windows while silver lightning illuminated the chamber in violent flashes of moonlight and shadow. But inside the room, neither Cassian nor Seraphina noticed the storm anymore. Because the mate bond had become unbearable.
Alive. Hungry.
Ancient. Seraphina still held Cassian's wrist where she had stopped him from leaving. The simple touch sent heat spiraling through both of them instantly. Neither moved. Neither spoke. But the silence between them no longer felt uncertain. It felt charged. Dangerously intimate. Cassian stared down at her as silver light continued flickering beneath her skin, responding directly to his presence now. The Moon Queen bloodline recognized him completely. And his wolf had stopped pretending restraint was possible.
Meaning.
The possessive instinct no longer sounded savage alone. It sounded devoted. Protective. Absolute. Seraphina saw the exact moment something shifted behind his silver eyes. The Alpha King's control was finally breaking. Not violently.
Worse. Willingly.
Cassian stepped toward her slowly until her back nearly touched the edge of the window behind her. The city lights below blurred beneath rain and lightning. But Seraphina could only see him. The dangerous beauty of him. The overwhelming power. The restraint he kept trying to hold for her sake. And somehow, that restraint affected her more than if he had simply taken what he wanted. His voice lowered roughly. You should not look at me like this. Her pulse quickened. Like what? Cassian's hand lifted slowly to her face again. Careful. Reverent. Like touching her still amazed him. Like you trust me. The confession struck deeper than she expected. Because trust had never come easily to her. Not in Black Hollow. Not in the Veilcrest territory. Not in a world where powerful wolves used weakness against you. Yet somehow trusting Cassian felt instinctive. As though her soul recognized him long before her mind could catch up. Seraphina's fingers slowly curled against his chest. I do trust you. The words shattered the last of his restraint. Cassian closed his eyes briefly as the bond surged violently through him. Because no one had trusted him completely in years. Not kings. Not allies. Not even his own council. Fear followed him everywhere. But Seraphina touched him like the monster stories surrounding the Alpha King did not matter. Like she saw the man beneath the crown. And that made her infinitely dangerous to him. Cassian opened his eyes again slowly. You have no idea what you do to me. The rough honesty in his voice sent heat flooding through her chest. The bond pulsed harder. Closer. Cassian's hand slid into her hair fully now as he lowered his forehead gently against hers. The contact felt devastatingly intimate. Not lust alone. Connection. The kind ancient wolves wrote legends about. Seraphina's breath trembled softly. Then stopped fighting it. The words nearly destroyed him. Cassian kissed her again. This time there was nothing restrained about it.
No hesitation.
No careful distance. The Alpha King kissed her like a man starved for something he never believed he would find. Seraphina gasped softly against his mouth as his arms wrapped around her completely, pulling her firmly against his body. The mate bond exploded with pleasure and heat instantly. Silver light spiraled violently around them again. But this time the magic felt different. Not chaotic. Harmonized. The moon blood power recognized their connection now. Accepted it. Cassian deepened the kiss slowly, reverently, like he was learning her instead of simply touching her. And Seraphina melted against him without fear. Because every touch carried emotion now. Protection.
Need.
Devotion. The terrifying part was realizing she felt the exact same things through the bond. She could feel him. The possessive fury he buried beneath control. The loneliness hidden beneath the crown. The overwhelming instinct to protect her at any cost. And beneath all of it, love beginning to form far too quickly to make sense. The realization shook her deeply. Cassian felt it instantly through the bond. He pulled back slightly, breathing harder now, his forehead still resting against hers. "What is it?" Seraphina stared at him silently for several seconds, then whispered the truth she barely understood herself. "I can feel you." Cassian went still, completely still. Ancient mate bonds occasionally shared emotion, but full emotional resonance, that was extraordinarily rare. Moon blood rare. The realization darkened his expression instantly. Because it meant their bond was evolving far faster than either of them anticipated. And if the Sovereign Council discovered the depth of their connection, the danger surrounding Seraphina would multiply instantly. Cassian's protective instincts surged violently again. He pulled her tighter against him without thinking.
Meaning.
Seraphina felt the primal thought through the bond immediately. But instead of fear, warmth spread through her chest. Because for the first time in her life, being wanted did not feel transactional. It felt sacred. Cassian brushed his thumb gently against her cheek. "You should rest." She almost laughed softly. "You keep saying that." A faint shadow of amusement touched his face again.
Rare.
"Beautiful. Dangerously human." "Yes," he murmured. "Because if I stay here much longer." The unfinished warning lingered heavily between them. Seraphina's pulse quickened instantly. The mate bond answered with heat. Cassian noticed immediately. His silver eyes darkened. "Careful, Moon Queen." The title sounded different now.
Softer.
Possessive. Almost worshipful. Seraphina's fingers tightened slightly against his shirt. Or what? The challenge was quiet. Accidental. But it nearly unraveled the Alpha King completely. Cassian stared at her for one dangerous second before lowering his mouth slowly beside her ear. His voice became rough enough to send heat spiraling through her entire body. "Or I forget every reason I had for leaving this room tonight." Chapter 18. The invitation he could not refuse. The storm beyond the palace windows softened into steady rain. Lightning still flashed above Black Hollow, illuminating the skyline in silver and blue, but inside Seraphina's chamber the atmosphere had become far more dangerous than the weather outside. Cassian remained impossibly close, one arm wrapped around her waist, his forehead resting lightly against hers. The mate bond pulsed steadily between them now, no longer chaotic after the kiss. It felt aware, satisfied, as though something ancient inside both of them had finally stopped searching. But the danger had not passed. If anything, it had only deepened. Cassian could still feel the warmth of Seraphina against him, still taste her kiss, still hear the soft breath she made when he touched her. Every instinct inside him remained locked entirely onto her.
Meaning.
The possessive thought no longer sounded savage. It sounded inevitable, and that terrified him more than war ever had. Because Cassian Thornvale had spent his entire life controlling himself, controlling kingdoms,
Controlling violence. Controlling power.
Yet this woman could unravel him with a single touch. Seraphina looked up at him slowly, her fingers still curled loosely against his chest. She could feel him too now through the bond. The restraint. The desire. The internal battle between the Alpha King and the man beneath the crown. And the realization warmed something deep inside her chest. He was fighting himself for her comfort. Not because he lacked control. Because he cared whether she felt safe. The thought made her heart ache unexpectedly. Cassian slowly exhaled. "I should leave." The words sounded rough, reluctant, but he did not move. Seraphina noticed immediately. A faint smile almost touched her lips. You've said that 3 times now. A dangerous shadow of amusement crossed his expression. And yet I remain here. The quiet honesty between them felt intimate in ways neither fully understood yet. Rain slid softly down the windows behind them while the city lights shimmered beneath the storm. The palace felt strangely silent now, as though the entire world had narrowed down to this room. This moment. Cassian's hand slid gently along her back, grounding himself as much as her. You need sleep. Seraphina tilted her head slightly. And what do you need? The question caught him off guard, because no one asked him things like that. Not advisors. Not wolves. Not kings. People asked what he commanded, what he planned, what he feared, but not what he needed. Cassian stared at her silently for several seconds before answering honestly. You. The single word wrapped around her like heat. The bond pulsed hard between them instantly. Ancient magic stirred softly beneath her skin in response. Seraphina swallowed slowly. The terrifying part was realizing she felt the exact same thing. Not obsession. Not infatuation.
Need.
Soul deep and impossible to explain. Cassian noticed the emotion crossing her face immediately. His voice lowered. Careful, Moon Queen. Again that title sounded softer now. Almost reverent. Seraphina stepped closer instead of away. The movement nearly shattered what remained of his restraint. You keep warning me, she whispered. Cassian's eyes darkened instantly. Because you do not understand what it means when an Alpha King loses control over something he wants. Heat spiraled through her chest. But beneath the intensity, she sensed something else through the bond.
Fear.
Not fear of her. Fear of hurting her accidentally beneath the force of his instincts. The realization softened her completely. Seraphina slowly lifted one hand to his face. Cassian froze instantly beneath the gentle touch. No hesitation existed in her movements now. No fear. Only choice. I'm not afraid of you. The confession nearly destroyed him. Cassian closed his eyes briefly as the bond surged violently through him again. Because she meant it. Moon Goddess. She truly meant it. When he opened his eyes again, the Alpha King looked far less untouchable than before. Still powerful. Still dangerous. But emotionally exposed in a way no one had probably seen in years. Seraphina's voice softened. You don't have to leave tonight. Silence filled the room instantly. Heavy. Charged. Cassian stared at her as though he could not fully believe what she had just offered him. Not seduction. Not obligation. An invitation.
A choice. Stay.
The bond nearly roared with approval. Cassian's wolf surged forward possessively beneath his skin.
Mine.
But this time the word carried overwhelming tenderness too. His hand slid slowly into her hair again as he stepped even closer. You should think carefully before offering that to me. Seraphina's pulse quickened. I already did. The answer snapped the final thread of control he had left. Cassian kissed her again.
Slow. Deep.
Reverent enough to steal the air from her lungs. The mate bond exploded with warmth and silver light instantly, spiraling softly around them like moonlit mist. But unlike before, the magic no longer felt unstable. It felt peaceful, as though the moon blood itself approved of her choice. Cassian rested his forehead gently against hers after the kiss broke. His breathing had deepened again, barely controlled. You have no idea what you're doing to me. Seraphina smiled softly this time.
Small. Real.
And the sight of it nearly brought the Alpha King to his knees emotionally. Because for the first time since finding her, Seraphina Vale looked happy beside him. The realization became dangerously addictive. Outside the palace, Chapter 19. The night devotion replaced control. The palace beyond Seraphina's chamber disappeared into silence. Rain still traced the towering windows. Thunder still rolled across Black Hollow. But inside the room beside the Alpha Kings, only the bond existed now.
Alive.
Ancient. Pulling them together with impossible force. Cassian stood motionless against her, his forehead resting lightly against hers after the kiss, his breathing rougher than she had ever heard it before. The most feared alpha alive looked undone. Not weakened. Undone. And somehow the realization made Seraphina's chest ache with tenderness instead of fear. Because for the first time in her life, someone powerful touched her like she was precious instead of convenient. Cassian's hand remained tangled gently in her dark hair while the other rested securely against her waist, holding her close enough to feel every breath she took. The mate bond pulsed steadily between them.
Warm.
Devotional. He could feel her emotions now almost as clearly as his own. Her nervousness, her desire, her growing trust. And beneath all of it,
Choice.
not obligation, not instinct alone. Seraphina was choosing him. The realization nearly shattered years of brutal control inside him. Cassian had spent most of his life mastering restraint. Kings survived through discipline. Emotion made rulers vulnerable. Desire made powerful wolves reckless. But Seraphina unraveled every carefully built wall inside him simply by looking at him like he mattered beyond the crown. Her fingers slowly traced the edge of the silver chain resting against his chest. Small touch. Soft touch. Yet Cassian's entire body reacted instantly. His eyes closed briefly. Moon goddess. The rough sound of his voice sent warmth spiraling through her. Seraphina noticed immediately how careful he remained despite the overwhelming bond between them. Every movement, every touch, measured entirely around her comfort. Reverence instead of possession. And suddenly she understood something important.
Cassian could take.
Every wolf in the world feared what he was capable of taking. But with her, he chose gentleness. The realization softened her completely. Seraphina lifted her gaze slowly to his face. The lightning outside illuminated sharp shadows across his jaw and silver eyes, making him look almost mythic standing above her. A king born from storms. Yet his expression when he looked at her held something heartbreakingly human.
Need.
Devotion. Wonder. As though he still could not believe she stood willingly in his arms. Her heart tightened painfully, because she remembered trying to imagine this feeling once before. Years ago, with Kieran Valecrest. Every she-wolf in Black Hollow wanted him. Future alpha. Handsome. Powerful. Untouchable. And Seraphina had tried convincing herself she wanted him too. It seemed expected. Normal. But even during her quiet longing, something had always felt wrong. Forced. Like pretending to want sunlight while living beneath moonlight. Kieran had never truly seen her. Not once. He looked through her, around her, past her. But Cassian looked at her like discovering her had changed the course of his life. The difference shattered something inside her. "You're thinking too hard again," Cassian murmured softly. Seraphina blinked slightly. "You can tell?" A faint smile touched his mouth. "The bond tells me everything." Heat rose through her instantly, because she realized he could probably feel the exact moment she stopped comparing him to anyone else entirely. Cassian's thumb brushed softly along her cheek. "What is it?" Seraphina hesitated only briefly before answering honestly. "I spent years believing something was wrong with me." His expression darkened immediately. She continued quietly. "I watched other she-wolves fall in love so easily. Once so easily. But whenever I imagined it for myself," her gaze lifted back to his. "It never felt right." The confession wrapped tightly around his chest, because he understood instantly. Her wolf had been waiting for him. Ancient mate bonds did not allow hearts to settle elsewhere easily. Cassian lowered his forehead gently against hers again. "There was never anything wrong with you." The quiet certainty in his voice almost broke her apart. Seraphina closed her eyes briefly as emotion surged through the bond between them. Then Cassian kissed her again. Slowly this time. Patiently. Not consuming. Learning. The kiss deepened with unbearable tenderness, years of isolation and restraint turning into devotion beneath his touch. Every movement carried intention, reverence, desire sharpened by care. His hands never wandered without purpose, never demanded. He touched her like worship and protection had become the same thing, and Seraphina melted completely beneath it, because for the first time, She understood why wolves wrote legends about mate bonds. The connection did not feel physical alone. It felt spiritual, ancient, as though every lonely part of her soul finally recognized where it belonged. Cassian felt the exact moment she surrendered fully to the bond. Not weakness.
Trust.
The realization hit him harder than any battle he had ever survived.
Meaning.
But now the word no longer sounded possessive at all. It sounded odd. The Alpha King deepened the kiss carefully as Seraphina's arms slipped around his neck, pulling him closer willingly. And that nearly destroyed what remained of his control. Because she wanted him. Not his crown. Not his power. Him. The storm outside intensified again as silver light spiraled softly around them in response to the bond. The moon blood magic no longer reacted violently. It glowed peacefully now, like moonlight blessing them both. Cassian finally broke the kiss slowly, breathing harder as he rested his forehead against hers once more. His voice came rough with emotion. "You have no idea what you've done to me." Seraphina's lips curved softly for the first time that night.
Small.
Real. Beautiful enough to stop the Alpha King's heartbeat entirely. Then she whispered the words that unraveled him completely. "Stay with me tonight." Chapter 20. The night the Moon Queen let herself be loved. The storm above Thornvale Palace softened into rain. Moonlight filtered through the towering windows now, silver and blue reflections spilling across dark silk sheets and marble floors, while the city of Black Hollow glittered far below. But inside Seraphina's chamber, time itself seemed to slow. Cassian stared at her in silence after her whispered invitation. "Stay with me tonight." 3 simple words. Yet they carried more power than threats, wars, or crowns ever had. Because she chose him freely. Not because of the bond. Not because he was king. Seraphina Vale wanted him beside her. The realization nearly brought the Alpha King to his knees. Cassian's hand slid slowly along her waist, reverent enough to make her heart ache. "You are certain?" he asked quietly. The question surprised her. Not because he asked, because he cared about the answer. He would stop for her. Even now. Even when desire burned visibly behind his silver eyes. Seraphina touched his face gently. "I've never been more certain of anything." The bond pulsed warmly between them, ancient magic swirling softly through the room like moonlit mist. Cassian closed his eyes briefly at the feeling. Years of brutal control strained inside him. Every instinct wanted to claim her completely. But deeper than instinct lived something stronger now. Devotion. The Alpha King opened his eyes again slowly. And Seraphina saw it clearly. Not hunger alone. Wonder. As though some part of him still could not believe she stood here, willingly choosing him back. That realization shattered the last of her fear. Because Seraphina had spent her entire life feeling unseen. Overlooked. Wanted only when useful. But Cassian looked at her like she was the most precious thing fate had ever placed into his hands. And suddenly she understood why nothing with Kieran Valecrest had ever felt right. She had spent years trying to force herself toward a future everyone expected. But her soul had been waiting for this. Waiting for him. Cassian kissed her slowly again. Not rushed. Not consuming. Patient enough to feel every emotion moving through her. His hands remained careful as he guided her backward toward the edge of the massive bed, every movement deliberate and entirely centered around her comfort. Reverence instead of dominance. The realization made her chest tighten painfully. Because no one had ever treated her body like something worthy of gentleness before. Cassian noticed the emotion instantly through the bond. His forehead rested briefly against hers. "What is it?" Seraphina swallowed softly. "You touch me like I matter." The confession nearly destroyed him. Cassian's eyes darkened with emotion so deep it became almost painful to witness. "You matter more than you understand." The raw honesty in his voice unraveled her completely. The mate bond surged with warmth as he kissed her again, deeper now, his restraint slowly giving way to devotion sharpened by years of loneliness neither of them fully realized they carried. Every touch held meaning, his fingers brushing carefully along her skin. The way he paused constantly to look at her. to make certain she remained comfortable. Chosen. Wanted. Cassian Thornvale worshipped through restraint, and Seraphina felt it in every movement. The storm outside faded further into the background while silver moonlight spiraled gently around them, reacting peacefully to the bond strengthening between king and queen. Ancient magic approved of this. Approved of them. Seraphina's fingers slipped into his dark hair as emotion overwhelmed her unexpectedly. Not fear. Not uncertainty. Belonging. For the first time in her life, she felt completely safe. Cassian sensed it instantly. The realization hit him harder than battle ever could. Because she trusted him with the softest parts of herself. And he would destroy worlds before betraying that trust. The Alpha King kissed the corner of her mouth gently before resting his forehead against hers once more. His voice came rough with emotion. I do not know how to be careful with something this precious. Seraphina's eyes softened instantly. You already are. The answer silenced him completely. Then she pulled him back to her willingly. And this time, Cassian stopped fighting how deeply he loved her already. Chapter 21. The bond that refused to break apart. They didn't stop. Not when the storm deepened beyond the palace windows. Not when silver moonlight spiraled through the room like living magic. And not when the mate bond wrapped around them so tightly it became impossible to tell where one soul ended and the other began. Cassian held Seraphina against him carefully as they sank together onto the massive bed beneath the towering windows overlooking Black Hollow. Every movement remained centered around her. Always her. Years of ruthless control had not disappeared inside the Alpha King. It had transformed into devotion, into reverence, into the overwhelming need to make her feel cherished in ways the world never had. Seraphina felt it in every touch. The way his hands never rushed. The way his gaze constantly searched her face. The way he paused whenever emotion flickered through the bond, silently making certain she remained comfortable, wanted, safe. The realization made her chest ache unbearably, because no one had ever loved her gently before. Cassian kissed her slowly again, deeper now, his restraint unraveling not through hunger alone but through emotion too powerful to contain. Every touch carried meaning, protection,
Need.
wonder, as though some part of him still could not believe she truly belonged in his arms. The mate bond glowed warmly beneath her skin, silver light tracing faintly across her shoulders and throat while ancient magic swirled peacefully around them. Not chaotic anymore. Harmonized. The moon blood recognized its king completely now. And Seraphina's soul recognized home. Her fingers slid through Cassian's dark hair as emotion overwhelmed her unexpectedly. Not fear. Not uncertainty.
Peace.
For the first time in her life, she did not feel invisible. Cassian felt the realization move through her instantly. His forehead lowered gently against hers as his eyes closed briefly. Tell me what you're feeling, he whispered. Seraphina swallowed softly. You. The answer nearly unraveled him, because through the bond, he felt the truth behind the word. Trust. Belonging. Love beginning to bloom far too quickly to make sense. Cassian kissed her again before he could lose control entirely from emotion alone. This time the kiss carried less restraint. Not rough, never careless, but honest. Years of loneliness poured into the way he held her, the way his hands trembled slightly whenever she touched him back willingly. The Alpha King was unused to tenderness given freely. Seraphina realized that too, and suddenly her heart broke for him a little. The feared ruler of kingdoms. The monster whispered about across wolf territories. And beneath it all, a man starving quietly for affection no one had ever offered without fear attached to it. She touched his face gently. Cassian froze instantly beneath the softness of her hands. You deserve this too, she whispered. The word struck him harder than violence ever could. His breathing deepened as emotion surged violently through the bond between them.
Meaning.
But now the words sounded emotional enough to hurt. Not ownership.
Love.
Cassian buried his face briefly against her neck as he fought for control again. because every second beside her made him more certain of one terrifying truth. He was falling completely in love with her, and there would be no surviving it if he ever lost her. Seraphina felt the fear move through him instantly. She pulled back enough to look at him carefully. "You're afraid." Cassian's silver eyes met hers slowly. Not denial. Not avoidance.
Truth.
Yes. Her heart tightened. Of what? His hand brushed gently through her dark hair again. Of how much power you already have over me. The confession stole her breath. Because Cassian Thornvale did not seem like a man who admitted vulnerability to anyone. Yet here he was, offering it freely to her. The mate bond pulsed deeply between them, ancient magic glowing softly around their bodies while rain continued sliding against the windows beyond. Seraphina leaned forward slowly and kissed him this time, choosing him first. The moment her lips touched his, Cassian lost the final remnants of distance he had tried maintaining. He pulled her fully against him with a low sound of emotion rough enough to make her entire body warm. And neither of them tried stopping what they had become anymore. The storm outside raged across Black Hollow. But inside the room beside the kings, two souls finally stopped fighting the bond fate created between them. Chapter 22. The Bond That Became Sacred. The rain continued softly beyond the palace windows. Black Hollow glittered beneath moonlight and storms, the city far below unaware that history itself was changing inside the Thornvale Palace. Because the Alpha King and the Hidden Moon Queen had stopped resisting fate. Cassian held Seraphina carefully against him near the edge of the bed, his hands steady despite the storm raging beneath his skin. The mate bond had become almost overwhelming now, not frantic.
Certain.
Ancient magic wrapped around them in silver spirals of light that drifted through the darkened room like moonlit breath. And neither of them wanted distance anymore. Seraphina rested her forehead against Cassian's chest, listening to the steady thunder of his heartbeat beneath her ear.
Strong.
Protective. Safe. The realization still startled her. No place had ever felt safe before him. Cassian lowered his face into her hair slowly, breathing her in like something essential to survival itself. His wolf had gone entirely still now. Not restless. Content. Because she remained willingly in his arms.
Meaning.
But the word no longer carried violence, only devotion deep enough to terrify him. Seraphina felt it through the bond immediately. Every emotion inside him moved against her soul, now like waves against the shore. Love growing rapidly enough to frighten even the Alpha King himself. Her fingers curled softly against his chest. "You're still afraid." Cassian exhaled quietly above her. "Yes." She tilted her head back enough to look at him. The moonlight spilling through the windows made him look carved from shadows and silver. Beautiful, dangerous, and heartbreakingly vulnerable only with her. "Why?" she whispered. Cassian stared at her for several seconds before answering honestly. "Because I have spent my entire life surviving violence." His hand brushed gently against her cheek. "And now suddenly, I have something gentle enough to lose." The confession wrapped painfully around her heart, because she understood him completely. Cassian Thornvale feared nothing for himself, but he feared losing her already. Seraphina lifted one hand to his face slowly. "You won't lose me." The certainty in her voice shook him deeply. Not because she promised it, because she believed it. The mate bond glowed warmly beneath her skin as silver moonlight pulsed faintly across the crescent mark near her collarbone. Cassian's gaze dropped there instinctively, then softened completely. "You trust me too easily." A small smile touched Seraphina's lips. "No," she whispered. "I trust you exactly as much as you've earned." The answer nearly unraveled him again, because no one had ever looked past his crown before. Yet Seraphina saw everything beneath it. The lonely man. The exhausted king. The wolf starving for connection no one ever offered without fear attached to it. And instead of recoiling, she moved closer. Cassian kissed her slowly once more, emotion pouring into the touch instead of urgency. The room filled with silver light again as the bond deepened peacefully between them. Every kiss felt sacred now. Ancient. like vows spoken without words. Seraphina melted into him completely, her arms sliding around his neck as the world outside disappeared entirely. No sovereign council.
No prophecy.
No war waiting beyond the palace walls. Only this. Only him. Cassian guided her gently back onto the bed, never breaking the kiss, his hands reverent enough to make her tremble beneath the tenderness of his touch. Every movement carried intention, devotion, desire restrained only by the overwhelming need to cherish her carefully. Seraphina felt loved in a way she had never imagined possible. Not wanted for convenience, not admired from distance. Loved completely. Cassian's forehead rested briefly against hers as his hand slid softly along her waist. "Tell me if you want me to stop." The rough honesty in his voice nearly broke her apart, because even now, even consumed by the mate bond, he chose her comfort before his own desire. Seraphina touched his face gently. "I don't want you to stop." The confession shattered the final wall inside him. Cassian kissed her deeper then, emotion and longing pouring into every touch, while silver moonlight spiraled around them like living blessing. His restraint did not disappear. It transformed into worship, into care sharpened by passion, so intense it left both of them breathless. Seraphina's fingers tangled into his dark hair as she pulled him closer willingly, and the low sound that escaped Cassian's chest sent warmth spiraling through her entire body, because she could feel what he felt through the bond.
The awe.
The need. The almost painful tenderness of finally holding the woman fate created for him. Cassian buried kisses against her jaw, her throat, worshipping every inch of her like something sacred enough to bring kings to ruin. And Seraphina realized suddenly that this was why the old stories warned kingdoms about true mate bonds. Because nothing survived untouched once two souls loved each other like this. The storm outside intensified briefly as moonlight flooded the chamber again, ancient magic glowing softly across Seraphina's skin beneath Cassian's hands. The moon blood answered him completely now, not with chaos, with harmony, with love. Cassian held her close afterward, breathing unevenly as Seraphina rested against his chest wrapped safely in his arms. Neither spoke for several long moments. They simply remained tangled together while rain whispered softly against the palace windows and silver magic drifted peacefully through the room. The mate bond pulsed steadily between them.
Alive.
Sacred. Unbreakable. Seraphina's voice finally softened against his skin. "What happens tomorrow?" Cassian stared toward the storm-covered city beyond the windows. War waited there. The Sovereign Council would retaliate. The kingdoms would shift. Bloodlines would awaken. But none of that mattered tonight. Tonight, she was here beside him. Alive. Choosing him. Cassian lowered his mouth gently against her forehead. "Tomorrow," he murmured quietly, "the world learns its queen has returned." Chapter 23. The morning the bond changed everything. Morning came slowly to Thornvale Palace. Rain still lingered against the towering windows, soft silver light filtering through storm clouds as dawn stretched across Black Hollow below. But inside the Alpha King's chambers, nothing felt the same anymore. Seraphina woke wrapped securely in Cassian's arms. The realization hit her before she even opened her eyes fully.
Warmth. Safety.
Belonging. The mate bond pulsed softly between them, calmer now after the storm of emotions and magic that consumed the night before.
Alive. Steady. Permanent.
Cassian remained asleep behind her, one arm draped possessively around her waist, while his breathing moved slowly against the back of her neck. Even asleep, the Alpha King held her like something precious enough to guard instinctively. Seraphina's chest tightened painfully. No one had ever stayed before. Not emotionally. Not truly. But Cassian had not merely stayed. He had chosen her again and again through every moment of the night. The realization filled her with dangerous emotion. Carefully, she turned slightly within his arms. Cassian woke instantly. Silver eyes opened the second she moved, sharp instincts surfacing before awareness softened his expression the moment he saw her. There it was again. That look. Like simply seeing her alive beside him eased something brutal inside his soul. "Good morning," Seraphina whispered softly. Cassian stared at her for several seconds like he was still adjusting to reality itself. Then his hand rose slowly to brush dark curls away from her face. "You're still here." The quiet honesty in his voice nearly broke her apart. Seraphina smiled softly. Disappointed, a rare shadow of amusement crossed his face. Relieved. The single word carried far too much emotion beneath it. Seraphina felt all of it through the bond instantly.
The possessive piece.
The lingering awe. And, beneath everything else,
Love.
it existed fully now. No longer forming. No longer uncertain. The Alpha King loved her. The realization made her breath catch softly. Cassian noticed immediately. His gaze sharpened. "What is it?" Seraphina hesitated, then chose honesty. "I can feel you even clearer now." Cassian went still. The bond. It had deepened overnight. Not unusual after physical intimacy between true mates. But the level of emotional resonance between them was becoming extraordinarily rare. Moon blood rare. Cassian brushed his thumb carefully against her cheek. "What do you feel?" Her pulse quickened. "You love me." Silence filled the room instantly. Not awkward silence. Heavy silence. A truth exposed completely between them. Cassian did not deny it. Did not retreat from it. His silver eyes remained locked on hers as his hand settled gently against her waist beneath the sheets. "Yes." The word wrapped around her heart with terrifying force.
No hesitation.
No fear. Only certainty. The Alpha King had fallen completely. Seraphina stared at him breathlessly. "Cassian?" He pulled her slowly closer again until only inches separated them. "I told you the bond would consume me." His voice remained rough from sleep and emotion. But I did not expect to welcome it. The confession shattered her completely. Because despite his power, despite his reputation, Cassian Thornvale loved like a man who had never truly been loved back before. And suddenly Seraphina understood why fate itself chose him. Not because he was the strongest alpha, because beneath the violence and crowns, he possessed the heart capable of loving a queen instead of controlling one. The mate bond pulsed warmly between them again. Silver light flickered softly beneath Seraphina's skin in response. Cassian's gaze lowered instantly to the glowing crescent near her collarbone. Then narrowed. The mark had changed. What was once a single crescent now carried faint silver lines branching outward like moonlit vines beneath her skin. Ancient symbols. Awakening symbols. Cassian sat upright immediately. Seraphina noticed the shift in his expression. "What's wrong?" He touched the mark carefully. The bond evolved. The room suddenly felt colder. Seraphina looked down. The glowing pattern spreading across her skin pulsed softly beneath his fingertips. Moon blood magic. Changing. Growing stronger. Cassian's jaw tightened slightly. "The council will feel this." Almost immediately, a violent pulse of power thundered through the palace. The walls trembled. Silver fire erupted briefly across the chamber candles. And somewhere far below the royal floor, alarm bells began ringing throughout Thornvale Palace. Cassian's expression darkened instantly. War returned in a single heartbeat. The Alpha King rose from the bed immediately, every trace of softness shifting into lethal focus as power rolled violently through the room. Guards shouted distantly through palace corridors. Then came pounding footsteps. A hard knock struck the chamber doors. "Your Majesty," Cassian turned toward the entrance. "What?" The guard's voice came strained from the other side. "The Sovereign Council has arrived." Silence crashed through the room. Seraphina's pulse stumbled instantly. But Cassian turned back toward her first. Not the doors. Not the threat. Her. His silver eyes burned with terrifying calm now. "They do not touch you." The mate bond surged violently between them. Protective. Ancient. Absolute. Then the Alpha King reached for his black coat, like a king preparing for war. And for the first time, the Moon Queen stood beside him willingly. Chapter 24. The Council That Came for Their Queen. The throne room of Thornvale Palace stood silent beneath the storm. Massive silver chandeliers flickered overhead while rain battered the towering glass walls overlooking Black Hollow. Guards lined the marble hall in full battle armor, every wolf tense beneath the crushing pressure rolling through the palace. Because the Sovereign Council had arrived. And everyone understood what that meant. War stood at the door. Cassian Thornvale walked through the grand chamber like a king born for battle, dark coat sweeping behind him while lethal alpha dominance rolled from his body in violent waves. Seraphina remained beside him. Not behind him, beside him. The difference did not go unnoticed. Whispers moved through the royal guards instantly as the glowing silver markings beneath Seraphina's skin flickered softly beneath the dark fabric covering her shoulders. The Moon Queen.
Alive.
Awakened. And standing beside the strongest Alpha King in generations. Cassian's hand rested possessively against the small of her back as they approached the massive throne platform at the center of the hall. Not controlling. Protective. Grounding. The mate bond pulsed steadily between them after the night they shared. Deeper now.
Permanent.
Seraphina could feel every emotion moving beneath Cassian's calm exterior.
Rage.
Protectiveness. And beneath all of it, fear for her. Not himself. Never himself. Her heart tightened painfully. The towering palace doors suddenly opened with enough force to shake the chamber. The Sovereign Council entered. 6 figures cloaked in silver and black stepped into the throne room beneath the sound of thunder rolling across the city skyline. Ancient wolves. Powerful enough that the air itself seemed heavier around them. And at their center walked a woman unlike any Seraphina had ever seen.
Tall.
Elegant.
Terrifying.
Silver markings glowed faintly beneath pale skin while icy eyes locked instantly onto Seraphina. Recognition flashed there immediately. Then something darker. The woman stopped at the center of the hall. Moon Queen. The title echoed through the chamber. Every guard lowered their gaze instinctively. Seraphina felt the ancient power inside her stir violently in response. Cassian stepped slightly closer to her at once.
Mine.
The possessive instinct rolled hard through the bond. The woman noticed instantly. A faint smile touched her mouth. So the rumors are true, she murmured. The Alpha King has already bonded himself emotionally. Cassian's silver eyes darkened dangerously. You entered my palace uninvited. The woman looked entirely unimpressed. And yet here I stand. Power surged through the throne room instantly. The royal guards tensed. Council wolves shifted subtly. One wrong word would turn the palace into a battlefield. The woman's gaze returned to Seraphina again. You look like her. Seraphina frowned slightly.
Who?
Silence followed. Then the woman answered quietly. The last Moon Queen. A chill swept through the room. Cassian's expression sharpened instantly. You knew her. The woman's eyes darkened with old memory. I watched her die. The confession struck Seraphina like ice through her chest. The bond reacted violently. Cassian's arm tightened protectively around her waist. The woman noticed immediately. Interesting, she whispered. Cassian's voice turned lethal. State your purpose. The woman finally looked toward him fully. The council demands the Moon Queen be surrendered immediately. The room exploded into tension. Growls erupted from Thornvale guards. Power rolled violently through the palace. Cassian did not move. But Seraphina felt the terrifying shift inside him through the bond. The Alpha King had become absolutely deadly.
No.
The single word shook the room harder than thunder. The woman studied him carefully. You would risk civil war for her. Cassian's silver eyes burned. I would burn kingdoms for her. Silence crashed through the throne room. Because every wolf present realized immediately. He meant it. The woman looked toward Seraphina again slowly. And you? Seraphina straightened beside Cassian despite fear clawing through her chest. The mate bond pulsed warmly against her soul, steadying her, reminding her she was not alone anymore. The councilwoman watched carefully. Do you stand beside the Alpha King willingly? Every eye in the throne room turned toward her. Seraphina looked briefly at Cassian. At the king who held her gently despite being powerful enough to destroy everyone in this room. At the man who loved her without trying to cage her. Then she turned back toward the council. Yes. The answer changed everything. Because the moment the word left her lips, the silver markings beneath her skin ignited brilliantly. Ancient power exploded through the throne room. The chandeliers shattered. The storm outside roared violently. And behind Seraphina, a massive silver wolf spirit appeared in moonlight and lightning. The moon guardian had awakened fully. Every wolf in the chamber dropped instantly to one knee. Even the sovereign council. Cassian stared at Seraphina in stunned silence as silver power spiraled around her like a queen finally claiming her throne. And somewhere deep within the storm, the old prophecy began waking completely. Chapter 25. The prophecy they could no longer deny. The throne room remained frozen beneath silver light. No one moved. No one breathed. Because behind Seraphina Vale, the moon guardian stood fully awakened for the first time in centuries. The massive silver wolf spirit towered above the chamber in crackling moonlight and lightning, its glowing eyes fixed directly on the sovereign council. Ancient power flooded Thornvale Palace. The chandeliers continued trembling overhead while silver magic spiraled violently across the marble floors beneath Seraphina's feet. And every wolf present instinctively understood the terrifying truth. The prophecy was real. Cassian stood beside Seraphina, like a king guarding the center of a storm, one arm protectively around her waist while his silver eyes burned with lethal warning toward the council.
Mine.
The possessive instinct thundered violently through the mate bond. Not because of jealousy, because the council's fear had shifted into something more dangerous now. Recognition. The woman leading the sovereign council stared at the guardian spirit with visible shock breaking through her calm composure for the first time. It awakened fully. Her voice sounded almost hollow. One of the older council wolves beside her whispered quietly, "That should not have been possible." Seraphina's pulse hammered violently as power continued surging through her body. The moon guardian behind her moved slightly, its glowing fur rippling with silver lightning while its massive presence pressed ancient dominance into every corner of the throne room. Cassian leaned closer immediately. Breathe. The command grounded her instantly. The mate bond pulsed warmly against the chaos, steadying her, centering her. Seraphina realized then that the guardian responded to him too, not obeying, accepting. The realization terrified the council far more than the awakening itself. The lead councilwoman slowly lifted her gaze toward Cassian. "You truly are the one." Cassian's expression darkened. "I do not care about your prophecy." "That is unfortunate," she replied quietly, "because the prophecy cares very much about you." Silence followed. Then she looked toward Seraphina again. The Moon Queen was never meant to rise alone. The storm outside exploded violently. Lightning split the skyline beyond the palace windows while the guardian wolf released a low growl powerful enough to shake the throne room. Ancient instinct forced several guards lower onto one knee. Even powerful alphas struggled beneath the pressure now radiating through the chamber. Seraphina's breathing became uneven again. Too much power. Too many emotions. Cassian immediately turned toward her fully, his hand sliding gently along her back. "Look at me." She did instantly. And the moment their eyes locked, the chaos softened. The guardian calmed. The storm eased slightly. The council noticed everything. The lead woman's expression shifted from shock into certainty. The bond stabilizes her power. Cassian's jaw tightened. "Careful." The warning in his voice carried deadly promise. But the woman ignored him. Instead, she stared at Seraphina with something almost resembling pity. "They lied to you your entire life." Seraphina frowned. "What do you mean?" The woman stepped forward carefully. "Your bloodline was not merely hidden after the purge." The room grew colder. It was betrayed. The words slammed into Seraphina hard enough to steal her breath. Cassian's expression sharpened instantly. "Explain." The woman's silver eyes darkened with old memory. The Moon Queens were not destroyed by enemies alone. Thunder cracked violently outside. Their downfall began because wolves feared how deeply their kings loved them. Silence crashed through the chamber. The mate bond pulsed painfully between Seraphina and Cassian, because suddenly both of them understood. Love itself had become dangerous. The woman continued quietly. The bond between Moon Queens and their chosen kings created power strong enough to unite territories permanently. Her gaze shifted toward Cassian, or destroy them completely if the bond was threatened. Cassian's protective instincts surged violently. The guardian growled again behind Seraphina. The councilwoman did not flinch. The last Moon Queen nearly burned the kingdoms to ash after her king was murdered. Seraphina's stomach turned.
No.
The woman nodded slowly. That is why the purge happened. The horrifying truth settled through the throne room. The Moon Queens had not been feared because they were weak. They were feared because love made them unstoppable. Cassian looked towards Seraphina instantly. She could feel his emotions colliding violently through the bond now. Protectiveness, rage, and beneath all of it,
Fear.
not fear of her power, fear of what the world might do to her because of it. The lead councilwoman finally lowered her head slightly toward Seraphina. Not submission, respect. The prophecy says the final Moon Queen will either heal the fractured kingdoms. Her silver eyes shifted slowly toward Cassian, or drown them in blood beside the king she loves. The room fell completely silent. Then the guardian behind Seraphina lifted its massive head toward the storm-covered sky. And somewhere deep beneath Thornvale Palace, something ancient answered back. Chapter 26. The Voice Beneath Thornvale Palace. The throne room trembled beneath ancient power. After the guardian's howl echoed through the palace foundations, silence followed, so suddenly it felt unnatural. Heavy. Watching. Every wolf in the chamber remained frozen beneath the pressure radiating from the awakened Moon Queen. Silver lightning spiraled around Seraphina's body, while the guardian spirit stood behind her like a living force of judgment itself. And somewhere beneath Thornvale Palace, something had answered. Cassian felt it immediately through the mate bond.
Danger.
Ancient danger. His arm tightened protectively around Seraphina's waist as his silver eyes swept across the throne room. The Sovereign Council sensed it too. For the first time since arriving, genuine unease crossed the faces of the ancient wolves standing before him. The lead councilwoman stepped backward slowly. That should not be awake. Her voice sounded quieter now. Less certain. Cassian's gaze sharpened dangerously. What is beneath this palace? No one answered immediately. Thunder rolled violently outside, while silver magic pulsed across the marble floor in glowing circles around Seraphina's feet. The guardian growled again. Lower this time. Warning.
Then.
A voice echoed through the throne room. Not spoken aloud. Felt. Ancient. Female. Moon Queen asterisk. Seraphina gasped sharply. The sound did not come from the council. Or the guards. Or even the guardian behind her. It came from below, deep beneath the palace foundations. Cassian felt her fear instantly through the bond. He turned toward her immediately. What is it? Seraphina's pulse hammered violently. There's someone down there. Every wolf in the throne room stiffened. The councilwoman closed her eyes briefly, like a nightmare she prayed would never return had finally awakened. No, she whispered. Cassian's dominance exploded through the chamber. Explain. The woman looked toward him slowly. Beneath Thornvale Palace lies the oldest prison in the Wolf Kingdoms. The room went still. Cassian's expression darkened instantly. There is no prison beneath my territory that I do not know about. That is because your bloodline was never meant to guard it consciously, the woman replied. The guardian's silver eyes flashed violently. Seraphina felt another pulse slam through her chest. Find me, asterisk. The voice again. Closer now. Ancient grief wrapped around the words hard enough to make tears burn unexpectedly behind her eyes. Cassian caught her instantly as she swayed slightly. The mate bond surged violently.
Fear. Confusion.
Protectiveness. Seraphina. She looked at him breathlessly. She's calling me. The council members exchanged alarmed looks immediately. One older wolf stepped forward. She must not answer. Cassian's silver eyes turned lethal. You are moments away from testing my patience permanently. The older wolf lowered his gaze at once. The councilwoman finally spoke again. The prison beneath Thornvale was created after the fall of the last Moon Queen. The storm intensified outside. Lightning exploded across the skyline beyond the palace windows. She was not the only survivor. Silence crashed through the chamber. Seraphina stared at her. What do you mean? The woman's expression darkened with old guilt. When the kingdoms betrayed the Moon bloodline, one guardian refused to kneel. The guardian spirit behind Seraphina released another deep growl. Cassian's instinct screamed danger now. The councilwoman continued carefully. She nearly destroyed the wolf world trying to avenge her queen. The air itself felt colder after those words. Seraphina's heart pounded harder. A guardian? The woman nodded slowly. The first Moon Guardian. Ancient horror moved visibly across the faces of the council wolves. Even they feared the name. Cassian's jaw tightened. And you imprisoned her beneath my palace. We sealed her, the woman corrected quietly. With Thornvale blood. Cassian went completely still, because suddenly everything made terrible sense. The Thornvale kings were not merely rulers. They were wardens. The voice echoed through Seraphina's soul again. Moon Queen, free me. Asterisk. Silver power burst violently across the throne room. The guardian behind Seraphina stepped forward suddenly, massive paws cracking marble beneath glowing light. Every guard drew weapons instantly. Cassian pulled Seraphina behind him at once.
Mine.
Protect her. The instinct roared through him hard enough to shake the chamber. But Seraphina touched his arm immediately. She's not trying to hurt me. Cassian looked back at her sharply. How can you know that? The answer came before she could speak. Because suddenly memories crashed through her mind. A woman with silver hair standing beneath burning skies. A monstrous wolf made from moonlight and fury.
Chains. Blood.
Screaming kingdoms collapsing beneath storms. Then, a final image. The silver-haired queen touching the guardian's face gently before whispering, "Wait for me to return." Asterisk. The vision vanished instantly. Seraphina gasped sharply. Cassian caught her before she could fall. What did you see? Her eyes lifted toward him slowly. Terrified.
Awed. Certain.
She's been waiting for me. And beneath Thornvale Palace, something ancient began waking completely. Chapter 27. The Guardian Beneath the Kingdom. The floor of the throne room split apart. Marble cracked violently beneath glowing silver symbols as ancient magic surged upward from the depths beneath Thornvale Palace. Guards stumbled backward while chandeliers swayed overhead, the storm outside answering with thunder powerful enough to shake the city itself. And from the darkness below, the chains began breaking. Seraphina stared at the widening abyss beneath the throne room floor, while the voice inside her soul grew stronger. Closer. Moon Queen, asterisk. The words no longer sounded distant. They sounded desperate. Cassian pulled Seraphina protectively against him immediately as power exploded through the chamber. Every wolf present shifted into defensive stances. The Sovereign Council looked terrified now. Not cautious. Terrified. The lead councilwoman stepped backward sharply. She's breaking the seals. Cassian's silver eyes flashed dangerously. You sealed a living creature beneath my kingdom for centuries? You do not understand what she became. One of the older council wolves snapped. The guardian spirit behind Seraphina growled violently. The sound shook the room hard enough to crack the remaining glass windows. Silver energy spiraled wildly around Seraphina now, the markings beneath her skin glowing brighter with every heartbeat. The bond between her and the imprisoned guardian was strengthening, and everyone could feel it. Cassian looked down at her instantly. Seraphina. Her eyes lifted toward him, filled with confusion, emotion, ancient grief that did not fully belong to her. She's alone, Seraphina whispered. The words shattered through the throne room, because suddenly every council member realized the connection had already formed. Too late to stop. The abyss beneath the floor glowed violently.
Then,
A hand appeared. Pale fingers tipped with silver claws gripped the broken stone as chains rattled violently below. The entire palace seemed to inhale. Cassian's dominance exploded through the chamber instantly. Guards drew weapons. Several council wolves shifted partially, claws extending. But Seraphina stepped forward. Cassian caught her wrist immediately.
no.
The single word carried terrifying force. Seraphina turned toward him slowly. And through the bond he felt it. Not recklessness.
Certainty.
She won't hurt me. The floor beneath them trembled again. Then she emerged. The first Moon Guardian climbed slowly from the darkness beneath Thornvale Palace. Ancient chains hung broken from silver-marked wrists, while moonlight and shadow spiraled around her body like living storms. She looked both wolf and woman simultaneously. Long silver hair, glowing eyes, and power old enough to make every alpha in the room lower their gaze instinctively. The Guardian lifted her head slowly. Her eyes locked onto Seraphina instantly. Then the impossible happened. The ancient monster the kingdoms feared dropped to one knee. The throne room fell completely silent. Cassian stared in stunned disbelief, while the Guardian lowered her head before Seraphina like a knight before her queen. "My queen," she whispered hoarsely. Emotion slammed through Seraphina hard enough to ache. Loneliness, centuries of grief, unwavering devotion. The mate bond pulsed sharply as Cassian moved closer protectively beside her, every instinct still prepared for violence if necessary. The Guardian noticed him immediately. Silver eyes narrowed. Danger rolled through the room at once. Ancient predator meeting Alpha King. The council visibly panicked. "Do not provoke her," the lead woman warned sharply. Cassian ignored her completely. His hand settled firmly against Seraphina's waist.
Mine.
The possessive instinct rolled hard through the bond again. The Guardian felt it. And suddenly the ancient wolf smiled faintly. "You love her." The observation sounded almost surprised. Cassian's expression remained cold. "Yes." The Guardian studied him carefully. Not fearful, evaluating, like a creature deciding whether a king deserved to stand beside her queen. Seraphina felt the tension instantly. "She's not your enemy," she whispered softly to Cassian. The Guardian's gaze shifted back toward Seraphina again. "No," she agreed quietly. "But many kings before him were." The room darkened beneath another violent flash of lightning. Then the Guardian slowly rose to her feet. Massive power rolled outward immediately. Ancient.
Terrifying.
The council wolves lowered themselves instinctively onto one knee again. One whispered shakily. "The Shadow Guardian." Cassian's eyes sharpened instantly. Shadow Guardian. Not Moon Guardian. Something darker. Older. The Guardian heard the fear in the title and smiled without warmth. "That is what they named me after they betrayed us." Silence followed. Then her silver eyes settled once more on Seraphina. "I waited for you." Emotion tightened painfully in Seraphina's chest. "Who are you?" The Guardian stared at her for several seconds before answering softly. "I was her protector." Her voice cracked slightly for the first time. "And when they murdered my queen..." The storm exploded violently beyond the palace. Silver lightning illuminated tears glimmering briefly in ancient eyes. "I became their nightmare." Chapter 28. The Queen the Kingdoms Betrayed. The throne room remained buried in silence. Broken marble surrounded the massive abyss split through the palace floor while silver power crackled through the air like lightning trapped inside stone. And, at the center of it all, the Shadow Guardian rose fully from the prison beneath Thornvale Palace. Ancient chains dragged behind her across shattered marble, glowing silver markings burning beneath pale skin while storm winds spiraled violently around her body. She looked like vengeance given form. Every wolf present felt it instantly. This was not merely a guardian. This was a creature forged through grief powerful enough to survive centuries of imprisonment. And somehow, she knelt only to Seraphina. Cassian stood rigid beside his mate, every instinct alive and dangerous as the Shadow Guardian slowly lifted herself to full height. She was nearly as tall as he was. Silver eyes glowing, ancient power radiating hard enough to suffocate weaker wolves. The council remained visibly shaken. One older member whispered quietly, "She's stronger now." The guardian heard him. A cold smile touched her mouth. "Pain changes creatures." The words echoed through the throne room like prophecy itself. Seraphina stared at the woman before her, emotion tightening painfully in her chest through the strange connection already forming between them. Not fear. Recognition. The guardian looked at her like she had been waiting through centuries of darkness for this exact moment. Cassian noticed the emotional shift immediately through the bond. His hand settled more firmly against Seraphina's waist, grounding her, protecting her.
Mine.
The instinct pulsed sharply through him again. The guardian's glowing eyes flickered toward him. "You guard her fiercely." Cassian's expression remained cold. "With my life." The answer came without hesitation. The guardian studied him for several long seconds. Then, unexpectedly, she nodded once. Approval. The Sovereign Council looked horrified by the gesture. The lead councilwoman stepped forward carefully. "You do not understand what you are allowing." The guardian turned slowly toward her. And suddenly the room temperature dropped. Silver frost spread across broken marble beneath her feet. "No," the guardian said softly. "It is you who never understood." The councilwoman's face hardened. "You slaughtered entire kingdoms." The guardian's eyes darkened with ancient grief. "They murdered my queen." The storm outside exploded violently. Lightning illuminated the throne room in silver flashes, while the guardian's power spiraled harder around her. "She begged them for peace," the guardian whispered. The room went still. "She loved her king enough to unite the territories willingly." Tears burned unexpectedly in Seraphina's eyes as visions flickered briefly across her mind again. A silver-haired queen smiling beside a dark-haired Alpha King beneath moonlight.
Love.
Real love. Then blood.
Fire.
Screaming. Betrayal. Seraphina gasped softly. Cassian turned toward her instantly. "What did you see?" Her breathing became uneven. "They killed him first." The guardian froze. Silver eyes snapped toward Seraphina with stunned recognition. "You remember." The connection between them surged violently.
Not memory exactly.
Bloodline echoes. The last Moon Queen's emotions still lived within the magic flowing through Seraphina's veins. The council members exchanged alarmed looks immediately. The lead woman stepped backward. "She's awakening too quickly." Cassian's dominance rolled violently through the room. Enough. Every wolf went silent instantly. The Alpha King stepped forward fully now, placing himself partially between Seraphina and the council. Terrifying calm settled over him. "You imprisoned an innocent guardian beneath my kingdom for centuries." The councilwoman lifted her chin carefully. She was destroying the world. She was grieving. The correction came from Seraphina. The room fell silent again, because suddenly every wolf present could feel it through the bond connecting her to the guardian. The truth. Not madness.
Loss.
The shadow guardian looked at Seraphina with visible emotion for the first time. "You truly are her blood." The words wrapped heavily through the throne room. Then suddenly, the guardian dropped fully to one knee again. Not out of weakness. Allegiance. Ancient and absolute. "My queen," she said quietly. The title shook the chamber, harder than thunder. Cassian looked toward Seraphina slowly as silver moonlight spiraled around her body once more. And for the first time, the Alpha King realized the terrifying scale of what fate had returned to the kingdoms. Not merely a hidden bloodline. Not merely his mate. A queen powerful enough to command monsters history itself could not kill. Chapter 29. The King the Moon Queen chose. The throne room stood suspended between history and war. Silver magic still spiraled through the shattered palace floor while the Shadow Guardian knelt before Seraphina beneath the stormlit shadows of Thornvale Palace. Every wolf present remained frozen, because the impossible had happened. The ancient creature feared by kingdoms had bowed willingly to the hidden Moon Queen. And, beside her, the Alpha King stood like a blade prepared to cut down the world itself if anyone threatened her. Cassian's arm remained firmly around Seraphina's waist as tension thickened across the chamber. The Sovereign Council looked shaken now in ways no wolf had probably witnessed for centuries. Because the prophecy was no longer theory. It stood alive before them. The lead councilwoman stared at Seraphina carefully. The bond has progressed too quickly. Cassian's silver eyes darkened. You keep saying that, because it should not be possible. The Shadow Guardian rose slowly to full height again, chains dragging softly behind her across broken marble. Nothing about their bond is normal, she said quietly. Her glowing eyes shifted toward Cassian. The moon blood has accepted him completely. A chill swept through the throne room. Several council members lowered their gaze instantly, because ancient stories spoke of this possibility only in whispers. A chosen king. Not merely a mate. A king worthy of standing beside the Moon Queen without being consumed by her power. The lead councilwoman looked visibly unsettled. That has not happened since the last war, the Guardian finished coldly. Silence followed. Then Seraphina finally stepped forward.
Carefully.
The silver magic around her softened instantly in response. Cassian remained close enough to touch her at any moment. Protective instinct refusing distance.
Mine.
The possessive pulse moved through the bond again, but now Seraphina understood something important. Cassian's possessiveness was not about control. It was fear. Fear of losing her. Fear born from loving her too deeply already. And somehow, the realization only made her love him more. Seraphina looked toward the Shadow Guardian. What was her name? The question hit the room hard. The Guardian went completely still. For the first time since emerging from beneath the palace, real pain crossed her ancient face. Then quietly, Queen Selene. The name echoed through Seraphina's soul like forgotten music. Vision struck her instantly. A silver crown. Moonlit gardens. A king laughing softly while holding Selene against him beneath the stars. Love so overwhelming it felt sacred. Then blood. Betrayal. Fire swallowing kingdoms whole. Seraphina staggered slightly. Cassian caught her immediately.
Easy.
The deep calm in his voice grounded her instantly. The Shadow Guardian watched the interaction carefully. Then whispered softly. He steadies you. Cassian's gaze lifted toward her. And she steadies me. The confession silenced the room. Because no Alpha King admitted weakness publicly. Yet Cassian Thornvale spoke the truth without hesitation. The mate bond pulsed warmly between them.
Alive.
Unashamed. The Guardian's expression softened slightly. Then fate may finally be correcting its mistake. The councilwoman's face hardened immediately. Or repeating it. Power surged violently through the chamber again. Cassian stepped fully in front of Seraphina this time. Threatening. Lethal. You will speak carefully. The warning rolled through the room like thunder. The councilwoman did not retreat. You think love alone protects kingdoms? Her silver eyes flashed sharply. The last Moon Queen loved her king beyond reason too. The Guardian growled instantly. But the councilwoman continued anyway, and the kingdoms drowned in blood for it. Seraphina's chest tightened painfully, because through the bloodline memories, she could feel the grief of the last queen. Not madness. Not cruelty.
Despair.
The loss of the man she loved more than life itself. Cassian sensed the emotion immediately through the bond. Without hesitation, he turned towards Seraphina fully, ignoring every other wolf in the chamber. His hands cupped her face gently. Look at me. She did instantly, and just like before, the chaos softened, the power calmed, because somehow his presence anchored her soul itself. The entire throne room noticed. The Guardian noticed most of all. Ancient understanding flashed behind silver eyes. Then slowly, she lowered her head toward Cassian. Not fully. Not submission. Recognition. You truly are hers. The words landed heavily through the chamber. Cassian frowned slightly. What does that mean? The Guardian's gaze lifted toward him fully. It means the moon goddess did not merely choose you as her mate. The storm outside exploded violently. Silver lightning illuminated the throne room in blinding flashes. The Guardian's voice lowered. She chose you as her king. Silence crashed through the palace, because those words carried terrifying implications. Not a political king. Not merely an alpha ruler. A king tied directly to moon blood prophecy itself. The council looked horrified. Cassian looked furious. Only Seraphina looked overwhelmed. The mate bond surged wildly between them, ancient magic spiraling around king and queen alike. Then suddenly, a deafening explosion shook the palace walls. Guards shouted outside the throne room. Another blast followed immediately after. The massive palace doors burst open. A bloodied Thornvale guard stumbled inside breathlessly. "Your Majesty." His terrified gaze snapped toward Cassian. The Veilcrest pack has breached the outer gates. Chapter 30. The Alpha Who Came to Take Her Back. The throne room erupted into chaos. The massive palace doors slammed against the walls as the bloodied Thornvale guard collapsed to one knee, chest heaving while rain and smoke poured into the chamber behind him. "The Veilcrest pack breached the western barriers," he gasped. "They're demanding entry to the throne room." Thunder exploded above the palace. Every wolf present shifted instantly into combat readiness. Thornvale guards formed defensive lines around Cassian and Seraphina, while the Sovereign Council stepped cautiously backward, unwilling to become trapped between two alpha bloodlines on the edge of war. And at the center of it all, Cassian Thornvale became absolutely terrifying. The Alpha King's silver eyes darkened into something lethal as dominance flooded violently through the throne room. The chandeliers shook. The cracked marble beneath their feet splintered further.
Meaning.
The possessive instinct thundered through the mate bond hard enough that Seraphina physically felt it in her chest. Not fear. Fury. Because another alpha had entered his kingdom demanding the woman fate itself marked as his queen. Cassian's arm wrapped firmly around Seraphina's waist before he looked toward the guards. "Seal the lower palace." "Yes, Your Majesty." "No one approaches this chamber without my permission." The guards moved instantly. The Shadow Guardian watched everything silently from beside the shattered abyss, silver eyes glowing brighter as distant sounds of fighting echoed faintly through the palace halls. Then she smiled. Not kindly. "Another king comes chasing the Moon Queen." Cassian's gaze snapped toward her sharply. "He is not her king." The room fell silent at the sheer certainty in his voice. Seraphina felt every ounce of emotion behind the words through the bond. Not insecurity. Truth. Cassian did not fear losing her because somewhere deep inside him, he already believed she belonged beside him completely. The realization warmed her chest painfully. Then suddenly, a violent boom shook the throne room doors.
Once. Twice.
Then a roar thundered through the chamber from the other side. Cassian Thornvale. Kieran Veilcrest. Seraphina froze instantly. Cassian felt the reaction through the bond at once. Not longing. Shock. Old wounds. The Alpha King's jaw tightened dangerously. The door shuddered again beneath another impact. "I know she's in there." The Sovereign Council exchanged tense looks immediately. The lead councilwoman spoke quietly. "If the Veilcrest heir challenges you publicly over the Moon Queen." Cassian turned slowly toward her. The look in his eyes silenced her instantly. Because every wolf in the room suddenly understood something horrifying. Cassian Thornvale would kill for Seraphina, without hesitation now. The Shadow Guardian seemed almost pleased by the realization. History repeats itself beautifully. Seraphina stepped forward suddenly before the tension could worsen further. "Stop." Her voice cut cleanly through the room. Every wolf went still. Cassian looked at her immediately. The fury inside him softened a fraction the second their eyes met. Seraphina touched his arm gently. "He's angry," she whispered, "but he's not why I'm here." The words mattered. Cassian felt it through the bond instantly.
Choice.
Again and again. She chose him, not because of power, not because of fate alone. Him. The realization steadied the violent instinct threatening to consume him completely. Another impact slammed against the throne room doors. This time the metal bent inward visibly. Kieran's voice came rough with fury from the other side. "You think you can hide her behind your crown?" Cassian stepped forward slowly. Terrifying calm settled over him again. "No," he said quietly. The room stilled. Then the Alpha King looked directly toward the shattered doors. "I stand beside her because she chose me." The silence afterward felt deadly. Then, the throne room doors exploded open. Splintered metal and wood crashed across the marble floor as Cassian Valecrest stormed into the chamber, surrounded by armed Valecrest wolves. Rain soaked his black clothing. Blood streaked across one side of his face. And the moment his eyes landed on Seraphina beside Cassian, everything inside him visibly shattered. Because she was not standing behind the Alpha King in fear. She stood beside him willingly. Protected.
Loved.
Chosen. The mate bond between her and Cassian pulsed visibly through the room like living moonlight. Cassian stared at it in stunned silence, then finally whispered the truth, destroying him alive. "You really chose him." Seraphina's chest tightened painfully, because once upon a time, she would have chosen Cassian without hesitation. But standing beside Cassian now, she finally understood the difference between longing for someone and being truly loved by them. Cassian's hand slid possessively against the small of her back. Not controlling.
Claiming. Meaning.
Cassian saw the movement instantly. Rage exploded through him. "You think he loves you," he snapped. "You don't even know what he is." Cassian's silver eyes darkened. But before he could speak, the Shadow Guardian stepped forward. Ancient power crashed through the throne room instantly. Every Valecrest wolf recoiled in terror. Cassian froze. Because standing beside the Moon Queen now was not merely an Alpha King. It was a monster from ancient legend, and she was smiling at him. "You," the Guardian whispered softly, "are the wolf who threw away a queen." Chapter 31. The Wolf Who Realized Too Late. The throne room stood on the edge of war. Rain and smoke poured through the shattered entrance behind Cassian Valecrest while armed wolves filled the broken doorway, claws partially shifted, and eyes locked on Thornvale guards surrounding the Moon Queen. Lightning illuminated the chamber in violent silver flashes. And, at the center of it all, Seraphina stood beside Cassian Thornvale. Chosen. Protected.
Loved.
Cassian stared at her like the sight alone was killing him, because nothing about this looked forced. Nothing about her looked frightened. The mate bond between her and Cassian pulsed visibly through the room like moonlight threaded between their souls.
Alive.
Ancient. Unbreakable. And for the first time in his life, Cassian Valecrest understood what true rejection actually felt like. The Shadow Guardian's silver eyes remained fixed on him coldly. "You threw away a queen." The word struck harder than any blade. Cassian's jaw tightened violently. "I didn't know." The Guardian laughed softly. The sound carried no humor. "Neither did the kings before you." Cassian's arm remained firmly around Seraphina's waist while lethal calm settled deeper over him. Every instinct screamed violence. The Alpha, who once ignored Seraphina, now stood inside Thornvale Palace demanding her back after she had already chosen her king.
Meaning.
The possessive instinct rolled through the bond again. Seraphina felt it instantly. But beneath Cassian's fury lived something far more dangerous.
Fear.
Not fear Cassian could take her. Fear of what this confrontation would force her to relive emotionally. The realization softened her immediately. Her hand touched Cassian's chest lightly. Instantly his storm calmed a fraction. The entire throne room noticed. Cassian noticed most of all. His face shifted subtly.
Shock.
Because suddenly he understood the terrifying truth no one had explained to him before. Seraphina did not merely calm the Alpha King. She mattered to him beyond reason. The Sovereign Council watched silently as realization spread across Cassian's face in slow devastation. Cassian Thornvale loved her.
Completely.
And somehow, she loved him back. Cassian looked toward Seraphina again. Pain flickered openly across his expression now. "You left without even speaking to me." Cassian's silver eyes darkened instantly. But Seraphina stepped forward before he could respond. "You never spoke to me either." Silence crashed through the chamber. Cassian stared at her. Rain dripped from dark curls across his forehead while the chaos surrounding the throne room suddenly faded beneath the weight of her words. Seraphina's voice remained soft. But I waited for you too. The confession hit him brutally. Because it was true. Moon Goddess, it was true. Memories slammed into him instantly. Seraphina standing quietly near pack meetings while louder wolves commanded attention. Seraphina watching him during ceremonies. Seraphina disappearing into crowds after he chose another woman's company instead. Always there. Always looking at him like she hoped he might finally notice her. And he never truly had. Not until she belonged to someone else. Kieran swallowed hard. I thought you hated me. A faint, sad smile touched Seraphina's face. No, she whispered. That would have hurt less. The words shattered something inside him completely. Cassian felt the old grief moving through her instantly through the mate bond. Without hesitation, he stepped closer behind her, one hand sliding protectively along her waist.
Grounding.
Supporting. Seraphina relaxed against him instinctively. The movement nearly destroyed Kieran, because she fit beside Cassian naturally, like fate itself had carved space for her there. The Shadow Guardian watched him carefully, then spoke quietly. You mistook silence for weakness. Kieran's eyes lowered briefly, because he had. Everyone had. The quiet Omega no one bothered seeing clearly had become the most powerful woman in the Wolf Kingdoms. The irony felt almost cruel. Cassian finally spoke.
Cold.
Controlled. She is not returning with you. Kieran's gaze snapped toward him instantly. The Alpha King looked utterly immovable standing beside Seraphina, silver eyes carrying enough dominance to suffocate the room itself. And for the first time, Kieran realized he could never overpower him. Not politically, not physically, not emotionally, because Seraphina had already chosen. Kieran looked toward her one final time. The pain in his voice turned raw. Do you love him? The mate bond pulsed violently between Seraphina and Cassian. The entire throne room seemed to hold its breath. Seraphina turned slowly toward Cassian. At the king who steadied her storms. At the man who touched her like she mattered. At the Alpha who saw her soul before her power. Then she answered softly. Yes. The single word echoed through the shattered throne room. Kieran closed his eyes briefly, like the truth physically wounded him. And beside Seraphina, Cassian Thornvale finally looked like a man who had won something far more important than war. Chapter 32. The Queen Who Refused to Let Him Kneel. The throne room fell silent after Seraphina's answer. Yes. One word. Yet it shattered Kieran Veilcrest more completely than any wound ever could. Rain continued pouring through the ruined palace entrance, while thunder rolled across Black Hollow beyond the shattered doors. The wolves behind Kieran remained tense, uncertain whether they stood at the edge of war or heartbreak. But Kieran barely noticed them anymore. His eyes remained locked on Seraphina, on the woman he had overlooked for years. The woman standing beside another king now. Chosen.
Loved.
Untouchable. Cassian felt the devastation rolling off Kieran instantly. Not because he cared about the other Alpha, because Seraphina did. Even now. Not romantically, but painfully. The kind of pain that only came from once hoping someone might finally see you. Cassian's hand tightened slightly around her waist.
Grounding. Steadying. Meaning.
The instinct pulsed softer this time, protective rather than furious. Because the Alpha King understood something important now. Seraphina's heart had loved quietly for years before it ever belonged to him. And part of her still mourned the girl who waited for Kieran Veilcrest to choose her first. Kieran lowered his head briefly, rainwater dripping from dark curls onto the broken marble floor. I was blind. The confession echoed heavily through the throne room. No one mocked him. Because everyone present knew it was true. The Shadow Guardian watched him with ancient eyes full of cruel understanding. The kingdoms always realize too late what they destroy. Kieran's jaw tightened. I never tried to destroy her. The Guardian's expression darkened instantly. No, she whispered. You simply failed to protect what mattered. The words hit with brutal precision. Seraphina stepped forward before the tension could worsen further. Enough. Her voice cut sharply through the chamber. Silver magic pulsed softly beneath her skin as every wolf turned toward her instinctively. Even the storm outside seemed quieter when she spoke. The Moon Queen. Cassian looked at her carefully, immediately sensing the emotion moving beneath her calm exterior through the bond. Sadness, closure, and compassion that somehow still survived despite everything. Moon Goddess. She was too good for this world. Seraphina faced Kiran fully now. The years between them seemed visible suddenly. The quiet Omega girl who watched him from corners. The future Alpha too distracted by power and expectation to notice. Then fate intervening too late. Kiran swallowed hard as he looked at her. I would have chosen you eventually. The words hung painfully in the air. Seraphina's expression softened with something heartbreakingly gentle. But he chose me immediately. Silence crashed through the throne room. Cassian's chest tightened violently beside her, because through the bond, he felt exactly what those words cost her to say. The truth of years spent hoping, waiting, wondering why she was never enough to be loved first. Kiran looked destroyed by the realization. Because she was right. Cassian had seen her instantly, protected her instantly, loved her instantly, while Kiran only noticed her once another Alpha stood ready to burn kingdoms for her. The Alpha King stepped closer behind Seraphina instinctively, not to dominate the moment, to support her through it. His forehead lowered briefly near her temple as his voice softened enough that only she truly heard it. You never should have had to wait for someone to realize your worth. Emotion nearly broke her apart. The mate bond surged warmly between them, alive with devotion.
Kiran saw it.
Every wolf in the room saw it. And suddenly the truth became unbearable. Seraphina had not lost anything by leaving Veilcrest behind. She had found everything. The Shadow Guardian smiled faintly. There she is. Seraphina blinked slightly. What? The Guardian's silver eyes softened with ancient recognition. The Queen. The room stilled. Not because of the title itself. Because of the way Seraphina carried it now. Not frightened. Not uncertain. Graceful. Powerful. And still kind enough to stop humiliation from turning cruel. Cassian looked at her like she hung the stars themselves across the sky.
Kiran noticed that too.
His voice turned rough. You really love her. Cassian's silver eyes lifted slowly toward him. Dangerous. Absolute. There is nothing in this world, he said quietly, I would not destroy to keep her safe. The room fell silent again, because every wolf believed him completely. Kiran looked towards Seraphina one final time. Not angry now. Just grieving. Then slowly, the future Alpha of Veilcrest lowered himself onto one knee before the Moon Queen. Gasps spread through the chamber instantly. Even the Sovereign Council looked stunned. Kiran kept his gaze lowered. Not to Cassian. To her. I cannot undo what I failed to see, he said quietly. But no wolf in Veilcrest territory will ever threaten you again. Seraphina's chest tightened painfully, because somehow, that apology mattered more than she expected. The girl she used to be had waited years for acknowledgement like this. Cassian felt the emotion moving through her instantly. His hand found hers without hesitation. Steady. Present. Home. Then suddenly, a violent pulse of ancient power exploded beneath the palace again. The shattered floor glowed silver. The Shadow Guardian's expression changed instantly. Not fear. Alarm. And deep beneath Thornvale Palace, something enormous growled back. Chapter 33. The Beast Beneath the Kingdom. The growl beneath Thornvale Palace shook the world. Not metaphorically. The entire throne room trembled violently as ancient power exploded upward through the shattered marble floor, silver light flooding every corner of the chamber, while thunder cracked directly overhead. The storm outside became monstrous. Lightning split the skies above Black Hollow in endless violent flashes as wolves throughout the city howled instinctively in fear. Because something beneath the kingdom had awakened completely. The Shadow Guardian's expression hardened instantly. For the first time, since emerging from the prison below, she looked afraid. Cassian pulled Seraphina firmly against his side as another tremor ripped through the throne room. Guards stumbled. Council wolves shifted partially. The massive crack splitting the palace floor widened again. And from the darkness below, red eyes opened. Every wolf in the room froze. The creature beneath Thornvale Palace was enormous, ancient, and furious. A low rumble vibrated upward from the abyss, carrying enough dominance to suffocate weaker wolves instantly. Several Veilcrest guards collapsed to one knee. Even Kieran visibly struggled against the pressure. But Cassian never moved. The Alpha King stood immovable beside Seraphina, while silver dominance rolled from him in violent waves, shielding her instinctively from the creature's power.
Mine.
Protect her. The bond surged sharply between them. Seraphina felt everything. His fury, his fear, and beneath it all, his absolute refusal to let anything touch her. The realization steadied her immediately. The Shadow Guardian stepped toward the edge of the abyss slowly, then whispered one terrible word. Varkoros. The name echoed through the throne room like a curse. The Sovereign Council visibly paled. One older wolf staggered backward.
No.
Seraphina looked toward the Guardian. What is that? The Guardian's silver eyes remained locked on the glowing darkness below. The First King. Silence crashed through the room. Cassian's expression sharpened instantly. The Guardian continued quietly. The First King chosen by a Moon Queen. Another violent growl erupted from beneath the palace. This time the sound carried grief, so deep it physically hurt to hear. Seraphina's chest tightened painfully. The bloodline memories surged instantly. A dark-haired king smiling beside Queen Selene beneath moonlight, his hand against hers.
Love.
Then betrayal. Silver blades piercing his chest. The memories slammed into Seraphina hard enough to steal her breath. Cassian caught her instantly. Seraphina. Her eyes widened with horror. They imprisoned him. The entire throne room went still. The councilwoman closed her eyes briefly. Yes. Rage exploded through the Shadow Guardian instantly. You murdered your king, she snarled. The councilwoman's voice broke slightly. He became unstable after Selene died. He became broken, the Guardian roared. The abyss beneath them exploded with red light. The creature below moved violently now. Massive chains rattled somewhere deep underground. Ancient magic seals cracked visibly across the shattered marble floor. Cassian's protective instincts surged dangerously. You kept an ancient alpha imprisoned beneath my kingdom for centuries? The councilwoman looked devastated now. We had no choice. Liar. The Shadow Guardian's power detonated through the chamber hard enough to crack palace pillars. You feared him because grief made him stronger than all of you combined. The room darkened again. Then suddenly, a hand emerged from the abyss. Massive.
Clawed.
Wrapped in broken black chains glowing with ancient runes. The palace shook violently. Every wolf stepped backward instinctively except Cassian. And Seraphina. Because through the bloodline memories, she knew him, not fully, but enough. King Varkoros. The first king who loved a moon queen enough to destroy kingdoms after losing her. The prophecies suddenly made horrifying sense. Seraphina's breathing became uneven. The mate bond pulsed hard between her and Cassian, because now they both understood the truth hidden beneath the old stories. The moon queens were never the true danger. Their kings were. Cassian looked toward the abyss slowly, then toward Seraphina. And for the first time since finding her, real fear crossed the Alpha King's face. Not fear of battle, fear of becoming the same thing. Seraphina felt it instantly through the bond. She touched his face immediately. Cassian. His silver eyes locked onto hers. The storm raging inside him softened slightly beneath her touch. The Shadow Guardian noticed. So did the creature below. A deep growl echoed upward again. But this time, the sound shifted. Not rage. Recognition. Then a voice thundered from the darkness beneath Thornvale Palace. Ancient. Broken. Devastatingly powerful. The Queen has returned. Chapter 34. The King Who Remembered Love. The voice beneath Thornvale Palace silenced the world. The queen has returned. Asterisk. The ancient words echoed upward through shattered stone and storm-filled air, vibrating through every wolf in the throne room hard enough to freeze even battle instincts. Then the beast began to rise. Chains exploded from the abyss below as a massive form pulled itself upward through ancient magic and broken prison seals. Black fur streaked with glowing crimson spread through the darkness, while silver runes burned violently across enormous shoulders. King Varkoros emerged from the depths beneath Thornvale Palace. And every wolf present understood immediately why the old kingdoms feared him. He was colossal. Power radiated from him in crushing waves. Ancient alpha dominance, mixed with something darker, something grief had twisted into near-monstrous strength. His glowing red eyes swept across the throne room. The council recoiled instantly. The Veilcrest wolves backed toward the shattered entrance. Even seasoned Thornvale guards struggled beneath the sheer pressure of his presence. But Varkoros ignored them all. His gaze locked entirely onto Seraphina. The room went still, not because he looked violent, because he looked heartbroken. The massive ancient king stared at her like he had crossed centuries of darkness searching for one impossible thing.
Hope.
Seraphina's chest tightened painfully. The bloodline memories surged again. Queen Selene smiling beneath moonlight. Varkoros kneeling before her in devotion rather than power. A king who loved his queen enough to destroy himself after losing her. Cassian stepped protectively in front of Seraphina immediately as Varkoros climbed fully from the abyss. The Alpha King's silver eyes burned dangerously.
Mine.
Protect her. The mate bond surged sharply between them. Seraphina felt his fear now more clearly than ever before. Not fear of battle. Fear that history might repeat itself through him. The realization shattered her heart. Varkoros noticed Cassian instantly. The ancient king's red eyes narrowed as storm winds tore violently through the throne room. You stand beside her. His voice sounded ancient enough to shake the palace walls. Cassian did not move. Yes. The answer carried no hesitation. Varkoros stared at him silently for several long seconds. Then his gaze shifted toward the mate bond glowing visibly between Cassian and Seraphina like silver fire. Recognition crossed his face immediately, followed by grief, so devastating it hurt to witness. You love her already. Cassian's jaw tightened. There is nothing I would not do for her. The room fell silent again, because those words echoed almost perfectly against the memories flooding through Seraphina's bloodline. The same devotion, the same terrifying certainty. Varkoros closed his eyes briefly, and for one terrible moment, the monstrous king looked unbearably human. The Shadow Guardian stepped slowly toward him. My king. Varkoros opened his eyes again. The fury inside them softened slightly upon seeing her. You survived. Tears burned unexpectedly in the Guardian's silver eyes. Barely. The ancient king's massive clawed hand flexed slowly at his side. Then his gaze returned to the Sovereign Council, and all softness vanished instantly. Murderous rage flooded the throne room. They imprisoned me beneath my own kingdom. The councilwoman stepped backward. You slaughtered thousands. They killed her. The roar shattered palace windows completely. Every wolf in the room physically recoiled. Ancient grief exploded outward from Varkoros hard enough to feel like physical pain. I begged your ancestors to return her body to me. The storm outside intensified violently. They answered with chains. The room trembled beneath his power. Seraphina stepped forward before anyone else could speak. Varkoros. The ancient king froze instantly at the sound of her voice. Red eyes lifted toward her again slowly, not seeing Selene, but seeing enough of her to break something inside him all over again. Seraphina's chest ached painfully, because beneath the monster, she could still feel the king who once loved deeply enough to be legendary. You're hurting everyone, she whispered softly. Silence followed. Then something impossible happened. The ancient beast looked ashamed. Varkoros lowered his gaze briefly, as if only now realizing the storm and destruction raging around him. Cassian watched carefully beside Seraphina, every instinct prepared to protect her instantly, if necessary. But Seraphina touched his hand gently. Trust me. The emotion moved clearly through the bond. Cassian exhaled slowly, then allowed her one careful step farther forward. The entire throne room held its breath. Varkoros stared at her like he could not understand why she was unafraid. Seraphina's voice softened. She loved you very much, didn't she? The question shattered him completely. The ancient king dropped slowly to one knee. Not in submission. In grief. Thunder rolled violently overhead as Varkoros lowered his head beneath centuries of pain. She was my soul. Tears slid silently down the Shadow Guardian's face. The council looked horrified by the vulnerability unfolding before them. Because monsters were easier to justify imprisoning. But grieving kings, those were harder to condemn. Seraphina stepped closer again despite the tension exploding around her. Cassian remained directly behind her now. Close enough to touch. Close enough to destroy the world if needed. Varkoros looked toward him slowly. Then finally spoke the words Cassian feared most. You understand me already, don't you? The mate bond pulsed sharply. Cassian went still. Because the terrifying answer was yes. He understood exactly how grief could turn love into destruction. And Varkoros saw the truth written plainly across the Alpha King's face. The ancient king looked towards Seraphina one final time. Then whispered quietly, "Protect your king better than fate protected me." Chapter 35. The Queen Who Chose a Different Future. The throne room stood suspended in silence. Storm winds swept through shattered windows while ancient kings, alpha rulers, and monsters from forgotten history remained frozen beneath the weight of one impossible truth. The Moon Queen had returned. And this time, she was not alone. Seraphina stood between two kings shaped by love and loss. Behind her, Cassian Thornvale remained close enough to touch, his hand steady against her waist, silver eyes fixed on the ancient king kneeling before her. Varkoros, the first king. The king history had transformed into a monster. Not because he was cruel, because grief had consumed him after the death of the woman he loved beyond reason. And suddenly Seraphina understood the true horror of the prophecy. Not destruction born from evil. Destruction born from love twisted by loss. Cassian understood it too. She could feel it through the mate bond. The fear. The realization. The terrifying awareness that if anything ever happened to her, there might not be enough left of him to save. The thought shattered her heart. Seraphina turned slowly toward him. The storm raging outside illuminated Cassian's face in silver flashes, making him look carved from darkness and moonlight itself. Beautiful, dangerous, terrified. Not for himself. For her. Always for her. The realization tightened painfully around her chest. Varkoros watched them silently from where he knelt. Then quietly, "You already feel it, don't you?" Cassian's gaze shifted toward the ancient king. Neither man looked away. The room held its breath. Varkoros rose slowly to his feet again, chains dragging softly across shattered marble. When Celine died, he said quietly, "Part of me died with her." The words echoed brutally through the chamber. The sovereign council lowered their eyes. Even they looked ashamed now. "Love like ours," Varkoros continued, "does not fade peacefully." Seraphina's hand immediately found Cassian's. The mate bond surged warmly.
Alive.
Steady. Human. Cassian looked down at their joined hands briefly before tightening his fingers around hers. As though grounding himself through her touch alone. The Shadow Guardian stepped beside Varkoros silently. "You were never meant to survive her death," she whispered softly. The ancient king smiled without warmth.
No.
The storm outside roared harder. Lightning illuminated the ruined throne room while wolves throughout the chamber remained completely still beneath the crushing emotion surrounding them. Then Seraphina stepped forward. Not toward danger. Toward truth. "You loved her enough to destroy yourself." Varkoros looked at her quietly. "Yes." Seraphina swallowed softly. "But she wouldn't have wanted that." The words landed like blades. The ancient king visibly flinched. Because beneath all the rage, all the destruction, That truth had haunted him for centuries. Seraphina moved one careful step closer. Cassian remained directly behind her, protecting, trusting, loving her enough to let her speak to monsters. "You became what grief made you," she whispered. "But that isn't all you were." Varkoros stared at her silently. Then slowly, the red glow inside his eyes softened. Not disappearing, humanizing. And suddenly Seraphina saw him clearly. Not a beast. Not a legend. A king who once loved so completely that losing it broke the world around him. Tears burned behind her eyes unexpectedly, because she understood now why fate brought her here. Not to repeat history. To change it. Cassian felt the realization instantly through the bond. His chest tightened painfully, because suddenly he understood her intention before she spoke it aloud. Seraphina turned toward the Sovereign Council. Silver moonlight spiraled softly around her as the markings beneath her skin glowed brighter than ever before. The room instinctively focused on her. The Queen. "You imprisoned grief instead of healing it." The councilwoman lowered her gaze slowly. "We were afraid." "Yes," Seraphina whispered. "And fear created monsters where love once lived." Silence crashed through the chamber. Even the storm seemed quieter. The Shadow Guardian stared at Seraphina with visible emotion. Queen Selene had once spoken the same way. Hope instead of vengeance. Love instead of fear. Cassian looked at Seraphina like she was rewriting fate itself in front of him. And perhaps she was. Seraphina turned back toward Varkoros slowly. "You asked me to protect my king better than fate protected you." The ancient king held her gaze. "Yes." Seraphina tightened her fingers around Cassian's hand. "Then help me create a future where kings like you never become monsters again." The throne room went completely still, because the impossible had happened. The Moon Queen was offering peace to the beast history feared most. Varkoros stared at her in stunned silence. Then his gaze shifted toward Cassian. The Alpha King remained motionless beside Seraphina, protective, powerful, and utterly devoted to her already. The ancient king saw it clearly now. The same love, the same dangerous depth. But this time, something was different. Cassian did not stand alone in his grief. Seraphina stood beside him willingly. Varkoros slowly lowered his head. Not submission, acceptance. Then finally, after centuries of rage, the first king spoke words no one expected to hear. "Then let us end the cycle." Chapter 36. The Bond That Would Change the Kingdoms. The storm began to calm. Not completely. Lightning still flashed across the skies above Black Hollow, and rain continued sliding against the shattered throne room windows, but something fundamental had shifted inside Thornvale Palace. For the first time in centuries, ancient enemies stood without bloodshed between them. Seraphina remained at the center of the throne room, silver magic spiraling softly around her body while the two kings beside her carried the weight of entirely different futures. One broken by grief, one still standing at the edge of it. And both understood her power now, not merely as a queen, as salvation. The ancient bond circle glowing beneath Seraphina's feet pulsed brighter across the marble floor. Purple and silver symbols stretched outward in intricate patterns older than the wolf kingdoms themselves. The Shadow Guardian stared at the markings with visible disbelief. The Moon Throne awakens. The Sovereign Council looked alarmed instantly. One older council member stepped backward. That should not happen until the claiming ceremony. Cassian's expression sharpened dangerously. The what? The councilwoman hesitated. For the first time since arriving, genuine uncertainty crossed her face. The final rite. Varkoros' massive frame stiffened beside Seraphina.
No.
The word echoed sharply through the chamber. The councilwoman looked toward him carefully. It cannot be avoided. Cassian stepped closer to Seraphina immediately, instincts roaring alive again.
Mine.
Protect her. The bond surged hard between them. Seraphina felt the fear beneath his control instantly. Not fear of ritual. Fear of losing her to something ancient and beyond his reach. The realization tightened painfully around her chest. "What final rite?" she asked softly. Silence followed. Then the Shadow Guardian answered quietly. "The Moon Queen and her king must complete the Ascension Bond." The throne room went still. Cassian's silver eyes narrowed. "And if we refuse?" Varkoros looked toward him slowly. "You cannot." The answer landed heavily. The ancient king's expression darkened with old memory. The bond already awakened beyond separation. Seraphina's pulse quickened. "What does the ritual do?" No one answered immediately, which terrified her more than the truth itself. Then, finally, Varkoros spoke. "It binds your souls completely." The mate bond pulsed violently between her and Cassian.
Alive. Hungry.
Ancient. Cassian's jaw tightened. "That already happened." "No," Varkoros said quietly. "This is different." The storm outside flashed silver again. The ancient king's voice lowered. "The Ascension Bond does not simply unite mates." His red eyes shifted between Seraphina and Cassian. "It crowns them." Silence crashed through the room, because suddenly every wolf present understood the scale of what was unfolding. Not merely a mating bond, a coronation written into ancient magic itself. The Moon Queen, her chosen king, the rulers the old kingdoms once feared enough to destroy. Cassian looked toward Seraphina instantly. The fear inside him sharpened, because through the bond, he could feel her uncertainty too. Seraphina swallowed softly. "What happens after the ritual?" The Shadow Guardian answered this time. "The kingdoms will either kneel willingly," her silver eyes darkened, "or war will come for your crown." The room fell silent again. Kieran Veilcrest remained near the shattered entrance, watching everything unfold with quiet devastation across his face. Not jealousy anymore. Understanding. He finally realized Seraphina's destiny had never belonged to Veilcrest territory. She was born for something far larger. And Cassian, Moon Goddess. The Alpha King looked ready to challenge fate itself before allowing fear to touch her. Seraphina turned slowly toward him. Their eyes met instantly. The mate bond surged warm and steady between them. Home. That was what he felt like now. Cassian stepped closer until only inches separated them. "You do not have to decide tonight." The softness in his voice shattered what remained of her fear. Even now, with kingdoms hanging on the edge of prophecy, he cared more about protecting her peace than securing his own power. Varkoros watched the interaction silently. Then something almost sad crossed his face. "You already love her differently than I did." Cassian looked toward the ancient king sharply. Varkoros' voice softened. "I loved Selene so much that I could not survive losing her." His eyes shifted back toward Seraphina. "But you..." He studied Cassian carefully. "You would destroy yourself before becoming her destroyer." The words settled heavily through the chamber. Because they were true. Cassian's love did not cage Seraphina. It steadied her, strengthened her, chose her over his own fear. The moon throne symbols suddenly flared brighter beneath their feet. Silver light spiraled upward around Seraphina and Cassian together. The mate bond reacted instantly. Ancient magic wrapped around their joined souls like living moonlight. And somewhere beyond the palace walls, wolves across the kingdoms suddenly felt it. The return of their queen. The rise of her king. The beginning of a new era. Chapter 37. The night the kingdoms felt their queen. The bond circle exploded with light. Silver and violet magic spiraled violently around Seraphina and Cassian as the ancient moon throne symbols awakened completely beneath their feet. The shattered throne room glowed brighter than daylight, while storm winds whipped through Thornvale Palace hard enough to rattle the foundations of the kingdom itself. Every wolf present instinctively stepped backward. Because the power surrounding the future king and queen no longer felt merely magical. It felt divine. Seraphina gasped softly as the mate bond surged through her body like living moonlight. Ancient symbols spread farther beneath her skin, curling down her arms and across her collarbone in glowing silver patterns that pulsed in rhythm with Cassian's heartbeat. Not hers. His. The realization struck her hard. Their souls were beginning to synchronize. Cassian felt it too. The Alpha King stood directly before her inside the glowing circle, one hand firmly around her waist while the other held hers against his chest. The moment their eyes locked, the entire throne room disappeared. Not physically, emotionally. Nothing else existed. Not the council. Not Varkoros. Not the wolves watching history unfold. Only them. Only the bond. Cassian's breathing deepened slightly as silver light reflected across Seraphina's face. Beautiful. The thought moved through him with enough force to ache. Not because of her power. Because of her heart. Because even standing at the center of prophecy and ancient kingdoms, she still looked at broken creatures with compassion instead of fear. Moon goddess. He loved her so much already it frightened him. Seraphina felt the emotion instantly through the bond. Her chest tightened painfully. Cassian. His forehead lowered gently against hers. You feel it too. Not a question.
Truth.
The mate bond pulsed sharply between them again. And suddenly, the palace shook. A massive wave of power exploded outward from the throne room. Across Black Hollow. Across Thornvale territory. Across every kingdom connected to Moon blood history itself. Wolves everywhere stopped instantly. Pack alphas looked toward the storm-filled skies. Ancient wolves who survived the old wars fell silent in terror. Because after centuries of silence, the kingdoms could feel their queen awakening fully. The Sovereign Council looked horrified. One council member whispered shakily, "The ascension has started." Cassian's gaze snapped toward them instantly. "We did not agree to anything." Varkoros' expression darkened slightly. "You misunderstand." The ancient king looked toward the glowing bond circle beneath their feet. "The ritual no longer requires permission." The room went cold. Seraphina's pulse quickened. "What does that mean?" The Shadow Guardian answered softly. "It means the Moon Throne already chose you both." The symbols beneath the floor flared violently brighter. Then suddenly, Seraphina cried out softly as visions slammed through her mind again.
Not memories this time.
The future. Kingdoms kneeling beneath moonlit banners. Cassian beside her, wearing a silver crown stained with blood and war. Fire across territories refusing to surrender. Then another vision. Children laughing inside Thornvale Palace gardens beneath moonlight.
Peace.
Unity. Love surviving where history once destroyed it. The visions vanished instantly. Seraphina staggered. Cassian caught her immediately. "What did you see?" Her breathing became uneven. Two futures. The room fell silent. Varkoros closed his eyes briefly, like he already knew. Seraphina looked toward him slowly. One filled with war. The ancient king nodded once. And the other? Tears burned unexpectedly in her eyes. A kingdom where no one fears love anymore. Silence crashed through the chamber, because suddenly every wolf present understood the true purpose of the prophecy. Not domination. Not destruction.
A choice.
Repeat the violence of the past, or become something better. Cassian lifted one hand gently to Seraphina's face. His silver eyes searched hers carefully. "What future do you want?" The question shattered something inside her. Because despite prophecy, despite ancient magic, despite fate itself trying to crown them, he still gave her a choice. Always. Seraphina touched his hand softly. "The one where you survive." Emotions surged violently through the mate bond. Cassian nearly broke apart from it. The Alpha King pulled her closer instantly, forehead resting against hers while the storm outside softened further across the kingdom's skyline.
Mine. Love.
Home. The emotions tangled together between them until they became impossible to separate. Varkoros watched silently. Then a faint smile crossed the ancient king's face for the first time in centuries. "Perhaps," he murmured quietly, "this queen truly will change history." Then somewhere high above Thornvale Palace, the clouds split open completely, and moonlight touched the kingdom once more. Chapter 38. The King Who Feared Losing His Soul. Moonlight poured across Thornvale Palace. For the first time in centuries, the skies above Black Hollow stood clear beneath the full moon, silver light washing over the city, while wolves across the kingdoms stared upward in stunned silence. They could feel her. The Moon Queen. Ancient magic pulsed through every territory touched by the old bloodlines, awakening instincts buried for generations. And inside the ruined throne room, Cassian Thornvale could barely breathe beneath the weight of what he felt for her. Seraphina remained standing inside the glowing bond circle, her dark curls moving softly within spirals of silver magic, while the ancient moon throne symbols continued burning beneath their feet. She looked ethereal, untouchable, yet somehow still standing there holding his hand like he was simply a man instead of a king fate intended to crown beside her. The realization nearly destroyed him.
Meaning. Love.
Home. The emotions surged violently through the mate bond. Stronger now.
Deeper.
Ancient magic had stopped merely connecting them. It was weaving them together. Seraphina felt it too. Every heartbeat inside Cassian echoed faintly within her own chest now. Every emotion moved through her soul like stormlight. And beneath all of it,
fear.
She looked at him immediately. Cassian's silver eyes remained fixed on her, but she could feel the darkness moving underneath his calm exterior. Not fear of battle. Not fear of prophecy. Fear of himself. The same fear Varkoros carried. The same fear every king in the old stories eventually drowned beneath. Seraphina stepped closer, without hesitation. The future king and queen. The moon throne had already chosen. Cassian's voice lowered quietly enough that only she heard it. What if I become him? The confession shattered her heart, because through the bond, she felt how deeply he meant it. Varkoros stood silently nearby, ancient red eyes, watching the interaction with painful understanding. The first king knew exactly what haunted Cassian now. Love powerful enough to ruin the world. Seraphina lifted one hand gently to Cassian's face. You won't. His jaw tightened slightly. You can't promise that. No, she whispered softly. But I can promise you won't face it alone. The mate bond surged warm and overwhelming between them. Cassian closed his eyes briefly as her touch steadied the violence threatening to rise inside him. Moon goddess, how had she become this necessary to him so quickly? Varkoros finally spoke quietly from across the chamber. She speaks differently than Celine did. The room stilled. Seraphina looked toward the ancient king. The grief inside his expression no longer looked monstrous tonight. Only exhausted. What do you mean? Varkoros stared at Cassian carefully. Celine loved me enough to sacrifice herself for peace. Silence followed. The ancient king's voice darkened. She believed protecting me mattered more than protecting herself. Cassian froze. Because suddenly he understood exactly what Varkoros feared. And exactly what Seraphina was capable of doing for him.
No.
The possessive instinct surged sharply through the bond. Seraphina felt it instantly. Cassian stepped closer until their foreheads nearly touched. You do not get to die for me. The rough desperation in his voice silenced the room. Every wolf present felt the terrifying depth of emotion inside the Alpha King. Seraphina's chest tightened painfully. Cassian.
No.
His silver eyes locked onto hers fiercely. If fate demands one of us breaks to save the other. His hand tightened around hers. It will not be you. Emotion crashed violently through the mate bond.
Love. Fear.
Devotion so completed hurt. The Shadow Guardian lowered her eyes quietly. Even the Sovereign Council looked shaken. Because this was the exact kind of love history warned kingdoms about. The kind capable of becoming sacred, or catastrophic. Seraphina touched Cassian's face more firmly. Listen to me. He went still instantly. Not because she commanded him. Because he trusted her completely already. Tears burned behind her eyes. We are not them. The storm-softened moonlight spilled across the ruined throne room around them. Silver magic wrapped softly around their joined hands. We know what happened before, she whispered. Which means we can choose differently. Cassian stared at her silently. The mate bond pulsed gently.
Hope.
Moon goddess. She was giving him hope. The very thing grief had stolen from Varkoros centuries ago. The ancient king saw the realization crossing Cassian's face. Then slowly, Varkoros smiled faintly. Not bitter. Peaceful. As long as she still believes that, he murmured quietly, there may yet be hope for kings like us. Then suddenly, the glowing moon throne symbols beneath the floor shifted again. The silver circle expanded across the shattered marble. Ancient runes ignited one by one. And from somewhere deep beneath Thornvale Palace, a bell began ringing.
Slow.
Ancient. Ceremonial. The Sovereign Council went pale instantly. The councilwoman whispered in horror. The Ascension ceremony has begun. Chapter 39. The ceremony the moon could not delay. The ancient bells continued ringing beneath Thornvale Palace.
Slow.
Powerful. Unavoidable. Each deep chime vibrated through the throne room and across the kingdoms beyond, awakening magic older than crowns themselves. The Ascension ceremony had begun, and no force in the wolf world could stop it now. Silver light flooded the shattered chamber as the moon throne symbols spread farther across the marble floor, ancient runes igniting one by one beneath Seraphina and Cassian's feet. The bond circle pulsed like a living heartbeat. Hungry. Waiting. The Sovereign Council looked openly shaken now. One council member whispered, "It's happening too quickly." The Shadow Guardian's silver eyes narrowed. "No," she said quietly. "It's happening exactly when it was meant to." Storm winds spiraled through the ruined throne room again, but this time the air felt different. Not violent. Sacred. Even the wolves standing guard lowered their heads instinctively beneath the overwhelming force of ancient magic gathering around the future king and queen. Seraphina's breathing became uneven. The mate bond burned brighter between her and Cassian now, silver light physically threading between their bodies like strands of moonlight binding them together. Every emotion inside him moved through her soul clearly.
Love. Fear.
Devotion. And beneath it all, absolute surrender. Not to power.
To her.
Cassian felt the same overwhelming flood from her side of the bond.
Trust. Hope.
And a terrifying willingness to walk beside him, even knowing what he could become if fate turned cruel. Moon Goddess. He would rather die than let darkness touch her. The realization hit hard enough that his wolf surged violently beneath his skin.
Meaning.
Protect her. Forever. Silver lightning cracked across the ceiling overhead. The moon throne reacted instantly to the possessive pulse inside him. Ancient runes exploded brighter. The throne room trembled. Varkoros' expression darkened sharply. The bond is accelerating. Cassian's gaze snapped toward him. How do we stop it? The ancient king looked almost grim. You don't. The answer landed heavily. The councilwoman stepped forward carefully. Once the moon throne calls both souls completely. Her voice lowered. The ceremony either completes. Silence followed. Seraphina's pulse quickened. Or, the Shadow Guardian answered softly. Or, the bond breaks, both of you trying. The room froze. Cassian immediately stepped in front of Seraphina instinctively.
No.
The savage refusal thundered through the mate bond. Every wolf in the room physically felt it. The Alpha King's power exploded outward hard enough to crack stone beneath his feet. Seraphina caught his face immediately with both hands. Cassian. His silver eyes locked onto hers instantly.
Wild.
Terrified. You are not dying for a prophecy. Emotion slammed through the bond so violently her chest hurt. Because he meant it completely. The kingdoms could burn before he sacrificed her. Seraphina touched her forehead gently against his. And neither are you. The moment their skin touched, the bond circle detonated. Silver light erupted through the throne room in blinding waves while ancient symbols spiraled upward around their bodies like stars coming alive. Wolves across the chamber staggered backward. The Sovereign Council dropped instantly to one knee. Even Varkoros lowered his head. Because the moon throne had recognized its rulers fully. Seraphina gasped sharply as visions flooded her mind again. Not war this time. The ceremony. A moonlit temple deep beneath Thornvale Palace. Silver crowns. Ancient vows spoken in blood and soul magic. Cassian kneeling before her. then her kneeling before him. Not submission.
Equality.
Unity. King and queen. The vision shifted suddenly. A dark shadow moving beyond the edge of the ceremony. Watching. Waiting. Ancient hatred. Seraphina jerked back sharply. Cassian caught her immediately. What did you see? Her breathing became uneven. There's something else. The room stilled. Varkoro's expression hardened instantly.
What?
Seraphina looked toward the ancient king slowly. Something survived the old wars. Silence crashed through the chamber. Then the Shadow Guardian whispered one terrible word. The Hollow Court. Every ancient wolf in the room visibly paled. Cassian's silver eyes narrowed dangerously. What is the Hollow Court? Varkoro's looked toward the storm-darkened windows beyond the throne room. And for the first time since emerging from beneath the kingdom, real hatred crossed the ancient king's face. The wolves who murdered the Moon Queens. Lightning split the skies above Black Hollow violently. Then suddenly, a scream echoed somewhere deep within Thornvale Palace. The entire throne room froze. Another scream followed. Closer. And beneath the silver glow of the moon throne, the scent of blood reached the chamber. Chapter 40. The Blood Beneath the Moon Throne. The scent of blood spread through Thornvale Palace.
Sharp. Fresh. Wrong.
The moment it reached the throne room, every wolf present stiffened instinctively, while the glowing moon throne symbols beneath the floor pulsed violently in response. Something had breached the palace. Cassian moved instantly. The Alpha King stepped directly in front of Seraphina as dominance exploded from him hard enough to shake the chamber.
Meaning.
Protect her. Forever. The instinct thundered through the mate bond with terrifying force. Silver power surged violently around him now, ancient magic reacting directly to his emotional state. The throne room lights flickered while storm winds returned outside the palace windows. The Hollow Court. The name alone had darkened the atmosphere inside the chamber. Varkoro's expression hardened into pure hatred. They came sooner than expected. The Shadow Guardian's silver eyes flashed sharply toward the palace entrance. They felt the ascension awaken. Another scream echoed somewhere deeper in the palace. Closer this time. The Sovereign Council immediately shifted into defensive positions while Thornvale guards rushed toward the shattered throne room doors. Kieran Veilcrest stepped forward beside Cassian without hesitation. We secure the palace now. Cassian barely looked at him, but he nodded once. The understanding passed instantly between the two Alpha heirs. War had arrived. Seraphina felt it before anyone else. Not physically. Emotionally. A coldness moving through the palace halls like poison spreading beneath skin.
Hatred.
Ancient hatred. The moon throne reacted violently to it. The glowing bond circle darkened briefly before silver light exploded outward again protectively around Seraphina and Cassian. The room trembled. Then suddenly, a body crashed through the throne room entrance. One of Thornvale's royal guards slammed across the marble floor covered in blood. Gasps spread instantly through the chamber. Cassian was beside the wounded wolf in seconds. The guard coughed violently, claw marks shredded across his chest. Shadow wolves, he rasped. Fear spread visibly through the room. The guard grabbed Cassian's arm desperately. They're inside the lower palace. Varkoro's expression turned murderous. The Hollow Court uses blood magic. The Shadow Guardian snarled low beneath her breath. They always attack before coronations. Cassian rose slowly to his feet, and the entire throne room went silent. Because the Alpha King no longer looked merely furious. He looked ancient. Silver markings had begun appearing faintly beneath his skin now, glowing in rhythm with the moon throne beneath the floor. The future king. The bond was changing him already. Seraphina's chest tightened painfully at the sight. Cassian turned toward the room with terrifying calm. No one reaches her. The command rolled through the chamber like thunder itself. Every Thornvale guard instantly lowered to one knee. Even wolves from other territories obeyed instinctively. The moon throne had already begun recognizing his authority. Kieran stared at Cassian with visible disbelief. He's stronger. Varkoros answered quietly. The throne is accepting him. Seraphina stepped toward Cassian immediately. The moment she touched his arm, the violent silver energy around him softened slightly. The entire room noticed. The future queen calmed the future king. The exact balance the old kingdoms once feared most. Cassian looked down at her instantly. You stay here.
No.
The answer came immediately. Cassian's jaw tightened. Seraphina, you said we face this together. The mate bond surged sharply between them. Emotion crashed hard through Cassian's chest because she was right. Moon goddess. She was always right. But the thought of those creatures near her made his wolf nearly savage with protective rage. Varkoros stepped forward slowly. She cannot remain hidden anymore. The ancient king's red eyes shifted toward Seraphina. The hollow court will hunt her whether she stands beside you or not. Silence followed, because everyone in the room understood the terrible truth. The Moon Queen had become the center of the coming war. The bells beneath the palace rang again. Louder now.
Faster.
The ascension ceremony continued, pulling ancient magic toward completion while darkness gathered beneath Thornvale. And somewhere deep below the palace, something laughed. Cold. Inhuman. Waiting. The Shadow Guardian's expression shifted instantly. Then she whispered in horror. They found the crypt. The room froze. Seraphina frowned slightly. What crypt? Varkoros looked toward the lower palace slowly. And for the first time since his return, fear crossed the ancient king's face. The tomb of Queen Selene. Chapter 41. The tomb beneath Thornvale. The bells beneath the palace would not stop ringing. Their ancient echoes rolled through Thornvale like warnings from the dead, vibrating through stone corridors while blood and moonlight mixed across the shattered throne room floor. Queen Selene's tomb had been breached, and suddenly every creature inside the palace understood the horrifying truth. The Hollow Court had not come merely to kill the Moon Queen. They had come to corrupt her legacy. Cassian moved first. The Alpha King turned toward the lower palace entrance with terrifying calm, while silver markings continued spreading slowly beneath his skin, glowing brighter with every pulse of the Ascension bond. The Moon Throne was changing him, strengthening him, claiming him, and somehow, that frightened Seraphina more than the enemies below, because she could feel the raw power rising inside him through the mate bond now. Ancient, violent, protective enough to become catastrophic if unleashed completely.
Mine.
Protect her. Destroy anything that threatens her. The instinct thundered through Cassian hard enough to shake the room. Seraphina immediately caught his hand. The effect was instant. The savage edge softened slightly. The entire throne room noticed. Again, the queen steadied the king. Varkoros watched them silently, ancient red eyes darkened by memory. That balance, he murmured quietly, is what the kingdoms feared most. Another bell rang below. Closer. Then suddenly, the palace lights flickered. A wave of cold swept through the throne room hard enough to frost the shattered marble floor. The Shadow Guardians stiffened instantly. They're opening the crypt fully. Cassian's silver eyes darkened. What happens if they reach Selene's remains? Silence followed. No one answered immediately, which told him enough. Varkoros finally spoke. The Hollow Court uses blood resurrection rites. The room went completely still. Seraphina's stomach turned cold. They can bring back the dead? No, the Shadow Guardian answered sharply. They create abominations wearing the faces of the dead. Horror spread visibly through the chamber. Kieran Valecrest swore under his breath, while the Sovereign Council exchanged alarmed looks. Cassian stepped closer to Seraphina instantly. No one touches that tomb. The command carried enough dominance that even ancient wolves lowered their gazes instinctively. The future king's power had become overwhelming now. The Moon Throne recognized him completely. And beneath all of it, the mate bond continued evolving. Seraphina could feel his heartbeat inside her chest, now almost as clearly as her own. Every emotion, every instinct, every ounce of terrifying devotion. Moon goddess. He loved her enough to become dangerous to the world already. And somehow she loved him enough not to fear it. The realization hit hard. Cassian looked toward the lower palace corridor slowly, then toward Seraphina. "You stay behind me." A faint, breathless smile touched her mouth despite everything. "You're beginning to sound ancient." The comment startled a rough laugh from him unexpectedly. The tension eased slightly for one precious second. Then another scream echoed from below. This one cut off abruptly. The hollow court was getting closer. Varkoros moved first toward the lower stairway descending beneath Thornvale Palace. The ancient king's massive frame radiated murderous intent now. If they touched Celine, the room could feel exactly what would happen. Cassian noticed too. "You lose control down there," he said coldly, "and I stop you myself." Varkoros looked back at him slowly. Then something surprising crossed his expression. "Respect. You truly are different from me." Cassian's jaw tightened. "I have to be." Because Seraphina deserved more than another king destroyed by grief. The Shadow Guardian approached Seraphina quietly before they descended. Silver eyes softened briefly. "The hollow court will try to separate you from him." Seraphina frowned slightly. "Why?" The Guardian's expression darkened. "Because together." Her gaze shifted between Seraphina and Cassian. "You are becoming something they cannot control." The bells rang again. Faster now. The Ascension ceremony continued building toward completion while darkness gathered beneath Thornvale Palace. Cassian extended one hand toward Seraphina, without hesitation. She took it instantly. The mate bond surged warm and powerful around them. Together. Always. Then the future king and queen descended into the darkness beneath Thornvale Palace, toward the tomb of the queen who started it all. Chapter 42. The Queen Inside the Tomb. The air beneath Thornvale Palace smelled like death. Ancient stone corridors stretched endlessly below the kingdom, while silver torches burned along cathedral walls carved with forgotten moon symbols and the names of dead rulers. Every step deeper into the crypt tightened the pressure around Seraphina's chest. The hollow court was close. She could feel them, not through scent, through the moon blood itself. Cold hatred slithered through the underground halls like poison beneath skin, ancient and patient and starving. Cassian tightened his grip around her hand immediately. The mate bond pulsed sharply. He felt her unease.
Mine.
Protect her. The instinct rolled through him with savage force, while silver markings beneath his skin glowed brighter against the darkness surrounding them. The moon throne continued changing him. Every moment closer to the Ascension ceremony made his power feel older somehow, heavier, more dangerous. And the wolves walking behind him noticed. No one walked ahead of the future king anymore, not even instinctively. The Shadow Guardian moved silently through the crypt beside Varkoros while Thornvale guards surrounded the group in defensive formation. Kieran Veilcrest walked at Cassian's opposite side now, sword already drawn. The rivalry between them had vanished completely. Only war remained. Another bell rang somewhere beneath the crypts. Closer. The sound echoed through ancient halls like a heartbeat counting down towards something inevitable. Seraphina swallowed softly. The tomb is awake. Varkoros' expression darkened instantly. What did you say? She looked toward him slowly. The magic here, it's alive. The ancient king stared at her for several seconds before nodding once. Moon queens were buried beneath living throne magic. The corridor ahead widened suddenly into a massive underground sanctuary. Everyone stopped instantly. Moonlight poured unnaturally from the ceiling despite the crypt lying deep beneath the palace. Silver trees carved from crystal surrounded a massive circular chamber, while ancient wolf statues stood guard around a black marble sarcophagus at the center. Queen Celine's tomb. And surrounding it, bodies. Dead Thornvale guards covered the floor. Blood stained the silver stone beneath the moonlit chamber, while symbols painted in crimson spread across the tomb itself. The hollow court had already begun the ritual. Cassian's dominance exploded violently through the crypt. The walls trembled. Every torch flickered.
Mine.
Protect her. Destroy them. The savage instinct slammed through the mate bond hard enough that Seraphina physically staggered. Cassian caught her instantly.
Easy.
but his voice sounded rough now, darker. The moon throne magic was reacting violently to the blood surrounding Celine's crypt. The Shadow Guardian knelt beside one of the dead guards briefly, then rose slowly. They were sacrificed. Kieran's face hardened. For what? No one answered, because suddenly the blood symbols around the tomb began glowing. The chamber temperature dropped instantly.
And shadows moved.
Figures emerged silently from the darkness surrounding the crypt. Tall wolves draped in black ceremonial robes stitched with silver bone markings. The hollow court, ancient predators with eyes glowing pale white beneath lowered hoods. Not fully wolves anymore. Something worse. Something twisted by forbidden magic and centuries of obsession. There were 12 of them, and at their center stood a woman holding a silver blade covered in blood. Her pale gaze lifted slowly toward Seraphina. Then she smiled. Moon Queen. The title echoed unnaturally through the crypt. Cassian stepped directly in front of Seraphina immediately. Lethal calm settled over him. You die first. The hollow court woman laughed softly. You already sound like him. Her gaze shifted toward Barkoros. The ancient king's red eyes burned murderously. You should have stayed buried with the others. The woman tilted her head slightly. And missed the return of the final queen? The blood symbols around Celine's tomb glowed brighter. Seraphina's stomach turned cold. Something inside the sarcophagus moved. Cassian felt her fear instantly. His hand found hers again, without hesitation. Steady. Present. Home. The hollow court woman watched the interaction carefully. Then her smile widened. The bond has nearly completed. The ascension magic reacted violently around the chamber. Silver light spiraled between Seraphina and Cassian, while the hollow court wolves stepped backward cautiously. Even they feared the growing power surrounding the future king and queen. The woman lifted the silver blade slowly. We cannot allow history to repeat. Barkoros snarled low. You murdered history. No, the woman whispered softly. We saved the kingdoms from it. Then she drove the blood-covered blade directly into Queen Celine's tomb. The crypt exploded with screams. Not human screams. Ancient ones. The sarcophagus cracked violently down the center as black shadow poured upward from inside like living smoke. The hollow court woman smiled in triumph. And beneath the collapsing crypt, Queen Celine opened her eyes. Chapter 43. The Queen Who Refused the Darkness. The crypt exploded into chaos. Black shadow erupted from Queen Celine's broken tomb like living smoke while blood-red runes burned violently across the floor beneath the hollow court. Ancient screams echoed through the chamber. Not from fear. From memory. The walls themselves seemed to remember the night the Moon Queen died. Seraphina staggered as grief slammed into her through the bloodline connection. Images crashed violently through her mind. Celine screaming Barkoros' name. Silver blades. Blood across moonlit stone. The hollow court chanting while kingdoms burned above them. Then darkness. So much darkness. Cassian caught Seraphina instantly before she could fall. The moment his arms wrapped around her, the vision stopped. The mate bond surged violently.
Mine.
Protect her. The instinct roared through him hard enough that the crypt itself trembled beneath his power. Silver markings spread farther beneath Cassian's skin now, glowing almost blindingly bright while ancient dominance exploded through the chamber. The hollow court recoiled immediately, because suddenly, the future king no longer felt entirely mortal. Barkoros stared at Cassian with visible shock. The throne is accelerating his transformation. The Shadow Guardian's expression hardened, because the queen is under attack. The hollow court leader smiled slowly beside Celine's cracked tomb. Good. Her pale eyes fixed on Seraphina. Let him become what kings always become. Cassian's silver eyes darkened dangerously. You speak too much for someone still breathing. The crypt shook violently. Every torch exploded brighter. Even the shadows pulled backward from him instinctively. But then, Queen Celine stood. Or rather, something wearing her face did. The body rising from the tomb moved unnaturally, silver hair floating around pale shoulders, while black shadow dripped from glowing empty eyes. Not alive. Not dead.
Wrong.
Varkoros froze completely. The ancient king looked destroyed instantly. Selene, the thing wearing the queen's body, turned slowly toward him, then smiled. Cruelly. Every wolf in the crypt stiffened, because the real Queen Selene would never smile like that. The hollow court woman lifted one hand proudly. Behold the queen your love destroyed. Varkoros' grief exploded violently through the chamber. The ancient king roared hard enough to crack the crypt walls while red power detonated outward in monstrous waves. The hollow court wolves were thrown backward instantly. Several shattered against stone pillars. But the false queen remained standing, still smiling. Varkoros, she whispered softly. The sound nearly broke him apart. Seraphina felt it through the bloodline connection instantly. Not rage. Agony. The kind capable of destroying kingdoms. Cassian sensed the danger immediately. Varkoros. Too late. The ancient king lunged toward the false queen with murder and grief colliding violently inside him. The hollow court leader smiled. This is why kings must never love too deeply. Black chains erupted from the crypt floor instantly. They wrapped around Varkoros' arms and throat mid-lunge, slamming the ancient king violently against the stone. The false queen approached him slowly, mocking. Pull. You failed me. The words shattered through the chamber. Varkoros roared in agony. And suddenly Seraphina understood the hollow court's true plan. Not resurrection.
Corruption.
They wanted grief to consume the ancient king again. They wanted history repeated. The realization struck hard. Seraphina stepped forward instantly despite Cassian's hold tightening protectively around her. Seraphina. That isn't her. Her voice cut sharply through the crypt. The false queen turned slowly toward her. Black shadows twisted harder around the corpse, wearing Selene's face. The hollow court leader narrowed her eyes. You know nothing about queens.
No, Seraphina whispered softly.
But I know love. The room fell silent. Even Cassian went still behind her. Seraphina looked directly at Varkoros. At the king drowning beneath centuries of grief. That woman loved you. The false queen hissed violently. She died because of him. No, Seraphina said firmly. She died loving him. Silver light exploded through the crypt instantly. The moon blood inside Seraphina awakened fully in response to the truth. Ancient queen magic spiraled violently around her body, while the ascension bond reacted with overwhelming force. Cassian's power answered hers immediately. Silver and shadow colliding together around the future king and queen. The false queen screamed. The body wearing Selene's face began cracking apart beneath the light. Because truth itself was destroying the illusion. Varkoros stared upward in stunned silence. Seraphina stepped closer slowly. Selene would never want this. The false queen shrieked again. Black smoke burst violently from the corpse, while blood magic symbols across the crypt floor shattered one by one. The hollow court leader screamed in fury. You cannot save him. Seraphina's silver eyes lifted slowly. No, she whispered. But I can stop him from becoming you. The crypt exploded with moonlight. And beside her, Cassian Thornvale finally looked like a king born from prophecy itself. Chapter 44. The Ascension Beneath the Moon. The bells finally stopped ringing. For the first time in centuries, silence settled peacefully over Thornvale Palace instead of fear. The war beneath the kingdom had ended. The hollow court had fallen. The ancient crypts no longer echoed with blood magic and grief. Only moonlight remained. Silver banners bearing the Thornvale crest moved softly in the night wind as wolves from every territory gathered within the restored moon temple beneath the palace. Not for battle, for coronation, for the return of their king and queen. The massive ceremonial chamber glowed with ancient moonstone pillars and silver fire, while the moon throne stood awakened fully at the center of the sanctuary. No longer dormant, no longer waiting, the throne had chosen. Cassian stood near the altar beneath the moonlit ceiling wearing ceremonial black armor threaded with glowing silver markings that now permanently lived beneath his skin. The power surrounding him no longer felt unstable. It felt complete, ancient, controlled. And every wolf in the chamber lowered their eyes instinctively when he entered.
Not because he demanded it.
Because the throne itself recognized him. The king chosen by the Moon Queen. But Cassian barely noticed any of them. His gaze remained locked entirely on the woman walking toward him beneath silver light. Seraphina. The entire temple seemed to quiet around her. She wore a dark silver gown that shimmered like moonlight across water, ancient markings glowing softly along her bare shoulders while a delicate crown rested against dark curls cascading down her back. Beautiful. The thought hit Cassian hard enough to ache. Not because she looked like a queen. Because she still looked at him like he was simply Cassian. Not prophecy. Not power. Him. The mate bond surged warmly between them as she reached the center altar. Home. The feeling nearly destroyed him. The Sovereign Council stood surrounding the moon throne while Varkoros and the Shadow Guardian watched silently nearby. Not monsters anymore. Protectors. Witnesses to the future they never believed they would live long enough to see. The ancient councilwoman stepped forward slowly. The moon throne calls its chosen rulers. Silver light spread across the floor instantly. The ascension symbols awakened fully beneath Seraphina and Cassian's feet, while moonlight poured from the ceiling above the throne chamber. Every wolf present lowered to one knee. Even the ancient kings. Cassian never looked away from Seraphina. Neither of them noticed the room anymore. Only each other. The councilwoman lifted the ceremonial silver blade. Do you stand here by prophecy alone? Cassian answered first.
No.
His voice echoed powerfully through the temple. I stand here because I love her. Emotion crashed through the mate bond instantly. Seraphina's chest tightened painfully. The councilwoman looked toward her next. And you, Moon Queen? Seraphina stepped closer toward Cassian slowly. Silver light spiraled around them. I stand here because he chose me before the world did. The chamber fell silent. Because everyone understood the weight behind those words. Cassian had loved her before knowing the full scale of her power. Before crowns. Before prophecy. Before kingdoms. The councilwoman nodded once. Then kneel. Cassian lowered himself before Seraphina immediately. Not reluctant. Not ashamed. Devoted. The future queen's breath caught softly. The Alpha King looked up at her like she hung the stars above the kingdoms themselves. The councilwoman spoke the ancient vow. Will you protect your queen not only from enemies, but from the darkness within yourself? Cassian's answer came, without hesitation. With my life. The mate bond flared brilliantly. Then Seraphina knelt before him in return. Gasps spread quietly through the temple. Queens did not kneel before kings. But Seraphina did. Because this was never about power between them. Only love. The councilwoman's voice softened. And will you protect your king not by sacrificing yourself, but by remaining beside him? Tears burned unexpectedly behind Seraphina's eyes. Because Varkoros' grief still haunted these walls. And she understood now what this vow truly meant. Yes, she whispered softly. I will stay. The moon throne exploded with silver light. Ancient magic surged violently through the temple, while the mate bond completed fully between them.
Soul to soul.
Heart to heart. King and queen. Silver crowns formed from moonlight itself above their heads before settling gently against them both. The ascension was complete. And, across every kingdom, wolves felt the moment their rulers rose together. The temple erupted into howls of loyalty and ancient celebration. But Cassian barely heard any of it, because Seraphina was crying softly now. Not from fear. From happiness. The sight nearly broke him apart. His hands rose immediately to cradle her face gently. You're all right. A faint laugh escaped her through tears. I know, Moon Goddess. She trusted him completely now. Cassian kissed her slowly beneath the silver glow of the moon throne while the kingdoms celebrated around them. Not desperate, not grieving, peaceful, chosen. And somewhere deep beneath Thornvale Palace, the ancient ghosts of the old kingdom finally rested. Chapter 45. the night their souls finally rested. The kingdom celebrated long after the ceremony ended. Music echoed through Thornvale Palace, while silver lanterns illuminated every balcony and courtyard beneath the moonlit skies. Wolves from rival territories drank and laughed together for the first time in generations, while ancient tensions dissolved beneath the reign of their newly crowned king and queen.
Peace.
Real peace. And yet, Cassian could barely focus on any of it. Because Seraphina stood beside him, wearing moonlight like it belonged to her. The silver crown resting against dark curls marked her as queen now, but somehow she looked softer tonight than she had since he first found her. Not burdened by prophecy. Not hunted.
Happy.
The realization nearly unraveled him.
Mine. Love. Home.
The mate bond pulsed warmly between them while nobles and alphas bowed respectfully as the royal pair crossed the palace ballroom together. Cassian barely acknowledged any of them. His attention remained entirely fixed on Seraphina's hand resting in his. The completed ascension bond changed everything. He could feel her heartbeat like music beneath his skin now. Her emotions brushed softly against his soul. Warmth. Trust.
Desire.
Moon goddess. That last emotion nearly shattered what little control he had left. Seraphina felt the reaction instantly through the bond. A faint blush touched her cheeks before she looked up at him knowingly. You're distracted. Cassian's silver eyes darkened immediately. Dangerously. The low honesty in his voice sent warmth spiraling through her chest. The mate bond answered instantly. The silver markings beneath both their skin glowed softly in response. Several nearby wolves immediately lowered their gazes respectfully. Even now, the bond between the king and queen radiated enough power to command instinctive obedience. Seraphina leaned slightly closer toward him. You're frightening the nobles again. I don't care about the nobles. His answer came too quickly. Too honestly. The realization made her laugh softly for the first time that night. Cassian stared at her like the sound itself was sacred. Moon goddess. He would destroy armies to hear her laugh again. Varkoros watched the interaction silently from across the ballroom beside the Shadow Guardian. The ancient king's expression softened faintly. They survived what we could not. The Guardian glanced toward him quietly. No, she corrected softly. They chose differently. The music continued around the palace, while Cassian slowly reached up towards Seraphina's crown. His touch turned unexpectedly gentle. Reverent. You've worn this long enough tonight. The room subtly quieted as the Alpha King carefully lifted the silver moon crown from her head himself. Not as ruler. As her mate. As the man who knew the woman beneath the throne. Seraphina's breath caught softly, because suddenly she understood what the gesture truly meant. He loved her beyond power. Beyond destiny. Beyond crowns. Cassian lowered his forehead briefly against hers. You've given enough of yourself to the kingdom tonight. Emotion surged warmly through the bond. What about you? She whispered softly. His silver eyes locked onto hers. I only need you. The answer shattered whatever remained of her composure. The mate bond flared brilliantly between them, and suddenly the ballroom no longer mattered. The celebration no longer mattered. Only him. Cassian felt the shift instantly. The possessive warmth moving through her. The longing.
The love.
His control nearly snapped.
Mine.
Always mine. The savage devotion rolled through him hard enough that silver energy flickered briefly across the ballroom floor. Several nearby wolves quickly pretended not to notice. Seraphina laughed softly again. Then quietly. Take me away from here. Cassian went completely still. Every instinct inside him surged violently awake. Without another word, the Alpha King took her hand and led her from the ballroom beneath the gaze of an entire kingdom. No one stopped them. No one dared. Because every wolf present understood exactly what tonight truly meant. Not merely the rise of rulers. The beginning of a love story the kingdoms would remember for centuries. The royal chambers overlooking Black Hollow stood bathed in silver moonlight when Cassian finally closed the doors behind them. Silence settled softly around them. No war.
No prophecy.
No blood. Only the sound of their breathing. Seraphina turned toward him slowly. The completed mate bond pulsed warmly between them while moonlight spilled across the room and illuminated the silver markings now permanently connecting their souls. Cassian stared at her like he still could not fully believe she was real. Then, quietly, "You're safe." The words broke her heart all over again. Because even now, after everything, protecting her remained the first thing he thought about. Seraphina stepped closer slowly until only inches separated them. "So are you." Cassian closed his eyes briefly, like the words physically affected him. Her fingers touched the front of his ceremonial armor gently. "You can let go now." The truth inside her voice nearly undid him, because for the first time in his life, Cassian Thornvale finally believed he didn't have to carry the world alone anymore. His hands slid slowly against her waist. Careful, almost reverent, like she was still something sacred he feared breaking. Seraphina looked up at him softly. "You never have to be afraid to love me." Emotion crashed violently through the mate bond. Cassian kissed her instantly. Not desperate, not grieving.
Certain.
The kiss carried years of longing neither of them fully understood until now. Every touch between them felt different after the ascension.
Deeper.
Soul-bound. The world outside disappeared completely as Cassian slowly pulled her closer against him beneath the moonlit shadows of their chambers. His hands trembled slightly when he touched her face again. Not from weakness. From overwhelming devotion. Moon goddess. He loved her so much it frightened him. But this time, the love no longer felt like destruction waiting to happen. Because Seraphina kissed him like she intended to stay. Forever. Chapter 46. The Heirs of Moonlight and Shadow. Morning arrived softly over Thornvale Palace. Silver sunlight spilled across tangled sheets and dark velvet curtains while the kingdom below rested in the first true peace it had known in centuries. No war cries. No blood magic. No fear hiding beneath the throne. Only stillness. And in the center of it, Cassian Thornvale woke with Seraphina sleeping against his chest. For several long moments, he simply watched her. The completed mate bond pulsed quietly between them now, no longer wild or unstable. It felt settled.
Certain.
Like breathing. Her dark curls spilled across bare skin marked faintly with silver moon symbols, while one of her hands rested directly above his heart, as though even sleeping she needed to know he remained there. The sight nearly undid him.
Mine. Love.
Forever. The instinct no longer felt violent, only absolute. Cassian brushed his fingers carefully along her shoulder, reverent enough that she stirred beneath his touch with a soft breath. Silver eyes met his slowly.
Warm.
Peaceful. And moon goddess. He would spend the rest of his immortal life chasing the privilege of seeing her look at him that way. A faint smile touched Seraphina's mouth. "You're staring again." Cassian's arm tightened gently around her waist. "I've earned the right." Her quiet laugh warmed the entire room. The sound settled deep inside his chest where grief and loneliness once lived. Seraphina tilted her head slightly against him. "The kingdom survived one night without us." "Barely." The answer came so seriously she laughed harder this time. Cassian watched her in silent awe. Because this was what Verkoros never got to have. Peace after survival. Love without fear waiting at the door. The realization humbled him more than crowns ever could. Seraphina studied his expression carefully through the bond. "You're thinking too loudly again." Cassian exhaled softly. "I was thinking about how close history came to repeating itself." The room quieted slightly. Seraphina shifted closer without hesitation until their foreheads touched. But it didn't.
No.
It didn't. Because she stayed. Because he learned love did not have to become destruction. The mate bond pulsed warmly between them in agreement. Then suddenly, silver light flashed softly across the room. Both of them froze instantly. The moon throne markings beneath Seraphina's skin glowed brightly for one brief moment before fading again. Cassian's expression sharpened immediately. "What was that?" Seraphina blinked slowly. Then her eyes widened. Emotion hit the bond so hard Cassian felt it before she even spoke.
Shock.
Wonder.
Joy.
Moon goddess. Cassian pushed himself upright instantly. Seraphina? Her hand lowered slowly against her stomach. The moon throne symbols glowed again beneath her skin. Gentle, protective,
Alive.
tears filled her eyes almost immediately. Cassian stared at her silently. Then realization hit him like a physical blow.
No.
The word came out breathless. Seraphina laughed softly through tears. Yes. The Alpha King looked completely shattered by the news. Not frightened. Overwhelmed. Emotion crashed violently through the mate bond while silver energy spiraled softly around the room itself in response to their joy. Pregnant. Their child. Their heir. Moon goddess. Cassian looked at her stomach like he could already protect the life growing there through sheer force of will alone. The possessive instinct exploded awake immediately.
Mine.
Protect them both. Forever. Seraphina laughed again when his expression turned instantly murderous toward invisible threats. You're already becoming unbearable. Cassian touched her carefully, almost afraid she might disappear beneath his hands. Our child. The rough emotion in his voice nearly broke her apart. Not because he sounded proud. Because he sounded terrified to love something this much again. Seraphina reached up and touched his face gently. You're safe now too, Cassian. The words shattered him quietly, because for the first time in his life, the Alpha King believed her. The completed mate bond glowed warmly around them while morning sunlight spilled across the royal chambers. Below the palace, the kingdoms celebrated peace. Above them, the moon still lingered faintly against the fading dawn sky. And inside Thornvale Palace, the future of the kingdoms had already begun. Not born from prophecy, not from war, but from love strong enough to survive both. Chapter 47. The Kingdom They Built Together. Years passed beneath peaceful moonlit skies. And for the first time in the history of the Wolf Kingdoms, peace endured. The old territories no longer lived divided by bloodline purity or fear of prophecy. The Hollow Court had become nothing more than a warning whispered to children about what happened when power corrupted love. Under the reign of King Cassian Thornvale and Queen Seraphina Vale, the kingdoms changed. Omega wolves held positions of honor within courts and councils. Ancient rival territories traded openly beneath silver banners carrying the united crest of Thornvale and the Moon Throne. And no wolf feared the moon anymore, because the queen who once arrived hidden and unwanted had transformed the world simply by refusing to become cruel after surviving cruelty herself. The kingdom adored her for it. But Cassian worshipped her. The royal gardens of Thornvale Palace glowed beneath dusk lanterns while silver flowers bloomed along marble pathways touched by ancient moon throne magic. Laughter echoed softly through the gardens. Small feet raced across the stone paths. Father. Cassian turned just in time for a dark-haired little boy to launch directly into his arms. The Alpha King caught him effortlessly despite the child already carrying enough strength to nearly knock grown wolves backward during excitement. Aiden Thornvale, future heir to the Moon Throne. Silver markings glowed faintly beneath the child's skin while violet eyes identical to Seraphina's sparkled mischievously. You promised to spar with me. Cassian smirked faintly. You promised not to climb the western tower without guards. Aiden immediately looked guilty, which told Cassian exactly what had happened. Seraphina's soft laughter echoed nearby. Cassian looked up instantly. Always instantly. Moon goddess. Years later, and he still reacted to her presence like instinct itself. Queen Seraphina crossed the gardens beneath silver lantern light, wearing dark royal silks, while their daughter balanced against her hip. Lyra Thornvale, the younger heir. The child inherited Cassian's silver eyes and Seraphina's moon markings almost perfectly. And somehow, Cassian had become even more protective after becoming a father. The mate bond still pulsed warmly between him and Seraphina after all these years.
Steady. Soul deep.
Unbreakable. Seraphina reached them smiling softly, while Lyra immediately stretched toward Cassian. Up. The Alpha King took his daughter instantly, without hesitation. Massive warrior king. Destroyer of ancient bloodlines. absolutely powerless against his children. Seraphina watched the sight with quiet affection warming her chest. The kingdom feared Cassian Thornvale, but his children climbed him like a mountain and stole bites from his plate during council dinners. The contrast never stopped amusing her. Aiden looked towards Seraphina suddenly. "Mother, is it true you defeated the Hollow Court with moonlight?" Cassian snorted softly. "You've been listening to the guards again. But did she?" Seraphina smiled faintly. "Not alone." Her gaze lifted toward Cassian instinctively. "Never alone." The mate bond warmed instantly in response. Even now, one look between them still carried entire conversations. Varkoros watched from the upper balcony, overlooking the gardens beside the Shadow Guardian. The ancient king no longer looked haunted by grief. Not entirely. Time had softened the wounds history once carved into him, because this kingdom healed differently than the one he lost. The Shadow Guardian folded her arms quietly. "You keep watching them like they're a miracle." Varkoros' gaze remained fixed on the royal family below. "They are." The words carried no bitterness anymore, only truth. Because the cycle ended here. Not through war, not through fear, through love strong enough to survive power. Below the balcony, Lyra touched Cassian's face suddenly. "Father?" Cassian immediately softened. "Yes, little wolf?" The child frowned thoughtfully. "Will the moon always protect us?" Silence settled softly across the gardens. Seraphina looked toward Cassian quietly. The Alpha King stared at his daughter for several long seconds before answering.
No.
The children blinked. Cassian pulled them both closer gently. "But your mother will." Emotion moved warmly through Seraphina's chest. Aiden groaned dramatically. "That was too romantic." Cassian looked offended. "You inherited your attitude from your mother." Seraphina laughed softly, while Lyra clapped excitedly. The sound echoed through the palace gardens beneath silver moonlight.
Peace.
Real peace. Not temporary. Not fragile.
Earned.
Seraphina stepped beside Cassian slowly, while the children remained tangled around them both. The moon rose fully above Thornvale Palace. Silver light touched the kingdom they rebuilt together. And for one perfect moment, the girl once rejected by the world stood beside the king who chose her first, while their children laughed beneath the moon that once watched kingdoms burn. This time, the moon watched a family instead. Chapter 48. The Legacy Beneath the Moon. Winter arrived gently over Thornvale. Snow covered the kingdom in silver while lantern light glowed warmly across palace towers and frozen gardens below. Children laughed through the halls of the Moon Palace, while wolves from every territory traveled freely between lands once divided by fear and bloodshed. The kingdoms no longer whispered about prophecy. They spoke about legacy. And every road in the territories eventually led back to Thornvale Palace, back to the king and queen who changed everything. Inside the royal library, moonlight spilled across towering shelves and ancient maps, while Seraphina sat curled beside the fire with Lyra asleep against her chest. The little princess clutched one of Cassian's ceremonial gloves protectively even in sleep. Seraphina smiled softly. "She's becoming attached to your dramatic entrances." Cassian looked entirely unashamed from where he stood near the window holding Aiden upside down over one shoulder, while their son laughed uncontrollably. "He started the attack." Aiden pointed accusingly. "You threw snow at mother first." Cassian gasped in mock betrayal. "I was aiming for diplomacy." Seraphina laughed quietly, while Lyra stirred sleepily against her. The sound still stopped Cassian every single time. Years later. Children.
Peace.
And somehow he still looked at her like the world had not fully convinced him she was truly his.
Meaning.
The mate bond pulsed warmly between them. Not possessive anymore.
Certain.
The completed bond had evolved over the years into something calmer.
Deeper.
A constant connection, threading through every moment of their lives. Cassian crossed the library slowly before lowering Aiden carefully to the floor. Their son immediately ran toward Seraphina. "Mother, tell him I'm old enough to shift during training." Cassian folded his arms instantly.
No.
Aiden groaned dramatically. "You shifted at my age." I was also reckless. You still are. Seraphina hid a smile. Cassian looked offended. The Alpha King opened his mouth to defend himself when suddenly, silver light flickered softly across the room. Everyone froze. The moon throne markings beneath Aiden's skin glowed faintly for one brief second. Then Lyra's answered. Cassian's expression sharpened immediately. The children looked startled. Seraphina slowly stood. The air itself shifted around the room. Ancient.
Familiar.
Then the massive palace windows overlooking Thornvale opened on their own. Moonlight flooded the library. And somewhere deep beneath the palace, the moon throne awakened again. Aiden looked toward his parents nervously. Did we do something wrong? Cassian was beside both children instantly. Protective instinct surged hard through him even after all these peaceful years.
No.
Seraphina stepped closer slowly. The bond between her and Cassian sharpened instantly. She felt it too. Not danger. Recognition. The moon throne was responding to their children. The future heirs. Varkoros entered the library quietly moments later alongside the Shadow Guardian. The ancient king's gaze immediately landed on the glowing markings beneath the children's skin. Then slowly, he smiled. The throne remembers its bloodline. Lyra blinked sleepily. What does that mean? The Shadow Guardian knelt gently beside her. It means the kingdoms will never lose their protectors again. Cassian's arms settled firmly around Seraphina's waist while the children stood between them beneath moonlit shadows. A family. Not rulers first. Not prophecy. Family. Seraphina looked toward the snowy kingdom beyond the palace windows. Years ago, she arrived here hidden, rejected, believing she was unwanted by the world. Now the kingdom below slept peacefully because she existed within it. Because Cassian chose her first. The realization still humbled her. Cassian lowered his forehead gently against hers. You're thinking too loudly again. She smiled softly. You always notice. Always. The answer came instantly. Certain. The children groaned dramatically behind them. Aiden covered Lyra's ears. Not the romantic staring again. Cassian looked completely unapologetic. Your mother deserves romantic staring. Lyra nodded seriously. That's true. Seraphina laughed quietly, while snow continued falling beyond the palace windows beneath silver moonlight. Peace filled Thornvale Palace. Not temporary. Not fragile.
Permanent.
And somewhere high above the kingdom, the moon watched over the family that finally healed what history once destroyed.